Is it on? Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. We'll go ahead and get started. I'm Dr. Kevin Floyd. I'm the Associate Dean of the School of Computing here at Middle Georgia State University, and it's my pleasure to welcome all of you. It's good to have you on campus. As many of you know, you probably have attended the Academic Cybersecurity Seminar in the past. This is our first year back on campus since Dr. Spangler, when was our last? 2 years ago? It's been 2 years now. So on behalf of the leadership, the faculty, and the staff, and everyone that's been involved in the planning, I'd like to welcome everyone to our beautiful Macon campus this morning. If you haven't been here before, hopefully you can have some time to take a look at some of our facilities and the grounds. I'd also like to extend our welcome to everyone who's joining us on the live stream. Today marks the 5th annual Academic Cyber Seminar here at Middle Georgia State University. So the university's mission is to enhance our community and region through professional leadership, innovative partnerships, and community engagement. And this seminar, which started back in 2017, furthers the university's core values of stewardship, engagement, adaptability, and of course, learning. The seminar, like the university's vision, helps to educate, bring people together throughout the region, and also helps promote extraordinary learning opportunities that engage with the expert speakers that we have here today in the field of cybersecurity. As a special note to the audience, Middle Georgia State University is also designated as a National Center of Excellence in Cyber Defense Education through the National Security Agency. Our programs and our undergraduate programs are ABET accredited, and we are also designated as a National Center of Digital Forensics Academic Excellence by the Department of Defense Cyber Crime Center. So again, I'd like to welcome everyone who's here virtually and in person. Again, we're happy to have you here on our campus. I'd also like to thank the incredible lineup of speakers that we have today. I know that you're going to enjoy each and every one of the presentations. And I'd also like to give special thanks to our sponsors who were very generous in helping us funding of the event: Simple Nexus, CompTIA, the EC Council, and of course, Middle Georgia State University Foundation. So thank you again for being here. If there's anything that you need during the day, please let me or one of our staff know from the School of Computing. Hope you have a good day, and we wish everyone a great seminar. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Scott Spangler. For those of you who have not met me, welcome. This is a beautiful campus and an awesome day. This has been a little bit stymied, of course, this weird thing that happened in the country where we had this COVID thing and got locked down. So this is the first time in 2 years we're able to have this conference back on the campus, and I'm really proud to have this. And of course, our live stream, all of our technical schools that are out there joining us today, and all of our partners and friends, welcome. This is going to be a great day. Today is one of the things that really makes the faculty shine, because you'll see today a lot of the speakers are alumni, and a lot of them are industry professionals that are our partners and our friends, members of our board, and across Georgia's just great, intelligent academic shiners and cybersecurity experts overall. I would be remiss if I didn't thank our leadership, because this wouldn't happen the last 5 years. The support from Dr. Floyd that you have just met, our Associate Dean, our Dean that couldn't be here today, Dr. Alex Kuhang, and our Department Chair, Dr. Neil Ragoli is here. And without them and their leadership, we wouldn't be able to do this. It's a big commitment for the faculty, and it takes away a lot of our other committee work and stuff to be able to be here today. So we thank them, and of course all of the staff and our student volunteers that are always here helping us as well. Without them, we probably wouldn't be able to get anything accomplished, because they're just worker bees, and we really appreciate everything that they do. Today we also have a great sponsor from the Alumni Association and Foundation that is providing coffee for us and water. and helping us get through some of the day with the activities. Everything here, to anyone who joins us, is and has been free for the last 5 years because of the generosity of our sponsors, and we can't thank them enough. You'll see today as well some great students coming up next that have been running a Capture the Flag event. That is all volunteer work as well, and it's run for 5 years with this, and we've had an incredible competition. They'll be announcing and talking about it, but without their efforts, that would not happen, and we appreciate that. Our core goal here is engagement, not just of our students, but of our community and everyone in this regional area that we can try to reach out, talk to, help. Cyber education is everywhere. My grandmother was 97, and right before she passed, she was interested in cybersecurity and kept constantly asking questions like, does this phone, can it get hacked, Scotty? And it was a rotary phone, irony, and I would tell her, no, Grandma, I think you're safe with that one. She said, well, I don't want one of those flip phones. This was last year. I said, I don't think we can get you one, but we'll make sure you don't, and it doesn't get hacked. The education we learn here today is not just as simple as things that we think and take advantage of, because we're a lot of professionals, but the mindset that comes in here is also getting educated on different elements from social engineering and how hacking works, or how predators will come after people. And you'll hear from U.S. attorneys talking about cases they're pursuing right now for our keynote speakers, which will be a very interesting and dynamic perspective that we haven't had on campus for that area of difference, which we're really looking forward to. Again, I would like to thank, and I know we already said this, Simple Nexus. Without these partnerships, we can't get students into green internships. We can't have events like this today free to the public. And that's one of our goals, is free, so everybody has the opportunity to join in no matter where you are and be part of an event like this. I do have a little bit of housekeeping rules that I asked everybody, volunteers that are here today. We'll be glad to help you. If you'd like a tour of the facilities of the School of Computing, we can arrange that as well. Some of the student docents will be able to take you around and show you in the faculty as well, too. And that can be arranged during lunch break. Lunch, there's a great opportunity, the Knights Cafe, which is just 2 buildings down. It's about $8 for all-you-can-eat meal. It's always fantastic with drinks, or you can go to one of the local vendors. We appreciate you patronizing them as well. They're all part of our friends, too. Parking passes were on registration. If you do not have one, let us know. We will get you one. You will get a ticket if you're on campus. Not so much for our virtual friends of a worry, but for everyone here, we'd prefer that you don't go home with a reminder of us to pay a small fortune of a parking fee. So please let us know if you need one. And not least, I asked that we have the no heckling rule. So far, we've always been courteous and grand and had great questions to all of our guest speakers. Please keep the heckling down. If you do have a question at the end of their conversations, there will be 2 students, one on the left and one on the right. You must speak into a microphone so our streaming guests can hear you. Otherwise, they can't. Just please wait for one of the students to come and give you a microphone, and they will help you out to get that question asked as well. Next, I'd like to bring up 2 of our awesome students that are here. I hope that they didn't run and hide from me because of public speaking. And let them talk to you for 1 minute about the capture of the flag. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
You hide like the flags.
You hide like the flags. Victor Fordham and Wesley Anthem will be on stage now to talk just a little bit about the capture of the flag event.
Hi. As he said, I am Victor Fordham, and this is Wesley Altham, and we're here to talk about a capture flag event that our club, the Cyber Knights, held. Okay. Yeah. So, a little bit about the Cyber Knights first. We're a student-led club that likes to try to get students engaged into furthering their cybersecurity learning through extracurricular activities. This takes place in meetings that we hold on a regular basis to talk about different concepts in cybersecurity. And additionally, we like to get students to participate in cyber competitions. See, one thing that some students don't realize is that cybersecurity is a huge field, way too much to condense into a 4-year degree. So you can't learn everything you need from your classes, typically. So These help bridge the gap that you learn your theory and theoretical parts in your classes. Then when you get to a cyber competition, you're allowed to exercisely understand for how you need to tackle something, which is something that can be hard to teach in a class setting where you have certain core things you need to get through. So we, as the Cyber Knights, have done several different competitions. We like to do, there's a variety of competitions. We have ones like CCDC, which is where a defense competition, very applicable to the real world. You essentially are a blue team, which needs to set up your services that your network needs to provide, defend those services from active attackers. We also have CPTC, which is where you simulate a pen test, great fun competition, but primarily the Cyber Knights like to participate in competitions called CTFs, or Capture the Flags. These are kind of an everything's on the table type of competition. They're called Jeopardy style because you have a bunch of different challenges you can choose from to try to solve, categories of different varieties as well. Our particular cyber competition that we held is one we like to do to try to engage students, give them a nice introductory to CTFs. It covers a variety of topics such as web app exploitation. Yeah, so as I said, we had a cyber competition. Like now, we'd like to honor some of our winners.
For first place winner, it is Frida Wilson. Our second place winner is Daniel DeRosa. And third place is Stephanie James. Thank you guys for participating, and have a great evening.
Yeah.
Or great day.
We also like to say that thank you to our sponsors, because of them, we'll be able to provide top 10 with prizes. So a little incentive for the competition. All right. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. All right. No.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it and everything you've done today for us. And they put a little spoiler out there. One of our sponsors, well, actually two of our sponsors today has granted some very large gifts. And throughout the day on the breaks, we'll be announcing the winners. We did this randomly by registration, so hopefully you registered. It went through like every 10 or so votes. We just grabbed one, and they became the winners for today. So CompTIA and EC Council have granted almost over 30 different packages to give out today to anyone who's registered. So they'll be given out throughout the day and announced at different periods at the break. So stay. Hopefully you'll get it. If you're not here, we'll find you. So, but anyway, congratulations to the students for running an awesome event for us again this year. They're outstanding overall students because they're constantly engaged with everything we do. There's not a day that goes by that we don't have one of them at our offices, and we're proud to have them there because they're going to be industry leaders and the ones that you guys are going to be using, hopefully in the workforce soon, to protect your industry and organizations. And on the note of great students, our first speaker today, I'm proud to say, is an alumni of Middle Georgia State University's MSIT program. Justin Brooks is recently promoted. I'd like to say congratulations to him before we go any further. He is now the Director of Information Technology at Southern Trust. Just to talk a little bit about him and boast some of his career moves that he's done there for them. He's not only a network specialist and leader, but he's also focused on using technology and growth mindset inside of that industry itself and doing things that take advantage of business opportunities through technology to help advance them. Yes, he monitors and uses secure practices with his teams and is constantly pen testing his own team, and he actually has used our students here to social engineer and try to pen test into their business and organization. So it's a little bit different to hear that perspective that actual students are being the ones trying to break into something, which is kind of cool for us to hear, and students to get real world practice as well. He works highly and informative on quality assurance and working with all his teammates to make sure everybody's on top of everything at all times. Cybersecurity is not a minute break. It is not a 30-second break. It's all day long, 24/7, 7 days a week, every day of the year. His team makes sure that happens to protect the organization and all their data and the science that they work with. As part of the new things he's working in is the cloud computing area, and he's also part of the web development and app development area that he's fostering as part of his new initiatives in his new role. A little information about where he got there. Proudly, he was also one of our National Guard members, Air Guard members, sorry, I apologize about that. He worked in electronic warfare, avionics as a technician before changing over to the private sector and becoming this high role that he is today. More importantly, he's also engaged in our community. He's a sound technician at one of the largest Baptist churches in the Middle Georgia State region, and I like to call him personally a friend, and also an alumni. So thank you very much. I'm going to take the stage for our first speaker, Mr. Justin Brooks.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's good to see you all here. We're going to go ahead and get the worst out of the way so we can get to the better speakers over here. I'm just kidding. We have a lot of awesome people here today, and I'm looking forward to hearing everything that they have to say, and I'm hoping that this is helpful. As Dr. Spangler said, I went to school here not too long ago, and it was actually at stuff like this that I kind of helped move out of the Air National Guard underneath that kind of iron blanket that they have over there that keeps everybody employed and kind of venture out into IT. Whenever I first came here, I was hoping to move out into red team, blue team type stuff, thinking that IT was going to be really a lot about, hacking, testing what technologies were out there, trying to get into those networks and stuff that people were going to have us come out and test. But as I got out into IT, found out it was a lot more than just, hacking and being hacked. There was a lot of stuff that was needing to be filled. And I've actually had the privilege of stepping into the position of Director of IT at Southern Trust. And going to tell you a little bit about just the, mostly about the kind of conflicts and stuff that come, with the cybersecurity in this industry. So to tell you a little bit about Southern Trust, the company that I work at, we're a really small organization, Christian-led. That's one of the things that we tote. One of the leading industry standards right now for just the insurance side of business. Now I don't know too much about that side, but the role that I play there kind of helps with fitting and securing that sector of the industry. Insurance in general is it has a lot of people's personal identifiable information. That's one of the things that a lot of people seek when it comes to an insurance organization. And so that's basically what we're there to help fill and protect. A lot of the executives and stuff, whenever you're having conversations with them, especially for our industry, is why us being a small business, us being a small organization, why is cybersecurity an important piece of something to protect there? We don't have much money to protect. We don't have much to secure. Why are we going to be spending all this money on things to pen test, have people out to look at our stuff, and why are we fortifying our network? Well, the real main reason is even though we don't have a whole lot of money in the grand scheme of things, the things that most cyber hackers are looking for is people's personal identifiable information. And they can take that information and redistribute it on the darknet, and that's actually a very lucrative business for them. And so even though they may not be coming to get people's financials and stuff like that, they can actually cause a lot of havoc to people's lives just on that little bit of information. I know, as you all may know, with your insurance, that you guys put a lot of your bank information, if you have an incident, health information, any real identifiable piece that they love to go out there and get that information and make money off of it. Preventing this, one of the big things that we've had to do going in for whenever I took over IT, there was a lot of changes that had to be made. Of course, software, hardware, and legacy systems were things that insurance industries love to keep in the dark ages. If you don't have to spend any money on it and keep moving forward, great. And if if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? Well, a lot of the problems with that, as you all may know, see a lot of people in here that are cyber professionals and IT professionals, that a lot of this stuff, that if you don't update it and keep maintained, is just a walking target. Especially, when you've got systems that are on, Windows 2008, Windows 2003, and stuff like that. And a lot of those systems were built back then for insurance, and they relied on those because, they worked and they were solid. And basically, whenever you're working with people's we're working with people's policies and stuff like that, there's not much, data to be maintained. But whenever that stuff is maintained over a long period of time, it becomes more and more vulnerable, and we've kind of made a push to help motivate the executive team in the insurance industry into moving on to the latest and greatest technology so that we can help fortify and secure it to keep people from, walking into those easy exploits that are on those systems. Can you mind hitting next slide for me, please, sir? Thank you, sir. Along with also the hardware and software, there's also a lot of things that you need as far as firewalls, SOCs, and penetration testing. One of the big things that I was going to lead in on was also the fact that our Cyber Knights here at Middle Georgia State University have been a real huge help with our organization. We do have other companies that we work with that help us look at our network, scan it, and look for holes that may be there, and then help fill those holes. But one of the big things we're proud of having is our Cyber Knights come out and once a year, and they put on a great show. When they set up basically a mobile command center and jump in there, and they start testing our networks and try to figure out where the holes are in our network. And they did a really good job this year in helping us find a lot of vulnerabilities that were needing a patching. Some stuff we were aware of, but it just goes to show you that a lot of the things that you learn here at Middle Georgia helps with things in the real world. To go off of that, we were able to relay this information over to our SOC team, which is a third-party organization that works with Southern Trust, and they were quite surprised of how much information they were able to pick out and tease out, and as far as vulnerabilities that we had, and in partner with them, we were able to get a lot of that stuff shored up and prevented from any future attacks. But one of the biggest the most difficult parts, I would say, definitely about insurance in general and cybersecurity and IT is getting the importance of security relayed over to the executive team. Communication, I would say, is probably one of the biggest things that you learn here at Middle Georgia State University, because it's one thing to know the information, and it's one thing to know how to control it, and it's one thing to know how to work the networks. But being able to relay this over to your executive team and basically translate it to the departments that don't necessarily know what tech is, don't necessarily know how to speak IT, getting them the information, because it's one thing to say, oh, we're susceptible to being hacked, oh, we're susceptible to having, information spilled over into the dark web. Well, a lot of that stuff, you say dark web, their eyes kind of glaze over, and they don't exactly know what that is. Is it, it's just a dark abyss that this stuff is going to? Is it just a network of hackers? No. Being able to be a relay for these individuals to basically get this information in a way that they can digest it and allow you to make these changes in the organization for a big change. Sorry guys, this button's not working. This is just one of the references. All right, is there any questions that you guys may have? Yes, sir.
Hey, Arian Parham, thank
Yes.
you
Yes, sir.
for speaking today.
I appreciate
Can
it.
you describe sort of like your day-to-day, a typical day for you in the
Yeah.
office?
No, sure. That's a good question. It's really, I would say, different from day to day. A lot of the times we come in and there, it could be an emergency, quote unquote, where we've got to get something fixed. But a lot of the times it's coordinating, in my position, it's coordinating with our third-party vendors, helping kind of integrate and correlate all the daily activities that we've got going, whether it's like cloud updates, which we've got a lot of going on right now, trying to get these old legacy systems just into the latest and greatest future, or it's working with my team to help with different projects. For instance, we've basically just rebuilt the website and are trying to integrate that into basically safe practices, single sign-on and all that stuff. And then whether or not you're, I could talk on this for quite some time. I'm trying to keep it short, but it's very, very different from day to day. But a lot of it has to do with just organizing the people as they go to do their tasks. And thankfully, I have a lot of people on my team that are really smart, really talented, and are really good at what they do. And I can really lean on and depend on those individuals to go out and take care of those tasks that are needed, whether it's network, whether it's software, whether it's just a simple password reset. One of the big things we got right now is just basically just getting. I think I skipped on that point in this presentation, but just in user training. We have a team right now that's focused on that and helping get them spun up because a lot of the mistakes that are made from day to day are end users. And so right now, that's one of our biggest I guess, focal points right now is helping get that done. But I hope that answered your question. Awesome. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's someone back there in the corner.
Hello. Hi, nice to meet you. Cami Shah. I appreciate speaking to us today. So with the magnitude of the company that you work for, it's insurance, of course, there's going to be cloud computing, I'm guessing. What steps do you guys take for the protection of cloud computing?
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
What steps or what's the task to protect cloud when it comes to cloud information that's found on the cloud?
Oh, that's a very good question. So, right now we're working, and we have a third-party vendor, I guess it's Newspire, as well as another third-party vendor that we contract out, S3. Those two parties work in conjunction. The Newspire is basically our SOC. They're basically attached into every basically piece of our network and monitoring and also running a lot of background processes to help track and keep track of things that may be going on in our network that we may not be know about. And coupled with a lot of the hardware that we have installed that they gave to us, that helps keep track of just network flow in and out from and to the cloud. But then we've also got our S3, which is our third-party vendor that works with Microsoft and Azure and all the end pieces that we're using currently with our cloud computing, and they have a lot of the basic Microsoft antivirus and stuff like that, the Microsoft tools, Intune, all that stuff that work with those tools to help monitor from the cloud side. And we rely heavily on their help with that, but it's constant meetings, weekly meetings with updates and stuff like that to keep them so that they can inform us on what security stuff we need to be concerned about and stuff that we can work on to help fix it. And then also constant work with our team to help keep up with those requests that they make constantly for just not only security but for potential things that could be coming down the road, updates and stuff like that. And to go off of that, making sure that we keep up with those updates because those are another big thing. But that was a very good question. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm Johannes Van Orn, and my question is actually more directed with your relation with the Cyber Knights. When would you be working with them again?
Oh, that's a good question. Next year, actually. We've been kind of staggering Cyber Nights with we have I guess with a small company, we have a plethora of third parties we work with. But another one of our pen testing teams that's actually, that's their job, is to be red team. And so we'll have them coming out here in the near future, and then soon to follow you guys with that. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for coming out last time, by the way. I see a few familiar faces in here that were out there helping with that team, so it's kind of cool to see you all in here. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's been a world of help with your guys' specialties. Yes, sir.
What kind of recommendations do you have?
Get on the mic.
What kind of recommendations do you have for our students here at MGA if they wanted to get into what you're doing? What kind of certs or anything should they be studying up for?
Yes, that's a good question. The really awesome thing about our company, we are a small company, we are hiring a lot of, I'd say about 90% of our IT team is from Middle Georgia. With a lot of the students here that are just, getting their degrees, we do have internships, and then also availabilities for, once you get your degree, for you to slide in and start working. And we've actually reached out to a couple of the guys that are currently in here. But for security and insurance in general, a lot of organizations look like for Security Plus or any other, Microsoft is another good one if you're specialized in any of the the plethora of certifications they have in classes for those specific tools, because a lot of insurance companies are Microsoft based. I try not to speak too much for every insurance organization, but I would say for the most part that the best thing to do would be to talk. If you're interested in going to an insurance organization, find out what certs that they require for that position, because there's a lot of different fields in IT, and often it can help you from wasting your time or money on getting the wrong cert, and that way you can get the one that you need for that job. I know that's kind of contrary to how most people go into an interview. They kind of try to have their ducks in a row beforehand, but if you can get that before the interview, that'd be best, because a lot of that stuff costs a lot of money and time, and it could really help you get what that organization is for that job that you're looking for, what cert that you need for that job. That's what I would recommend. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a quick question for
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
How do you feel research is involved in your field? I mean, is it helpful that you, maybe as a graduate student or as a bachelor student as well, that you embed research in your day-to-day work?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I would say from a kind of a lower end, research is like an everyday thing in IT. I know for my job, we're constantly looking up stuff, trying to figure out, I guess you can say consulting the Oracle, Google, trying to figure out what problems comes when it comes to small things and how is the best way to solve it. But also like from the collegiate perspective, when it comes to research, I mean, a lot of the stuff that's going on here in these walls as far as studies for like security practices and stuff like that is a huge helpful piece to individuals like me, because when we got guys coming out fresh from college, one of the big things that I guess didn't used to be before, where you'd expect somebody fresh out of college to not to be too much help towards the organization. They still got a long learning curve. A lot of these guys are coming right out of the gate with a lot of research studies and material that is really beneficial to a lot of organizations. And not to mention a lot of the time spent in positions like mine, you do spend a lot of time kind of combing through those documents, trying to find, while your team's working on something, trying to find maybe some useful tools, useful information that you can pass down to them to reference to help kind of build up any project that you're working on. Was that direct to your question, or? Okay, awesome. Yes, ma'am, thank you. Yes, sir.
How do you measure quality insurance on a project?
Quality insurance, it's quality assurance, I guess you're saying, I guess so that I make sure that I'm answering your question right. Do you mean like the success of that project, or are you talking about like, okay, that's a very, it really depends on the project, because the projects are all different sizes. I know we're in a good, project right now that would be to lean off of, that I'd be interested to kind of re-answer that question with. But for instance, we're trying to migrate a lot of our stuff to the cloud. And a lot of, going from legacy systems to those more cloud-based systems, it's not just a point and click stuff going from one place to the other. A lot of it has to be broken and remade. And so there's a lot of pain that comes from that, especially from the end users, not just our customers, but also our people that are working behind the scenes. And if we can keep that, in the IT's perspective, if we can keep that to a minimum and try to make it as painless as possible and also unnoticed, that's a huge win for IT in an active organization. The key is basically for us is to keep people from screaming, because a lot of times phone calls come through, something's not working right. But if we can keep everything to where it's just functioning and flowing the way it needs to be without us being involved, we know we're doing the right thing, but at the same time doing it in a way that everything works better and easier for the IT team going forward. If we can build stuff to where in the future, if we got to make changes, it doesn't take as much. That's a huge win. And then also, I guess, to the point of the conference, if we can do it and keep it secure, that's just the icing on the cake. I guess those would be the main points we're looking at as far as from a QA perspective once we're doing projects. That's a really good question. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi. Yeah, we just want to know, for members of the club and such, and just students in general, what's some of the best ways they can look into trying to line up for an internship with a company like Southern Trust?
Yeah. So the biggest thing, I guess, for internships is a lot of them, you're kind of wanting to be towards the, I don't want to say the end of, sophomore, junior, senior, kind of, freshmen are kind of a little bit harder to work in because really you haven't touched on any of the material needed for basically that, I guess, intellect for the job. And so we kind of like to look in and see what you're studying for classes in your core curriculum. And then also, if you can build a good resume, that helps a ton. I know that resumes aren't, necessarily the most generic, depending on the organization. They can fluctuate a lot. But if you can really kind of practice that, I know it's not something taught too much here at the school, but that piece, along with your curriculum that you're taking, and then if you can really just kind of show up and be honest, and you don't have to be the most knowledgeable, because we're not expecting that out of an internship. But just the fact that if we have an intern coming, or a prospect intern coming in, and they're honest about what they know, and then if we ask them questions, yes or no answers and stuff like that, if they're able to effectively say no and be confident in saying that they don't know the answer, that's a huge. I wouldn't think of any organization that wouldn't take that as a strong point of any person that they're trying to hire, because they don't want the individual that's going to come in and fluff on a resume and then fluff on their interview and say that they can do all these things and come find out that they can't. And so one of the big things that we key on when we have interviews is a person that can confidently say, I don't know, but I can learn, or I can find out. And so I'd say those big pieces are things that we look at for our interns, but not to mention also our full-time hires. it's a huge, I guess you can say, telling point of someone's personality and how they're gonna perform, how they're gonna be with the rest of the team if they can actively show that they're an individual that can admit that they'll figure stuff out. Then, yes, sir. I hope that answered your question. Thank you. Any other questions? Awesome. I really appreciate it. And thank you for your all's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Again, we appreciate every speaker that's coming here today because, one, they are doing this on their time to try to enrich and engage our students and the public and help them learn a little bit from an EMIC perspective on what they do on a daily basis. We have a minute here that I can use to announce a couple winners from our partners that are sponsoring the event as well. And the first one on the list that came up randomly was Nicole Light. Is Nicole here today or streaming? If we know, we might be able to see in the chat line. I'm not sure. But if not, that's okay. You can contact us and we will get the information to you for one of the certifications that's out there. This will come from EC Council or CompTIA. The second person, we'll announce another one now, if it's okay with you guys, I don't see any objections, is Amanda Glover. Is Amanda here today? Hey, congratulations, Amanda. So we'll hold off for another one for our next little, actually, Amanda, if you could see Professor Steins in the back today and get some information, he'll coordinate that. I apologize. Some information to him, and he'll coordinate getting everything to you for the award and certifications you can choose from. We have a bunch more coming up. I'm going to try and do them every break. And our schedule right now, we build in just for a short little coffee and networking break. So I'll ask everybody to get up, stretch for a minute before we start our next series of speakers. That'll start at 9:10. We're going to try to keep to the schedule because of the streaming, because people are popping in and out on the stream as well. So if you guys would like to take a short little break, if you have questions or need anything, our docents are here too. If you want a quick tour of the school, we can line you up with one of our students to show you around our faculty as well. But we'll start again with our next speaker series about 9:10. So we have about a 10-minute break. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, everybody, welcome back. And everyone on the stream, welcome back too. We appreciate it. The room is filling up with great smiles and great cybersecurity minds, which is awesome. Our next set of speakers is the dynamic duo. They are partners. They are experts beyond in the field of cybersecurity as well. I'm going to read just a little bit of their bios. More of these bios are on our website too. If you go to mga.edu, you look on the home page, you see today's event. You can click on that, and you'll launch us into the speakers area as well. The overall large bios are there. Please check them out, and some links into other information that's on there about our school, the School of Computing, Department of IT, and other areas of interest you might want to get engaged with. Today's first speaker in this series is Patrick Sullivan. Many of you know him in this area because he is a figure in the Middle Georgia State region and area himself. He is the Vice President of Xterra Solutions and Telos Corporation. More importantly to me, he's a peer. He is one of our instructors here that gives his time up, as I like to say, because to being an adjunct instructor here, you are given a lot of time up because you are dedicated to students and working very hard. It is a constant 7 days a week piece that you're doing as an instructor. So every one of our adjunct instructors, especially the professional mindsets, are near and dear to our hearts because they take on a lot of extra workload to make sure we are continuing fostering our ABET curriculum to meet the demands of having that higher level of learning that we have here at Middle Georgia State University. Not only is he part of the VP team, he is also responsible for the solutions architecture at Telos and cyber risk management and automation. Right there, that's enough for me to go home. Too much work. I admire it. I can watch it all day. He has deployed products and works with support teams. He is extensive in his technical knowledge, and more so, he has more probably certifications than anyone else I know. He is constant and prolific at keeping up with the industry standards and beyond. He's the co-founder and president of the International Information Systems Security Certification Consortium. If you can say that twice real fast, I will give you the money that's in my wallet right now, which is nothing, sorry, but at least you'll be happy. He is also part of the Middle Georgia State chapter for the group, and he is a part of the Global Advisory Committee as well. He's a certified ethical hacker. He's a computer hacking forensic expert and certified in Azure and AWS as well. Cloud service, I'm sorry, for AWS. His partner is Vince Chivert. I think I messed that up. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. He is Vice President of Technical Sales for the state, local, and educational market at Telos. He has served as a Chief Information Technology Officer at Telos, and he's also led a lot of organizations across this great country of ours. And one that I picked out to talk about for a minute was very interesting to me was the fact that he was in the education field. You know, obviously near and dear to my peers. He worked specifically with the Loudoun County Public Schools. He served as the Assistant Superintendent of Digital Innovation. And during that project, he worked with Virginia's largest school system to create 100 miles of dark fiber, rolled out a Chromebook series to more than 85,000 students. I couldn't imagine protecting one Chromebook from my students right now. I just wouldn't even want to consider 85,000. Just think about that number for 1 minute, folks. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll introduce our next speakers. Gentlemen.
So I will acknowledge this out of the box. Patrick and I did not coordinate outfits. He goes, "Hey man, what are you gonna wear?" And I'm like, "I'm gonna wear khakis and probably a polo shirt." He lied. So I did wear khakis. They're just green. Like I figured, all right, I'm gonna grab the green pair. There's no way he's gonna wear. Who wears green khakis? Apparently Patrick.
All right, cyber risk management and automation. So the theme of the seminar here is partly innovation. So that's really want to kind of get in there, but really the focus on cybersecurity is kind of what all the speakers are talking about is what are we facing here in cybersecurity? So the agenda, obligatory agenda. And as we were introduced, we kind of picked certain things out of here, but basically it's saying we're old. I'm going to let you pick up here, Vince, and talk about our...
Yeah, so Telos is a pretty old company in terms of technology. So we've been around about 40 years. Almost all of that time we have been associated or specifically dedicated to the DoD and intelligence space. So it's only been within the last probably year or year and a half to where we've made our services and our capabilities available commercially and inside of the state, local, and EDU. So we have done everything from hardened devices that operate in active theater. We do major military base installations of wireless capabilities, both all over, right? Air Force, Army, almost all of them. So we're almost in every single DoD agency that you can probably come up with or think of. These are some of the names that we have, but we're also outside of the military or DoD space. We're relatively unknown. Do we have the next slide? So one of the big things that Telos is kind of secretly known for is our work with AWS, specifically in the idea of when you guys may remember when the CIA made their transition to the cloud, kind of John, our CEO, refers to it as a shot heard around the world. But that's when the CIA decided to make the transition. We were the cyber risk company that did all of their on-prem to ensure that their risk and compliance was up to check and they had their ability to operate, authorization to operate. The first time that the CIA tried to do that, they bombed out, right? It didn't happen. It took them like a year and a half or so to do. So they came to us and said, hey, could you please work with AWS to get us where we need to be? And that's where we transitioned from an on-prem kind of company into the cloud. Today, we have direct hooks capabilities in AWS, Azure, working with Google at this point with the new release, Oracle, and a couple others. So in terms of who we are an everything company at this point.
And this slide really just represents some of the other things we do across the cybersecurity land field in the company. So the flagship cybersecurity tool that we author is Xacta, and I'll let Vince talk about what Xacta does.
Sure. So Xacta, going back to that heritage of 40 years, we started out kind of being the hands and feet of cybersecurity and compliance and being able to do the checks. Well, what we found and what some of our current CISO and one of our current VPs and product managers discovered is it wasn't scalable. You can't do it yourself. Like, you know, you're going to be limited. So how do you build automation? How do you build a platform that allows you to be able to do it more efficiently, more effectively in order to be able to ensure that you have the ability to meet and exceed cyber compliance? That's where they build Xacta from. So Xacta is an IT GRC. We're not a full-blown GRC. We don't want to be. We do what we do really well, and that's the IT governance and risk compliance. We do work off of the ability to inherit data and information from various different sources and correlate them back to both policy-based as well as technical controls to give an organization a full visibility of risk and compliance. The big piece too is we have the ability to continuously monitor that in an automated fashion. So that way it isn't something that you have to rudimentarily do all the time. It just happens as you schedule it, as your systems are set up to do it.
And that really leads us into the cybersecurity challenges that everybody faces, but we've acknowledged this for like 20 years. Xacta itself was built specifically for our assessors and analysts that were going out and doing this for themselves and finding that, again, the paperwork, the bulk of paper once you do accreditation, it used to be that it was how thick your paperwork was. So you stack of paper, more secure. This much, even more secure. That didn't work long term. So basically, all those challenges boil down to today, organizations are working across the enterprise. Complex systems, like Justin mentioned, moving to the cloud, there's a lot of challenges in that. So basically what we need to do is wrap our arms around that and present that in an efficient manner to be able to make risk decisions. And then the focus on the state and local, I'm going to let Vince handle all of that because that's his full-time job. All right. So yeah, again, working across the enterprise, we definitely want to make sure that we take account of all of those features and functions that we have to secure.
I think the biggest thing in that is we all have to recognize that we lost control. Forever and a day, so as a 20-year CIO before making the transition here, I hardened my campuses. I knew when students came onto my campuses, they were safe and secure there. As mentioned, I gave out 86,000 Chromebooks. God knows where those kids can connect from. Starbucks, worst case scenario, they're probably connecting from home with routers that still have the default username and password on them. But the idea is containment isn't no longer an issue. Perimeter is no longer an idea. The perimeter is now at the endpoint. And any company that is of a modern nature, their staff isn't working from a secure location. Hell, even the CIA isn't necessarily specifically working from the same kind of secure location bunker. Not to say that they don't have it theoretically, but they also have people that don't. So the idea that you now have people that are working outside your defined areas now have changed the landscape across technology.
Yeah, it used to be that we defined our scope or our boundary about what your assets that are like within your touch. But now, extending that network to your pocket and be able to do damage as a hacker, getting into somebody's phone and then getting into your enterprise network through something that you can carry around is kind of devastating. If someone gets a hold of that. I talked a little bit about the complexity. So again, 85,000 Chromebooks, complex networks just exacerbate the ability for both the IT and cybersecurity to wrap their minds around patching levels, just various things that you have to worry about. And then,
how many of you have a Wi-Fi connected device that 10 years ago you would thought, who the hell would ever put Wi-Fi in that? Right? So one of the biggest hacks on a casino, do you guys know where it came from? The fish tank. A freaking thermometer. So some of the biggest hacks that happened in major commercial happened through HVAC systems.
yeah, the target.
So the idea is it's a weird little landscape we're in now. It's a whole new game than it was 10 years ago.
And when we get down to the IoT and the industrial control systems, probably right in here where we've got an opportunity to enter the network through thermostats, smart devices that, again, your refrigerator or whatever that might be. So we got this big landscape of different devices that can harm us. All right, so again, Justin mentioned, their small company is moving to the cloud. So Vince started out by saying, the CIA moved to the cloud a few years ago that we helped out. And
the only reason we can mention that is because they actually did a case study with us. Otherwise, they're typically pretty tight-lipped. But since we actually have them quote it and they're part of the case study, we can share that. So that's kind of, and now that we're a publicly traded company, we can share other things. But typically before that happened, we wouldn't have been able to disclose that.
SaaS in itself is an interesting model also for security because you're really giving up that control. So you got the potential for users signing up You've got this shadow IT that's happening. As IT and cybersecurity professionals in your organizations, you got to keep track of all of that because, again, you're giving up control, you're giving up credentials, you're giving up access to these other organizations that you got to trust.
And along that idea of, and I don't think it was necessarily part of what we're going to talk about, but the feds kind of got smart to the idea that there are a lot of SaaS providers now providing services and capabilities to the federal government, whether they be in the military or in the civilian side. So a thing called FedRAMP came about. And what FedRAMP does is it actually asks you and asks those companies to be able to certify against to ensure a continuous monitoring. Well, what we've seen now is the states have gone, wait a minute, shouldn't we have that too? So they've just recently launched StateRAMP. So now there are at least 10 different states that have adopted that, one being Texas that actually put it into law. We're actually dealing with that now as a company. Ironically, what we do is we actually help facilitate the StateRAMP, FedRAMP process. But since we have a SaaS solution that is Exacta, we're having to actually go through that process now that we got caught up in that legislation. Again, big type of compliance issues that are coming down the pike across all sectors, and that's just one of them. Click. So bad people want to do bad things to our public institutions. And people go, why? Like, why does somebody want to hack a school division? Like, what do they have? What are you going to get, test scores? No, what you're really going to get is you're going to get a lot of information, a lot of data about kids that are under the age of 12 that don't have a digital footprint. So part of what our company does is we also have a whole vertical that deals with digital identity, multiple different products. So if you know anybody that participated or worked for the census, we were the digital identity group behind that. So we manage all of those. We manage a lot of the TSA credentialing for agents as well as TSA PreCheck. So we're kind of big in the digital identity space. So inside of this, what we know is kids under the age of 12 don't have a digital footprint. But you now have their name, their address, where they are, their ethnicity, etc. And you'll think, oh man, so we heard the gentleman talk about the idea of the dark web. So ransomware is a really big issue, whether you're state, local, or in the EDU space. What we do now know is ransomware has taken on a little different meaning. It now has 2 different payloads that they're looking for. It started out probably about 2 years ago. The idea of ransomware was, hey, could we hit you? Could we ask you and extort you for money as fast as possible and move on to the next? What we do now know is ransomware actors are going to sit in your environment anywhere from 6 to 12 months. And then while they're there, they're going to collect and harvest all kinds of information and data, including usernames, passwords, your usernames and passwords. And they're going to work on how do they branch out from your organization into other organizations to use your credentials to do that. So that's all cool. But while they're capturing all that information and that data about users, the big payload is kids, because they have the ability to buy and sell those on the dark web multiple different times. And then you got to think about, okay, well, is that so bad? Like, so what? I know my daughter's friends, 2 of them went to go get a driver's license and the DMV told them they had already issued their driver's license. Wasn't them when they looked it up in the system. However, who is the secondary victim? Who does that help perpetuate that crime on? It's human trafficking. Because what good is a digital identity if you're not going to be able to use it? To be able to move kids back and forth across the border, it's a lot harder to do. Even talk to a college kid about a fake ID. They'll tell you, hey, I don't use a fake ID anymore. I use my ID that we manipulate, because that's a misdemeanor, not a felony. So if they use a fake name and take a fake persona, they know that's big trouble. So they figured that out. Well, if they figured that out, you don't think cartels have figured that out? That they don't know that they can utilize real information and real data and be able to move people back and forth across the border? That's what's happening. That's the big deal. That's the secret little big deal that nobody's talking about as it relates to what's going on. And while criminal organization groups, it's not kids sitting in a basement. These are organized crime units that are working out of Russia, Iran, North Korea, all kinds of bad places. This is a higher ed snapshot to show all the data breaches that have happened. So when people say, oh, is it really a big deal? Is it really me? Yeah, it's everybody. Everybody's leaking data. We know that we give away about $6 billion worth of intellectual property from our higher ed institutions on a yearly basis. That's billion with a B. K-12 isn't that bad, right? Here's the K-12 picture. So information and data is leaking out of our systems at a record pace. It's a big deal. And it's a big payoff.
So, yeah, so what we can do, because we can't do this by typing on the keyboard, we've got to figure out a smarter way to do that. So one of the ways to do that is with automation. The first thing we need to do is automate our infrastructure. So if you're familiar with infrastructure as code, there's a lot of tools out there, Terraform, Ansible, some of the couple that we use in the company to deploy our stuff. So beyond that is, in Exacta we use workflows, so automated workflows. You guys are familiar with that and doing stuff in D2L and Brightspace. That's kind of a workflow that helps you get through your education objectives. Documentation used to be documentation again was this thick. Now documentation should be electronic, should be automatic, should be should be something you don't touch.
So inside the federal government, they've selected and have kind of dropped in on the idea that they're going to follow NIST 53 as the primary. How about anybody else? How about Georgia? Do they have an official cybersecurity standard? They'll say they follow CSF. How about K-12s? There's no universal. So the idea that we really don't have universally across the board anyone necessarily following best practice, that's huge. Now, I can tell you the feds are starting to push back to this point of why this is a big deal. So the Federal Student Aid Agency has just came out last spring and said, hey, universities, if we're giving you money for our kids and we're giving you our kids' information and data, we're going to ask that you're going to be NIST 171 compliant here shortly. The only hitch in that giddy up is they didn't put a timeline on it. So I would love to be able to see a timeline for a couple different reasons. One, it's going to make kids more safe and secure. My kids are getting ready to go to college, so that would be awesome. But two, we also have a product that does it in full disclosure. But
as Vince said, there's frameworks. There's tons of frameworks that you could use. Over on your left is your cybersecurity framework, which gives you a good wrapper, but it doesn't really put a patch on your system. So you've got to mature across the spectrum of frameworks. They all look the same, but they actually have different purposes. So the NIST cybersecurity framework, then you've got the RMF risk management framework, specifically on systems and scope, and then FedRAMP, as he mentioned, that's specifically for cloud, and then the customization is really how you're actually doing your business, and then complying or meeting or just mopping up your cyber hygiene on those controls that you have to comply with. So, as we mentioned, Exact is the framework for do that. We also use Exact.io as more of a tactical tool to consolidate information about your systems and your scope. And then Vince mentioned the C2S study, which is the Intel community's and CIA's system that they put in the cloud. It's actually a commercial AWS run classified instance of a cloud. You mentioned the case study. If anybody wants to read the case study, you can stop by and I can give you some contact information about that. One of the things I mentioned for automation was text and the actual documentation of it. And this is released a framework that they're currently evolving right now. It's called OSCAL. It's basically the ability to document your compliance, pull in information from the automated tools, your deployment tools, your testing tools, and then put it into a package and then automatically transfer that to a different organization to make risk decisions on your system. A little bit more about OSCO. I think the slides are going to be available after this, right?
We'll try to post them online, yes.
Yeah, so the slides will be online. Here's a link you can go to and check out what they're talking about. Our approach, and a little bit technical, of looking at how we layer in information on that, and then it's all XML, it's all code, so it's easy to exchange across different accreditation boundaries. Again, our vision is to make it as easy and as transportable as possible. All right, so what does that mean to you as students and cyber professionals, IT professionals? Is we need to skill up. Part of my other job is IC Squared. I'm chapter president, so they do workforce studies every year. This is the latest workforce study that they published, and they're showing a severe shortage of individuals in cybersecurity. And over on the right here, you see this is the shortage. Even though they're closing the gap a little bit, it's still a huge shortage of professionals in the security field, cybersecurity, to make positive difference. So,
And since we do have a bunch of students, just know that there are a lot of opportunities in cybersecurity that really won't end up being like hacking. He mentioned it earlier, but sales support. I mean, there are the amount of opportunities that you're going to have available in terms of all of those different areas and verticals are huge as you move forward. Today is the least amount of cybersecurity experts we'll ever need in the world for an infinite number of years. So everything is just going to need more and more and more as it relates to the work that you're doing.
and it pays good. So
Doesn't pay shabby.
yeah, as a hiring manager, manager of a section, we're having a hard time finding people that have the right skills and the right aptitudes to actually fill the workforce. So that's driving the starting wages up. So just want to kind of leave that with you as the opportunities in cybersecurity. I think we got a minute to answer a couple questions.
Got one in the back.
Damian Allen, I'm wondering what skills and certifications you're looking for with somebody who's joining the cybersecurity field.
A lot of them are base level security certifications, just like CompTIA offers here. IC Squared is actually producing a new entry level certification. I'm actually going to be working with the school here to see if we can actually bring that in, maybe into some courses. So it's Security Plus is a really good start. I've got CSSP, which is really a management one, but starting with some of those low levels. And then on the cloud and IT space, a lot of those you can get by the courses that you guys are taking here in the university. So there's a wide range, and as just mentioned in the certification, you look at the job you want, take somebody's resume, and reverse engineer that to your path to getting that.
So the other thing I would also mention there is a portfolio or a book of work that you have the ability to demonstrate or show your proficiency. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that you're either going to have the ability to do right out of the box because you've been doing it for a long time. Maybe you've been building applications in your basement and you now have the ability to do that quick. Well, that shows a lot of initiative. It shows a lot of capability. It shows a lot of individual drive. So if you're able to walk in and show that and be able to talk to it, that's a lot more powerful than the certification is itself.
Yeah, I think I'm getting a hook.
Hook.
If you guys have questions, I got my cards over here on the table. We can talk at breaks or whatever. You can come by. Feel free to ask us questions after.
Never give a sales guy a microphone.
Can you tell them about what ATO is?
Yeah, so she's asking about ATO as an authority to operate, which is really your review and basically approval of whoever has taken that risk for the system, whether it's the CIO or the CEO. They say, I believe that system's secure, I'm going to sign off. But that's a page that's backed by dozens of documents, dozens of decisions, dozens of controls, and hundreds of tests that have done to prove that your authority to operate is valid. Okay? Down here? Good. Thank you.
Well, the acts keep getting harder and harder to follow, which is terrific and great for the audience, and I'm proud of that. The next act up actually is a short little talk about one of the greatest gems that we have here on campus. Professor Tina Ashford's going to enlighten you a little bit about a project she's been working on and the new status that she has here in the university, which we're really, really proud of. Professor, you have a minute?
Good morning, I'm Tina Ashford, and today I am here representing the Middle Georgia State University Museum of Technology. So while you all are here looking for innovation in cybersecurity, I am here representing the systems that you can't hack, at least through networking, because none of our machines are networked. We have machines on display up at the museum, which is located in the library. That is, oh my gosh, we go back to like 1977 with original TRS-80s, and we go through the 1990s as well. So one thing that distinguishes us from other museums is the fact that you can go and play with our machines. And during break, I want to invite you. We've got 3 of them set up right outside the doors here. I think we're running Lemons, if you remember Lemmings. Okay, and we've got Blockout running out there, and we have a Mario game as well on an original NES. So stop by there after the break and take a look at the machines. Play with them if you want to. That's what they're there for. And I hope you'll be able to go up and visit the museum during one of your breaks, maybe at lunch. So just some information about the museum. We founded this back in 2018. And we do focus on personal computing, so we don't have any large mainframe systems up there. We don't really have the space. If we did get any donated, we could maybe work something out. Talk to me later. But we do have 8 display cases that have a wide variety of not only personal computing types of equipment, but we have consumer electronics that date back to, again, the 1970s, which is ancient by today's standards. Maybe I should have put a challenge for some of you to try to hack some of our systems just for fun. And I do realize the importance of physical security, so if you can't get at our machines, I think they're probably pretty secure. So I'll have to follow a few of you around if you do go up and visit the museum, make sure you're not doing any virus infiltrating of our systems. Let's see, other things that we have here is the dedicated room for you to interact with the computers. We also have some IBM PS2s. We have a PC Junior up there, which is usually a favorite. I mentioned the Radio Shack computers. We have about 5 of them. Only like 1 or 2 are on display at the moment, though. They're kind of trouble prone, so we sometimes have to swap them out. We've got Apple people here. Macintosh, original Macintosh? No? Okay, well, if you don't even know what I'm talking about, go up to the museum and you can see and play with them. So anyway, we've got some game systems as well. Also, we do community service. We do host a lot of school children that come during the summer to visit our museum and learn about the history of computing. So you can find us any time you want to go to Facebook, or you can go to Instagram, or you can go to the Twitter feed as well, and these are the actual links to that. I don't know if those will be available to you, but we have QR codes out there by the computers that you can scan that'll take you to our different social media sites. So Do we have time for questions, if anybody has anything? How can people help is the question. That's great. Money is always helpful. We can take donations through the MGA Foundation. Also, we are always looking for donations of old equipment. We will visit, we are not above diving into dumpsters. We also take any type of equipment that you might have laying around that you would want to donate, or you just happen to come across. I know some of the OTR representative today just told me that they found an old Toshiba laptop down at the Cochrane campus, and would we be interested? And I said, yes, we would definitely be interested. So monetary donations and donations of equipment are always welcome, as well as display cases. We're just running out of space, so if you know of anybody who has any type of display cases that need anything to be displayed in, we can help with that. Okay, thank you. Enjoy the conference, and I'll be around, and come out and visit us by the computers during break.
Thank you, Professor Aspert. I'd be remiss if I didn't say how cool this is by saying that her son, which will be his future alumni here, is one of the docents for it, has done incredible amount of works on this project. And I made mention of my first computer. It was an Apple IIc. It was cool. And I opened my door the one day out of my office, and what was sitting there, they found an original, in mint condition, Apple IIc. So now every day I get to open the door up and look at it and say, wow, I wish I was young again. So anyway, but on a great note, our next speaker is here today, and he's going to wow you. He's a Cisco's engineer. For 27 years, he's been in the field and working with experience with networks. He has cybersecurity, I think, tattooed on him. He is an expert in almost every area of it. And he's going to bring to us today the idea of multi-fabric distributed cybersecurity integrations. I practiced that for about 4 hours yesterday. I still can't get it straight, so I apologize for that. Mehdi Jafari is here today with us, and he again drove a long way, is donating his time to everybody, and we can't appreciate every single speaker that's here today. He's going to talk about some of the Cisco products and designs of what he's working on right now with his team, and he's going to talk to you today, and he'll be here on the break, so you can also get some extra time in with him as well, because I know he's going to be a sought-after speaker to talk to as well. Mehdi, you ready? I'll give you the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's always exciting to come back to universities because I started out in cybersecurity as just like you guys. It was 1992 to 95. I just walked into the IT department at USC in Columbia and volunteered to learn. So I started much like you guys and then ended up working for a global company where we had to be the initial phases of PCI when credit cards got processed online. So that's how we all started. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is the Telos team did a really good job of painting the picture. Why is this such a complex problem? And it all comes down to really, we do things anywhere we are now. There is no way that we can force anyone not to use their devices no matter where they are and get on and get to applications and the data that they need. So with that comes, as Spider-Man says, with power comes a lot of responsibility. So if you look at it, we need to be able to trust these devices and users no matter where they are. You're going to access what you need to access, and everyone is after that information in one way or another. So we're going to take a look at what the Telos team did a really good job of painting the picture. I'll take it a little lower for you guys. As you learn this, there's tons of opportunities, what it is that it really goes on behind the scene. In fact, I was going to show you guys this live, but I updated it really quickly so you could see it because I can't use it. If you look in that corner, I don't even use anyone's network anymore. That's actually what went into the hospitals that were built immediately for COVID. Vaccine hubs use this, and you'll kind of see exactly what we're talking about here in just a minute. So why is this such a big problem? You guys, your devices and networks are all distributed. Doesn't matter where you go, you want to access your information. We need to figure out how we can trust to let the device get what it's asking for. The other part of it is you may have started hearing a couple of things that are evolving very quickly in the industry: Zero Trust and SASE, which is Secure Access Service Edge. So for security to follow you, we need to trust you and your device to let you talk, and then we need that secure service edge to move with you. So that's what we're going to talk about. So first of all, you could be anywhere. Second of all, we need to check first before we let you access anything. Second of all, and the last bit here, second of all, is network and security are really essentially the same thing. We can't assume that you're going to be behind a firewall that follows you around all the time. The perimeter has moved to the devices just like the Telos team described. So what's it look like? What are the big challenges? I'm going to skip to this. This is what we've been dealing with in the last few years. As you guys have been trying to learn through this madness of COVID, everybody was trying to figure out how to accomplish this. So you can't be in a classroom. You can't be behind this secure moat we've built to protect all your personal information, all of the university's intellectual property. We were not behind the moat anymore. We were pretty much anywhere and everywhere trying to get to it. It snowballed very quickly. Do I force everyone to VPN in? I'm sure you guys have tried to do that before. That might not be very, very experience friendly, right? A lot of people going into that same central point. There's a lot of complexities with that. So maybe we distribute it out to you so you could directly get into your virtual learning. But then how do we secure that? So there is a really, really other big problem, which I'll show you a view of that when I work from home. It's the encryption problem. And you'll see in just a second how much of my traffic, no matter where I am, as I work, is encrypted. So that encryption is another methodology. Bad guys, bad actors are hiding things to drop on your personal device. So the easiest way for them to get stuff to end up on your device, to extract the information the Telos team was talking about, is to hide it inside encrypted communication, and hopefully it will either end up dropping on your device or on the application server that you're accessing. And then they can extract, and what's happened, which again the Telos team did a really good job of touching on, is they're not immediately letting you know they've done that. They'll just sit there, monitor, extract, gather data, and then throw a kill switch of whatever nature they're looking for. So that's going to happen there. So what does it look like? I promised I'll show you this. I was going to demo it live. That thing is there. My laptop's actually connected to that, so is all my devices. This is me working from home. Take a look at this box in the middle. 98% of everything I do is encrypted. Of course, I happen to work for a company with a lot of intellectual property. There's some kind of military operation happening somewhere in the world. They're trying to get into every US company. As you can see, when we work, we don't actually leave much of anything in the open anyway. So 98% of my things that I do on a day-to-day basis, and mind you, I'm not at an office anymore, behind the moat, is encrypted. So how do I know all that's good? So we're going to take a closer peek at that. So how do I know this encrypted stuff is good? So this is another view of that same workflow automation that's sitting behind the scene, looking at everything I have, talking back and forth while I work on all this intellectual property, critical information, your customer information, our stuff. How do I know none of these are bad? If you notice, it's automatically triggering a workflow which is analyzing everything, including all of that 98% being encrypted. First of all, it's going to tell me if I have any heartbeat that's going outside of things that I consider my local network. As you guys can see, it clearly tells me there is consistent heartbeat conversations. Anytime you see the word heartbeat in a world of security, you should pay attention, because something is constantly talking to a mastermind of some sort in the back end. So you'd really want to know that. The second part is, how many of those are persistent and outside of what I marked as my safe network? And it's also pointing all of that out. But because I have my fabrics, the network and the security fabric, always checking with each other before they let a single packet get on the network, it also tells me the disposition of what I'm talking to. If you look right here, we're also analyzing every target that anything I talk to who it is and whether it has a disposition of being known as something malicious or not. So again, automation at a network and security together, inherently aware of each other, checking everything the second you or your device ask for anything before it lets it talk, is where things are evolving to very, very quickly. So let's take a look at the next one. So how do we solve for this problem? Again, we happen to make some of this technology, and what I wanted to point out here is, for me to be able to trust a user and a device, I really need to understand what it is they're trying to do. Who are you? What is your device? What kind of application are you trying to get into? And we happen to actually make platforms that handle all of them. No matter how you want to move a packet, we're Cisco, we make a platform for that. We have a platform that has all avenues of security inspections. That's the security fabric sitting in the middle. And we actually happen to be able to partner with you guys on your application fabric. So because we have visibility into all of it, this is why we can safely work from anywhere. And this is why I was able to pop the SIM card out of my phone, plug it into that little tactical kit that's always with me. I volunteer with this for national disasters and everything of that nature. I was able to take the SIM out of my phone, pop it in there. This is happening in the background. I know I'm fully secure. So how do we solve it if we can make these different things that we need every day aware of each other? That hodgepodge madness that you saw, all of a sudden we can kind of start streamlining that. We can now let you safely take any device out, go anywhere you want to go, and try to access what you are given access to, but track on the back end how things are happening and whether anything should be maybe suppressed or paused or not accessed. So that's exactly what we can do. How is that possible? Again, I was going to do a live demo. If you guys want to see it in action, stop by. I'll show you because I'm connected to it. How that is possible is anything that's a network device, and you guys all deal with that. When you go home, you have some router that's connected to an internet provider. You probably have this little widget we so lovingly call an access point that lets you not have cables and go anywhere in your house. So what we've done is, since we need those network devices to move our data and packets anyway, we've made them an extension of a security fabric. So when I want to go to something, it says, hey, Mehdi on his device wants to go to this website. Before I let it move that packet, can you check for me and tell me if it's safe? It's that simple, but building that automation and workflow is really difficult, and that's what's happening, and that's the opportunity the Telos team was talking about. There's a shortage of literally hundreds of thousands of professionals that can help with this on a day-to-day basis everywhere. So from a student career perspective, definitely learn as much security as you can, especially with automation. Now, anything that you'll come over there and I'll show you, I've only used 3 API keys. And that's some of the thing that the team before me was talking about. Automation is key. And for us, since we have the fabrics, when you acquire one of these fabrics, we give you a key for that platform. Everything you'll see me using there is using simply 3 keys. One for the security fabric, one for the network fabric, and one for the automation that stitches all that security data together. I invested in those products. I get the key. I can share the key between each other. They immediately start preserving that metadata, those remnants of data as I try to do things, and they immediately analyze it before they move those packets. So if it's bad, drop it. So what's it look like? If I try to go to a website, what it's going to do is say, there's 3 dispositions for anything we want to do and ask for. Is it confirmed good? Is it confirmed bad? Or is it somewhat questionable? If it's good, carry on, line rate, no impact to your performance, as fast as you like to stream or play or whatever you want to do online, go for it. If it's known bad, drop it. Don't even generate a single packet. It's important to stop these vectors of attack before they get in, not after they've gotten in. So then that leaves us the very interesting proposition and category, which is the gray domain, the questionable ones. What if you go to, let's pick on Facebook today. What if you go to Facebook and there's an ad, or what if you go to any online source of your choice and there is a link embedded through advertising, but that link has been hijacked to send you somewhere to drop a vector of attack? What if that's happening? The domain you went to is not bad, but part of that is bad. So what we do is we can tell that same access point that's giving you wireless to automatically check if it's a gray domain. We can step in, we can proxy that. If it's encrypted, we can decrypt it, look at the artifacts in it, get a decision, all of this is in line rate, and then decide whether you get to go or not. And if there's anything bad, rip it out so you're protected. So it coordinates with itself. Another example is everyone used to having some sort of second factor now. You want to log into your bank, they want to text you a PIN, right? If you want to log into your email, you may be required to do a multi-factor kind of a check, right? Yes, it is me. Yes, it is my device. I'm still here. I'm still been provisioned to do this, so I say okay. So one of the other things that we've done is we have sensors that go on your devices that look for malware. That malware sensor that goes with you no matter where you go, and the Telos team mentioned the perimeter now for security is you and your device. That malware sensor follows you with you and your device. If anything happens and it goes polymorphic after the fact, I could drop something on your device that's benign. Nothing is going to pick it up. But once I have that benign access, later I can instruct it to start doing something different. We also happen to pick on that within like a 3 to 4 hour efficacy for day 0. So within 3 to 4 hours, we see so much data globally, we can say, yep, that thing has now morphed. The second that happens, we can take the keys and share it between malware and multi-factor auth. And as soon as that happens on one of your devices, it will tell your MFA, your multi-factor, that this particular device is no longer trusted. Freeze that access token on just that one device. A little fun fact, I had a Samsung S8. AT&T is very slow to compile new versions of Android. I happen to have 2 phones on the desk. When you come look at it, I have an Apple and an Android because I want to secure both and test both live. My Samsung S8, AT&T was not fast enough. Cisco Security said on this version of Android, we do not trust, just based on the version alone. They froze the token on that. But I actually wanted to see what happens, so I went and updated my iPhone so I can get in with that. So for a period of time, they would not allow me to get in on anything Cisco intellectual property because AT&T had not sped up the process of compiling a new Android with patches. That's how automated it is. So this is great. We can do automation with Ansible, with APIs. All of that's wonderful. All of the smart people like the Telos team will come help you do that. What happens 2 months later when they've been now going back to help the CIA and NSA, and you're like, what happened? So these are the questions I get on a daily basis from all of our state agencies, especially healthcare. So one of the things they want to know is, okay, yes, you're protecting us, but we actually want to know what happened. Even when you protected us, I need to know which user and device had some sort of behavior that was directed to something bad. Yes, we know it was protected, but I still need to know. The what happened is a big deal. The one that's even harder is, okay, that's great, that happened, but how big of a thing was this? Was it just one user, or was it all of the Androids with this version of code? I don't know. How hard is that to figure out? So that's key to figure out, and that's where the workflow automation comes in again, right? So here's a view. There's a lot of stuff on here. I don't want you to read it all, but I want you to pay attention to the red boxes. This is me working from home. I intentionally go to some of our test stuff. And what it does is it immediately detects it. Not only does it tell me what happened, but if you look at the very top right there in that big, long red block there, look at the target count. It said if it happened one time and someone called in, hey, my device did something weird, you can immediately ask the question and you know exactly how many more had that problem. How do I know this has all been validated? If you look to the far right of that, it says 5 different security avenues of fingerprints validated this happened and this is bad. Now there's way more than 5 I can turn on, but that happens to be the 5 that got triggered. In the middle here, not only did it do that, but it shows me what happened. Remember the what happened and how big of a deal that was? That's really hard to do. So here's what happened. I tried to go to a good site. It had an embedded ad that redirected me to something else. It tried to drop me a file, which we already know is bad. but also it documented for me every network and every device of mine that were talking to each other at that time that were redirected to that same bad thing. Now, this is all real data because I have a script that runs every hour that checks against these bad things that I track to make sure all of the automation works. And I'm helping with product design and validating all of the new machine learning that we teach the systems back in to automate this. So I'm constantly running this. So that's why it's already watching it for me as we train machine learning to automate detection of all of these anomalies for you. So observability. There's lots more details. I was going to show you this live because we use what we built. But I'm going to show you screenshots of what happens. That's what that kit is. This is in vaccine hubs. That hospital China built in 7 days, in fact, is based on that blueprint, gargantuan sized, right? We literally configured that hospital as soon as they were done with the shell in mere hours. You power it on, it immediately checks itself in, it gets all of the secure policy automation, and off it goes. Vaccine hubs I've built in the Southeast and across the country, same exact thing as that, scale up or down, doesn't matter. So what's it look like? This is us at another conference. Network goes down. Is it the cable they gave me, or is it another problem? So it looks like a benign network problem. DNS stops working. Sounds very benign. I'm not being attacked, not a big deal. DNS went down, something happened. But take a look at that. When I ask it, why is DNS broken? Now remember, machine learning is doing all of this. I'm not having to go troubleshoot it, right? And remember, trust and security requires network and security now to be merged together, working together. So immediately it says, hey, look, your DNS is down. That's why your network is down. But somebody might have wrote a firewall rule that blocks it. Well, I set up the firewall. I didn't do that. So what gives? So I immediately bring up another tool we have that shows us full visibility. I know short of DNS, nothing is down. I can actually get to what I'm going to, which is my network management. So the network is not really down. Why is DNS down? It's Google DNS. Google DNS doesn't go down. So I decided to go pull up my laptop and ask it, hey, I'm going to Google DNS. You're telling me it's broken. Tell me why it's broken. So I asked it a question. It comes back and it says in terms of security, it verified Google DNS is compromised. Why would Google DNS be compromised? That doesn't really happen. So what is the problem here? So when I look at it, that same tool I showed you before investigated it, and sure enough, it actually came up and said, yep, Google DNS right now is malicious. This is a conference. So someone in there was either trying to hijack DNS or was setting up their demos and it was hijacking DNS. But it immediately protected me. Within 60 seconds, I knew exactly what the problem is. I rerouted DNS to come from my house because I was able to build SD-WAN, automated WAN. So I treated my house as the data center now instead of relying on them, got DNS up and running and off a WAN. And I wanted to know why it got marked bad. If you can see right here, I quickly asked it, and I can pivot from there. So when I was on that screen, I can right-click this and ask it to show me what made you think, what actual event made you think that. And it says, yep, you came from this wireless SSID at the booth when you were working, and it was a proxy, so somebody was hijacking Google DNS. Try to do that by hand. Right? We're supposed to trust Google DNS. It should not be bad. It shouldn't go down. How do I know? So that's the automation. One step further. We always get asked the question, this is great. Why don't we let machines do what they're good at? Why can't you guys help us build that? So as up-and-coming security professionals, what I did, the example the Telos team gave you is, I tapped into my platform and I said, okay, now I need you to do some API and Ansible automation for me. So what I asked it to do is when it notices something like that DNS hijack happens, why don't you open a ticket in ServiceNow, and why don't you automatically send a chat to the security analyst to let them know there's a ticket number that was automatically opened for a bad security observation. This is the user, that is the device, and we simply coded in 3 simple examples here because we were prototyping this to release the open source code to GitHub. The code for this is out on GitHub now, and any of you can kind of do this, and that goes back to the career opportunity the Telos team mentioned. So it actually send a chat to the user themselves and to the security analyst and told them, this is what happened, take these actions. You make the decision, take the action. Pretty powerful. So with that, I'm going to actually pause here to see if there's any questions, and then you guys can actually come over there and see it live since I wasn't able to do that up here.
Hello. I was curious if you're on a kind of a hybrid site, one of those gray area sites, if you ever notice a substantial slowdown between the packets that are being scanned in real time by the firewall and the sites that are not being scanned because they're known to be trusted.
So the answer to that is yes. You may notice slowdown depending on how you're doing it. So in my particular case, I'm not asking that small device to do the heavy lifting. What it's doing is it's reaching out in real time to the security platform that's 100% now cloud-based, and it's getting those decisions literally in fractions of a second. In fact, come over there and I'll show you how fast it's going to step in, proxy, SSL, decrypt, and return a verdict. It'll literally do it no hit. If you try to do that on a piece of hardware, it's going to be a limitation of how much money did you spend, how big of a box did you get. This is why this multi-fabric strategy, and let the towers and let the automation, which is as fast as we can go, let those do the heavy lifting and only send the decisions down. Don't make the access point or the firewall do the heavy lifting. There is the difference there.
Thank you for speaking today. I really appreciate your dissertation.
Sure.
But my question is, what has helped you in your career, and what would you recommend for students as well?
I'll try to boil almost 30 years down into 1 minute. So I started in the world of IT before there was a way to open a trouble ticket online. When I walked in and volunteered, I told the director, you don't have to pay me, I want to learn. And she said, okay, you answer the phone and write the tickets down. So what I did is I tried to work in every aspect. So there is you and your device, and you want something. So in my logic, as I was learning, I wanted to learn that entire path between me, my device, and what I'm getting to. So I opened the tickets, but I followed them. Who fixed it, how they fixed it, I asked the questions, and then I followed the device all the way to the application and back. If you want to get into security, that is the most important thing to understand, is that life cycle between the consumer and the application, which is the provider. So understand as much of that as possible. So I became a network guy because I was a security guy first, right? The only way I knew to secure things properly is if me as a security guy actually moved the packet. So I became a network guy as a side effect of being a security guy. That's why, in my mind, all the fabrics need to work together. Okay.
Does Cisco have any internships available, and if so, what are the best classes to take to help with that?
So they do. There's a couple of things. There's internship program, and there's actually the academy program you can get into. So internships while you're in school. And then you can also get into the program, which you go through an academy. You learn it all, and then you decide what your specialization wants to be. So again, that comes down to what you're passionate about. Mine is security first. So yes, there are internships. As you get those or get to the academy after you graduate, if you want to focus on security, then target more of the security things. They will teach you everything. But again, let them know, and then we can kind of target you towards learning all the aspects of what you're most passionate about. There's all of the different transport, data center, compute, security, so there's plenty of options.
Excuse me if this is a dumb question. Would releasing your notification software and stuff to GitHub not be kind of a security risk?
It's not a notification thing. So what the Telos team mentioned is for us to be able to secure things properly, you will need automation and you will need to build those workflows. All we've done is we've given you the framework of how to make one thing check and receive the alert from something else. We're not really giving you the code to go in there and mess with it. Instead of you receiving an email in your mailbox, then going in there and doing a bunch of digging around, what we've done is we've taken that notification and we've let it go ahead and open a ticket for you. So that's all. So we're trying to save time in terms of detection and mitigation.
Okay, yeah. So to make sure, I guess I understand, obviously, zero trust and the SASE. So how are you, is everything connected like via DNS or like some log analytics? Like how are you connecting all of these different points?
Sure. So for us to fundamentally use anything digital, there's a couple of things that needs to happen. The device needs to get an IP address, right? That's kind of like your home address if I need to send you something, so it needs an IP address. Humans are notoriously bad about remembering binary. That's why DNS comes in. So you need an IP address, then you need a DNS. How we're making this automation happen is if you need to get on wireless to go to your Office 365 to check your email, you need the IP, you need the DNS, but that access point is what you really talk to. So what we've done is we've instructed, as an example here for that access point, we've instructed it to behind the scene. First, check your Active Directory to see if you're even allowed to get on the SSID. Then preserve your IP address. Which IP address did you have at the time? What did you ask for? But before it moves a packet from the air side to the wire side, we're asking it to go back to the security fabric and check and see if the thing you want to do and you ask for is safe enough to let you actually start communicating. So that's how the automation happens. There's multiple layers to it, but we actually start with you and your device, and then we track everything you're asking for and wait for a decision whether it's safe or not at a high level.
So, sorry, on that same vein, are you required to have Cisco devices like up and down, like virtually everything?
No, not necessarily. When you come over there to look at it, we can, again, it's not boil the ocean all at once, right? We need to look at strategically where things need to go. If there's no Cisco devices in the middle where we could extract that metadata when we move your packets, then it's a conversation of, well, at least invest in sensors that go on your device and on the application side so they're following around. They will catch it a little later, right, because the packet's already coming, but they'll still be able to stop it before it gets in. So it depends on where you start that journey. And that's why there was the word journey, right? We don't expect you to yank everything out and start fresh. That's almost near impossible. That's why there's all these different vectors of checking. So you can start from the device and move up.
So we have a question from one of the online viewers.
Sure.
What are the overheads of achieving 98% encryption, decryption in terms of performance and observability for your data, devices, and across the network as a whole?
So the bulk of that performance mitigation when they make the application encrypted is on the application side. Everyone in this room, I'm sure, streams some sort of streaming service or YouTube. The bulk of that is encrypted anyway, but we don't notice anything different for a couple reasons. They're throwing a lot of horsepower at encrypting what you're asking for, so you don't notice that. And then a lot of things do kind of buffering in the background. The only time it's very sensitive is if it's UDP-based traffic versus TCP-based traffic. So what does that mean? When you do FaceTime or any video conferencing, that video and voice is coming as very tiny packets that are UDP. That's different than YouTube, Netflix, that are TCP. In UDP world, that becomes more sensitive, but typically the application fabric takes that into account. And as we build the network, we size it appropriately for the number of users, devices, and speeds and feeds that you're plugging into it. So there's a couple of different things that tackle that.
So how practical is this for like smaller or mid-sized businesses? I know we're talking about telcos, but what about for like the smaller businesses? Would this still fit in?
Yes, absolutely. Because one of the things that we've done is we've taken the heavy lifting of the platform and I'm going to call it data lakes. So for us to be able to do this, you need to track all of these nuances of information and do not discard them. They need to go in a database somewhere. That's what I'm referring to as a data lake. In fact, if you come over there and look, that is a itty-bitty kit. That's the one that I respond with for national emergencies. In fact, that's been with me to Florida after Hurricane Irma. It's literally a handful of devices. Only one of them is really necessary. I have some of the extra ones. I was able to basically take a satellite backpack, plug it in, get on, and bring it online. But the secret sauce for it can work from that tiny thing to that hospital that was built in 7 days with thousands of devices, because the platform and the data lakes have already been automated in the cloud towers, and all we need to do is stitch to them however many things we need. Do we need just one room with one access point? It can do that. Do you need this whole campus with 1,000 access points? It can also do that. So it scales up and down.
Are you using any kind of AI or something like that to interface with? I know you're talking about APIs and so forth, but what about AI itself?
So all of that machine learning is running in the platform and data lake level. That's in fact how it figured out. So this is in fact how it figures out some of this data up there. So when it comes back with a conviction rate, that is basically machine learning. What it's doing is looking at globally all of the different slices of security. Did it send a file that was bad? Was it deemed bad? Why was it deemed bad? Was it an email account that first redirected it to that? So the machine learning and AI is running at a platform level, and all we're doing is stitching into it, and the more fabrics we stitch into it, the more metadata it has to go through that machine learn process. So you get better decisions because you stitch together more of the life cycle of that packet between the consumer and provider. I can hear you.
Okay. So my question is more from a forensic standpoint. Obviously, you guys are doing all logging, and it looks like a lot more logging than even a lot of network-based IDS or IPS systems are doing.
Right.
What's your data retention on that? How long can I subpoena that data for?
So it depends on the different slices of technology. This one, out of the box, goes back to 30 days if you do nothing else. Now, if you wanted more than 30 days, remember, this is automatically included. So what you see here has 30 days built in at no charge to you at all. Let's say you wanted more than that. What you can do is you can say, OK, I also want to feed a stream of that into my syslog, right? And you can keep your syslog as much as you want to throw hard disks at it, right? And then you can instruct the same system to go ingest that syslog. So there's a few things. Out of the box, to the point that he brought up a little bit earlier, does it scale to the little guy? That little kit right there. I don't need more than 30 days on that. But had I needed it, I could instantiate a syslog, send another stream to that, and then tell this thing to go and ingest 365 days or 2 years worth of that as well if it needed it. So.
Along the same vein, what you mentioned that the data lake. How is the customer's information segregated if it's all being pulled into a data lake?
Sure. So there's a lot of different ways to do it. So here's how we do it. We don't put any of these platform back in, whether it's the automation side or the data lakes. The Cisco version of that does not run in a public cloud. This is running in Cisco locked down data centers, and it's a multi-tenant scenario. So you get your own dedicated tenant. How is that tenant designed? The second you register with Cisco for any products, if we run the data lake and keep it for you so you don't have to spend millions of dollars on that, so that little kit right there, the data lake behind that, if I were to build it, it'll be probably close to $1 million just in hardware. The second you invest in that, we know your entity and we know where you are. So you get data sovereignty to US data centers only. That's in your own tenant, right? And we're just looking at the metadata. None of your payload actually goes through there. Now, 2 more pieces to that. All of that hardware there, since January 1st, 2019, we were not allowed to ship a single piece of hardware that did not have the Cisco Trust Anchor module in it. That's our cryptography and tamper-proofing ASIC. That's different than the industry TPM because we don't want anybody else to have the blueprint of how to decipher that. So that's number one. Number two is your tenant, if we run it in the cloud tower for you, is subject to what we call CATO. The Telos team brought up another term that the industry uses, but CATO is Certificate of Authority to Operate. That is being pen tested all the time, looked for anomalies in a lockdown Cisco environment, not in a public cloud. So there is so many checks and balances we could whiteboard in any of these platforms, should you want to not run the data lake here. So. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. No problem.
Thank you very much, Betty. That was incredible and a little bit too much for me. I'm now going to need a nap. I'm exhausted. So he does have some demonstration stuff that we're talking about. We couldn't integrate it. I apologize because of the live stream up today. So he will have this here so you guys can check it out and the demos. But it's my fault. I apologize for that to Cisco and him because I wasn't able to integrate it today. But it will be live here for our audience to check out, and Mehdi will be here as well all day as well to talk about some more of that information. Our next speaker, again, I'm going to be proud to call a friend. He's also one of our master's students here at Middle Georgia State University, and he is a newly promoted, should I say, law enforcement officer, I think is the correct term overall. Eric Williams works for the Warner Robins Houston County Police Department. He is now an investigator with them, and specifically he's a forensics investigator in the police department. Overall, he is seeing everything that's done with data work with law enforcement and how they're actually able to engage together and synergize and put some of these criminals behind bars. Today, we all know the number one thing out there is protecting your data. This is the start of some of the guys that are helping on the other side, the legal side, to protect that data we're going to hear from now. Not only is he a master's student, but he has multiple certifications as well, which is a theme today. How many certifications do you have? So he has CompTIA A+, Networking Plus, Celebrate CCO, CCPA, and CBE, just to name a few and name drop them. Maybe some of our students will be looking to grab them next as well. If you're on this trajectory, obviously that's something you want to be starting to think about. Eric, I'd like to bring you on stage and welcome you here today.
Greetings, everyone. I'm going to be honest with you. When Dr. Spangler first asked me to speak here at the cybersecurity conference, I was instantly nervous. Now, I'm not a stranger to speaking at conferences. I speak all the time publicly. However, an academic conference at a university, well, this is a new one for me. So, okay, well, wrong. This is not my presentation. Okay, wrong way. Technical difficulties here, you know. So, the first thing I was asking myself is, what should I do? So I spoke to family, I spoke to friends, spoke to coworkers, and they all gave great advice. But the best advice that I got actually came from a 7-year-old girl. That's right, my daughter. So I was sitting there talking to her, and I was trying to explain the best that you can to a 7-year-old the scope and magnitude of today. And so she gets this real serious look on her face, right? And she goes, well, Daddy, whenever I perform at my dance recitals, you always gave me a couple of pieces of advice. The first thing is to be yourself. The second thing is to have fun. The third thing is to do your best. And lastly, Daddy will always be proud of you. So in order to honor my daughter, I'm going to follow her advice. To be myself, I'm going to introduce myself. Again, I'm Investigator Eric Williams. I've been a certified peace officer for over 15 years. I've worked patrol, I've worked crime scene for 5 years, and now I find myself as a digital forensic analyst with the Warner Robins Forensic Lab within the Warner Robins Police Department. So when I was thinking about what topic today that I should do, I came to the conclusion that when I look at technology conferences, there's 2 categories that I usually like. And the first one is the latest and greatest, of course, right? And the second thing is maybe an area that I'm not as familiar with. So the topic that I chose today is going to be digital forensic mapping. Now, I know that we've always been exposed to it, but maybe you don't have a lot of insight into the technology itself that's utilized. And furthermore, in the spirit of this conference, we'll talk about some of these security concerns that are associated with this. So I like to have a roadmap because I hate when people's eyes glaze over as I'm talking, so you know exactly what we're going to do. We're going to talk about digital forensic mapping. We're going to go over some of the purpose of digital forensic mapping. We're going to talk about what is digital forensic mapping. Then we're going to talk about some of the hardware that's associated with this, and what do we do with all the data that we compile. And finally, we'll take a look at those security concerns that we were talking about. Looks like my name tag doesn't want to stay up here with me. So let's talk terminology. Forensic mapping, which is the one I'm using today, crime scene sketching, crime scene mapping, all of this is synonymous and has the same purpose. It's going to be for the preservation of forensic evidence through the documentation. Also, it helps to maintain the integrity of that evidence by documenting it. We want to produce accurate measurements whenever we are talking about the spatial relationship between items of evidentiary value. And then finally, we want to compile this data and use it to create a first-hand experience. And when I say that, we're talking about the way that we display this information. And I will tell you there's nothing more powerful than actually being able to walk a jury, walk a detective, or walk an attorney through a crime scene. Yes, I can sit up there and explain photos, but it makes a huge world of difference. So that said, first we got to take a look back at the history of it. So displayed before you right now is a sketch from 1888, from 1888 of the famous Jack the Ripper murders. Now this sketch right here depicts the location as well as injuries on the body. That said, we can at least trace the origins of forensic mapping a couple of centuries, right? So like any technology, it's involved. And so we get to digital forensic mapping. So what is digital forensic mapping? Well, we use the traditional tools that we have all over these years, photography, video, sketches, but we combine that with the use of advanced electronic equipment to measure crime scenes. One of the principal foundations of crime scene investigations is precision and accuracy. So the advanced equipment that we use offers unparalleled precision and accuracy. In fact, when you take the standards of a crime scene investigator and any photographic or mapping evidence is introduced, the prosecutor will actually ask you, is this a fair and accurate representation of the crime scene? So let's take a look at some of the hardware. We're going to talk about some of the limitations and advantages of certain aspects. So the first one is actually one of the oldest ones, which is a camera. But of course, we've upgraded to DSLRs, which are digital single lens reflective cameras. So these cameras are able to capture high resolution images. And what we'll do with these high resolution images is that we'll combine them into a 3D environment utilizing photogrammetry. Now, don't let that term fool you. Everybody in here is familiar with that. Photogrammetry is what we call photo stitching. Now, you can produce accurate details and accurate measurements doing photogrammetry, but the main purpose of it is that 3D environment. One of the advantages of photogrammetry is that it's usually a cheaper option compared to some of the ones that we're going to look at for departments. A newer one that's used are UAVs or drones. Drones are able to capture an overview of the scene. And as I found out from one of my coworkers as we were sitting in office, who's a drone aficionado, you can actually use them in the interior scenes as well. However, they have their limitations. Weather, strong winds and rain, as well as perspective, because of course they're looking down. So sometimes when you need to capture different angles of evidence, they just don't have that functionality. But they are affordable and they can be used through photogrammetry and point clouds, which is something we'll bring up the next slide. With the field of vision of 305 to 360 degrees, the ability to capture information at unparalleled speeds and accuracy, 3D scanners have become a staple for almost any crime scene investigation department. They are able to take the information and gather it in a way that is unable to be done by cameras and drones. Basically, the way that they function can be broken down, and this is a simple explanation of the way they're broken down. First, they'll use a laser to capture the distances. This is distances of objects and surfaces. The next thing they'll do is they'll actually take 360-degree pictures. Finally, what they'll do is they'll compare the spatial relationship between the scan points where the lasers hit and the picture and actually record color. And from that color, it compiles a photorealistic recreation of the crime scene based on that. Now, 3D scanners come in two different form factors. That includes handheld and standalones. A lot of departments will have one of each one actually, or the more popular one I would say is the standalone scanner, which actually performs all of these functions by itself. But what do we do with all this data? Because trust me, it's a lot of data. By the time you take pictures and by the time you get the drone feed and you also get the scanner information, you have gigabytes, if not terabytes of data. Well, that's when the software comes into play. Now, I will tell you, I am not a representative of Faro or any other companies you see up here. For our department, our backbone is Faro, though. We have a Faro 3D scanner. We use Faro Scene to process the scans, and then we'll take it over to Faro 3D animation, which is used for making models or representations of the crime scene through the point cloud. But Pix 4D is actually one that's used with drones for photogrammetry or for PowerPoint point clouds. And then we also have AutoCAD, which is used for point clouds and photogrammetry. So the items that we produce from all this information is going to be 2D and 3D models. So 2D models, sometimes referred to as sketches, specifically will show evidence on one plane, whereas 3D models can show multiple planes. 2D models will also illustrate the location of evidence, and it'll show the correlation between the two. Now, with 3D models, we can actually go a step further. We can actually examine and determine the sequence of events using these models. We can have insight on the actions of the assailant. Where were they standing at? Did they have a hammer over here? Where did they attack our victim at? We can look at that from different angles based on those 3D models. But one of the most powerful 3D models is the point cloud itself. Now, if you remember, as previously stated, I talked about the scanner being able to take those scan points, and it coordinates a color with each one of those scan points. Well, this is what we refer to as resolution when it comes to a point cloud, and it's commonly referred to as density of point cloud. So the more scan points, or the denser the point cloud, the more accurate that you have. And again, we can use this for analysis. We could do trajectory or bloodstain pattern analysis based on this. And again, like I told you, when you go to court and you're talking to the jury and you're sitting there and you have to explain photos, it's a lot easier when you can actually take them and walk them through this scene and show them everything, every nuance that you saw. Oh, okay. So let's talk about some of the security concerns. And I see some of the students rolling their eyes. Yeah, for those of you not familiar with this is the CIA triad, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. We're talking about the information. So confidentiality means that the party is the only person allowed to access that information. We're trying to make it so they're the only person that can access that information. Availability is going to refer to the information being available to that party, and integrity is going to refer to that information wasn't altered. So when you're talking about crime scenes, one of the first ones that we talk about is physical security. Physical security being the fact that a lot of these, the drone, the camera, as well as 3D scanner will actually use SD cards or compact flash. So you automatically think to yourself, right, I got an air gap system. Well, there's a lot that can go wrong with these cards. So like I told you, there's a lot of information being recorded. So if you use all three of those devices, you already have 3 SD cards. If you're going through multiple SD cards, trust me, which I have at a crime scene, you're just generating more risk. These cards can be damaged, they can be lost, they can be stolen. And also a key thing to remember is that this information, as it's being written to the SD card, is usually unencrypted, because encryption, right, takes a lot of CPU power. That would slow down the recording of this data. So therefore, it's impractical. Faro does have the ability to encrypt, but I tell you, it does lengthen the time when it comes to trying to do a crime scene and scan a crime scene based on that. So keep in mind that a lot of these devices actually have the ability to wirelessly communicate with each other, and that's what we want, right? Efficient, quick. But if you put it in perspective, you're creating an on-site or impromptu wireless network out in the field. So when you think about the infrastructure we have at our jobs, our places, we're behind firewalls, we're behind switches, we have application-based firewalls, we have content packets. Well, guess what? When you're working in the field at 2 o'clock in the morning, all that goes out the window. So how can we protect this information? Well, following best practices. One of the things is, of course, we want to use the highest available encryption standard possible, but that depends on our devices, right? And this happens commonly because of budgets from companies, or budgets, with us being a government agency. So one year we may upgrade all of our cameras, and they'll do WPA2, but then turn around and the drone we have is WPA. What are you going to do? So, of course, we still want to avoid WEP, WPA, and WPS because of the inherent weaknesses that are with those. But another thing we have to look at is that we open ourselves up to a lot of wireless attacks. Of course, anyone would work, but the 4 that I have tried actually in the field, I actually tried a couple of these, was the man in the middle. I did an evil twin, packet sniffing, and jamming. I was able to accomplish all 4 of these while I was on a crime scene testing one time. And no, I wasn't, and I had to say this to my boss, no, I wasn't goofing around. The scanner was going, and I was unable to collect evidence at that time, so I was on my laptop and gave it a try. One of the other things is that we have to create a network for these devices, and they're made to, most of the time, communicate one to the laptop. So we have to create a network, and we have to use a router or something of that nature. Well, commercial equipment, as you know, is way too big, way too expensive, and gets way too hot, right? So we're left with non-commercial equipment, such as like using a SOHO router. Well, of course, that only offers limited protection. So then because of this, there's not much we can do. So in December of 2021, at the 37th annual I think it was a computer security applications seminar conference. Laser shark attack was introduced. Anybody familiar with this? Raise your hand. Yes, no? No? Nobody's familiar with it? Well, I'll tell you, I like to do something new. What you're looking at actually is an attack on an air gap system. So the way that this works is that a laser beam is actually focused at the light emitting diodes that's commonly found in office equipment such as printers, and it's establishing a connection. This is from GitHub. This is a very simplified version of this, but this is actually a GitHub, including the plans on how to do it. So I want to take that idea a step further. Imagine that you're at a crime scene, right? You got your drone in the air, you got your camera around your neck, and you're scanning. So a guy walks up with a backpack. He has a cord running to the backpack. You can save information, right? You got a hard drive or maybe a laptop in there. So he tells you he's with the media. He takes the camera and he points it at your drone. And it seems weird to you because he's doing about 30 minutes to an hour of footage, right? Then he points it at the 3D scanner that's turning over there. Then all of a sudden he wants to come talk to you. And most of us crime scene investigators, we have our camera on a lanyard around our neck, and it just happens to be pointing at your camera. So you finish up the crime scene, collect your data, and you get home. The next thing you know, you get a call from your boss that tells you, hey, your crime scene photos are all on the web and they're all on media outlets. Is this a far-fetched idea? Well, think about that mobile computing device that's in your pocket now. How many years did it take for this to become applicable? Not very long, right? So, in conclusion, I would like to thank you all for your time and I hope this was educational and inspirational for you. And in the words of my daughter, I hope you all have fun. Thank you.
I've learned a lot. I'm going to learn more. I might be a little scared right now. I'm going to have to go check some devices I was not thinking about to make sure I'm not going to get in trouble. So I want to take a minute now. We had another drawing and announce a couple more winners of our sponsored CompTIA and EC Council certificates to get some certs under your belt. And I was handed, the next note is a Samantha Campbell. Is there a Samantha? Hey, Samantha Campbell we have in the audience. All right. That's one. We have a couple next is Alexandra Molina. Is Alexandra Molina? Maybe on the live stream, I hope. Will be another one. Our next is Paul Harrelson. I believe I'm pronouncing that right. Is Paul here today? Or maybe on live stream. We'll check. You can get on the chat line and let us know. And you'll want to talk to Professor Steins, Dr. Alan Steins, to get that information. He's here today in the back of the room in the AV equipment, so please make sure you connect with him or email him right away to let him know that you are one of the winners. Congratulations. We will have some more winners coming up at the next break. We're having one right about now. Again, I want to thank our sponsors. Today is an awesome day, and again, it would not have happened without the Alumni Association and Foundation here and our deans helping us to support this mission the faculty is trying to do and get this out to the public. We have many of sponsors over the years that are coming and are showing up with people here. Cisco is bringing some toys that they are going to be around today as well to talk to students and anyone interested. And again, if anyone's interested at lunch or after lunch, if they'd like a tour of some of the labs and facilities, please reach out to me or any of the faculty. We have students here that will be docents that can help you see some of the facilities and walk you around campus. Our next little time up right now, we have about a 10-minute break coming up before our keynote speakers take the stage. About 12 minutes, I'm being told. So if you guys would like to take time, get a cup of coffee, stretch a little bit, check out some of the museum artifacts that are here that Professor Ashford brought here, play a game, a retro game, something from when I grew up. And I still haven't won Pac-Man. I'm working on it, so don't mess with my gaming score out there. If anyone tries to beat me, it's not fair. So take a few minutes break. Let's be back in here in about 10 minutes, please. In the stream, we'll see you all soon. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to start now. Anyone who's out in the halls on the networking coffee break, I ask you guys to come on back in, please. We are very, very excited to have our next two speakers, the duo, take the stage here in about 10 seconds. I would be exhausted, again, if I attempted to go over the two of their bios. I mean, I was trying to boil this down. It was, like dissertation I wrote years ago, had nothing on this. For 3-4 hours, I tried to just bring it down to at least 10 pages of an essay. And, well, I'm going to do my best to announce them. Today's keynote speakers are two incredible, and everyone who knows me, I try to empower all of our female students with our Women in IT conference that I've done every year with Dr. Lingelbach. I think she's still here somewhere. She ran. She's figuring I was going to ask her to speak on stage today too. But I'm proud to have that voice coming to the Middle Georgia State University again. And more so, it's two people that are able to empower a lot of other women in the field. Our first speaker of the part of the system is Jennifer Solari. She is a United States attorney. She works in the Southern District of Georgia. She is a senior litigation counsel in the United States Attorney's Office. Her roles and responsibilities are for prosecuting the district's cases involving many things. One, obviously, violent crimes, which comes to mind first, but more so in our field is the cyber-related activities that happen, and national security offenses. She serves as the Southern District's computer hacking and intellectual property, CHIP, prosecutor. She's a national security cyber specialist. She also works on the Anti-Terrorism Advisory Council as part of a coordinator for them. She works to explicitly come after child exploration, network intrusion, and actors guilty of other crimes that I don't want to speak of today, but I'm quite certain she's going to bring up some of the case law that she's prosecuted and talk about a little bit here. On a federal level, she's worked on espionage cases, export violations, and intellectual property theft. She started her career as one of our naval officers, I understand correctly, is that correct? Which I'm proud and thank you for your service. My family's all Navy as well, so my father's probably saying right now, "Go Navy," in the background on the stream. Hi, Dad. So she is also part of the Naval Criminal Investigation Service, and she's a senior law enforcement instructor at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. That's one page, folks, that I boiled down to a dissertation on our first speaker. The second speaker is right there next to her, running the race as well. Caitlin Smalls, which one of our faculty knows a little bit endearingly, I understand, is our new forensic instructor here today. If you haven't met Scott Williams, he's here in the crowd as well, is husband to this incredible speaker today. She too is an assistant United States attorney, and she works in the Middle District of Georgia. She serves as a human trafficking coordinator for the district of these cases. She watches and looks over some of the most amazing cases that we see right now that's prolific, unfortunately, in our society that we don't think about all the time. We have an interstate system here that runs through the state that is a high-traffic area, unfortunately, and she's one of the key people that's prosecuting that area. Her roles works with the local, state, and federal enforcement panel and personnel. She works on search, seizure, and analyzing data from computers. I saw some eyes perk up. Analyzing data. She's one of us as well. Some of the cases she's looked into is fraud, money laundering, aggravated identity theft, conspiracy, firearms, and narcotic offenses. We are talking about a broad spectrum of cases being prosecuted by these two women on behalf of the public. This is an amazing endeavor. She also was a criminal prosecutor for the United States Army. Is that correct? I did find a good piece of evidence there, too. She's also part of the judge advocate for the General Corps. She's distinguished herself as an advocate for child and victims' rights. Her current positions with the Assistant United States Attorney since 2019, correct? And she's here today with us, with her peer, volunteering their time. I'm looking forward to this. I've been waiting for this speech for 2 weeks now and petrified to introduce them, but honored to do so. Ladies, the stage is yours.
All right. Still morning. Good morning. All right, so you've already found out who we are, but to boil that down to something really simple, Caitlin and I are federal prosecutors. So Caitlin happens to work for the United States Attorney here in Macon, and I work for the United States Attorney in the Southern District, which is Savannah. So we prosecute solely federal offenses, but we do work with local, state, and federal agents because sometimes something that's investigated on a local level turns out to be something that we can prosecute in federal court. I don't know if y'all are familiar with a lot of the differences between state and federal justice systems, but you know, at the state level, there's parole really is probably the biggest difference. So sometimes someone can be sentenced to 20 years and do about 3 before they're out on parole, so that's fine. We carry the big hammer though, because people like to say Fed time is real time. That's absolutely true. There's no longer any such thing as parole in the federal system. And a lot of the statutes that we deal with when we talk about child exploitation cases, when you talk about espionage, aggravated identity theft, have mandatory minimum sentences as well. So these carry some pretty harsh penalties. And I think when we describe to you examples of some of the cyber and digital forensic related cases we've prosecuted, you'll see that these are righteous cases and should carry the heavy penalties that they do. We have to, there's a couple of disclaimers we need to give you. Caitlin and I are very used to speaking to audiences that are comprised almost entirely of fellow prosecutors, sometimes criminal defense attorneys, and a lot of times criminal investigators. So a lot of the visual images and languages we're very used to using in our presentations are not suitable for all audiences. So you might see a couple of things redacted here, and we're going to try to govern ourselves accordingly. But I apologize in advance if any of the imagery or the language in here offends you. It's not for that purpose. It's just to show you how serious some of these cases can be, especially when we talk about things like cyber stalking and then something that's referred to colloquially as sextortion, which are cyber cases that present huge problems for a variety of reasons. Another disclaimer, we'd like to think we're one of you, but I think we have to be brutally honest about it. We're not. We're not nearly that talented and knowledgeable in the areas of cyber forensics. We are issue spotters, so we know the law, we know a crime when we see one, and we know when we need a forensic examiner to help us out, someone far more talented than we are at that. We know to whom we should send the phones, to whom we should send the computers, who to ask about what we can get from different online providers, VPN services, and things like that. So we're going to talk to you not so much about the data analysis or the forensic examination, but the types of cases in which we have found that people like you are most important to our investigations and prosecutions. The challenges that we face these days, and y'all are familiar with them, is on devices, obviously, people think that they delete the data on their devices. Some are better at it than others. You know, they'll have anti-forensic programs, CCleaner, things like that. But for the most part, people think they wipe things out. But as you know, deleting isn't really deleting unless you're going to have an anti-forensic program. So we use our DFEs, our digital forensic examiners, to help us use forensic programs, Celebrite, things like that, to recover things people think they have deleted. And therein have found the smoking gun in a lot of cases, whether that be the remnants of imagery of child exploitation, whether it be usernames, remnants of access to important websites, encrypted communications. If you all were following when Director Comey was still the director of the FBI, he was testifying before Congress about what he called the Going Dark initiative. Now that we have end-to-end encrypted communication platforms, unless we can physically get our hands on the device, For the most part, we cannot decrypt those communications, which means a number of things. As you know, we can't get anything of use from those providers. So WhatsApp is a pretty common example. If they were to give us any content at all, which I don't even think they save, it would be gobbledygook because they don't have the decryption key. They don't keep it, they don't want it. Only the users on either end have that. It also means you guys have probably heard of wiretaps. We call those Title IIIs. So under appropriate circumstances, when we get a warrant to do so, we can tap people's phones. You may not have thought about it, but we can also tap people's emails so that we can see people emailing in real time, and we can wiretap text messaging platforms. However, if we're talking about end-to-end encrypted platforms, when we grab that message in real time, it's encrypted, and we can't decrypt it. It's gobbledygook. So what we're finding is that people engaged in human trafficking, child exploitation, drug trafficking, terrorism, espionage, have all moved to encrypted platforms so that we are now blind and deaf to their communications, which is presenting a significant challenge for law enforcement. And it makes getting our hands on the physical devices that much more important. So technology, in a lot of ways, has actually forced our investigations to go backwards to old school methods of investigation. An example here, Tor installation. So our experts can often find on someone's device artifacts showing that they did install a Tor browser, but as you all know, use of the Onion router, it's an anonymizer that's extremely effective. We tend to know it when we see it, when we get a list of IP addresses after we've served legal process, and we see that it's like in France and Lebanon and Germany and the US, and it's all over the place, and we know those are Tor nodes. That, again, has forced us to go backwards to old school investigations. Since we can't identify people now while sitting at our desks, just sending legal process and using IP addresses and subpoenas. Now investigations on the dark web involve undercover agents who typically get on the dark web, they'll build a case against someone, usually through a stroke of luck or through someone being sloppy in their use of Tor. We can identify someone and then we flip them. And what we'll do is assume their online identity on the dark web. The FBI has been very successful with that. If you remember Silk Road, for instance, they managed to actually take over the identity of the administrator of the site and thereby begin to identify and begin to flip all the other folks who were buying and selling on Silk Road. But that's old school, right? I mean, for a while, we were very spoiled. We just sent process out to all these providers, and then it would come back to us, and in 1 or 2 steps, we would have the true name of whoever we were looking for. No longer is that the case. So again, online attribution is a huge problem with VPNs and spoof phone numbers, burner email accounts that are unattributable. These are all challenges we face and that we ask for your help with. Caitlin, do you want to talk about cases involving ransomware, for instance, and the challenges we've seen there?
Well, ransomware specifically, I see them in child exploitation, so my specialty is child exploitation. I've done a lot of other stuff, but I do mostly child exploitation and human trafficking cases. And our ransomware with child exploitation cases we'll actually see where they will use ransomware to target businesses, and this most recently happened in our district, so around here, where they target a business, they put ransomware into an email or the same kind of things that you've heard before, you go into Gmail and you see this really weird email, and you click on it, we tell you not to click on it, but you do, you click on it and it downloads onto your computer, and then it will flood your computer with child pornography. And then in turn, they will turn around and tell you, well, now you have child pornography on your computer. I'm going to tell somebody that it's there, or you're going to give me X amount of money. So they turn it into an extortion while using ransomware. That's most commonly how I see it. I know that it comes across in other ways, like you'll see them where they target hospitals, where they will target people to try to get information, or mostly to get money. They're trying to get something. They can be very difficult to track because they're using these VPNs that are across the countries, and especially in my cases with children, our defendants are often not in the United States, whether or not they're United States citizens. They might be outside, which causes all sorts of other problems for us in trying to figure out where they are and who they are. But that's probably where I see it the most often.
Mm-hmm. And as you know, with effective anonymizing, it can be impossible without some sloppiness or a screw up on the part of the suspect to identify by true name whoever these people are. So we have had some success, though, in following the cryptocurrency. Because as you know, if somebody is paid by Bitcoin, we can actually trace those transactions because, with the chain, whatever. We have experts up in DC who do
Following
that.
the money. We follow the money.
We follow the money. But yes, for some reason that phrase is escaping me. But in any event, so we have our ways, we have our workarounds to deal with these challenges. But Caitlin's right. Most recently, one of our major hospitals in Savannah was hit by ransomware. And it gummed them up so badly doctors couldn't send orders over to treatment centers couldn't pull up patient records, so people's chemotherapy treatments were canceled, people's major surgical procedures were canceled. It's a huge problem.
And you guys probably see this when you get letters from your providers, like insurance companies and stuff that says like, hey, we've been hacked and somebody's taken over our stuff and stolen your social security numbers or stolen X, Y, and Z. Like you're seeing it probably on the back end because you're getting that letter like months and months later, but these things are happening all over the place and they're happening across all types of crimes. They're just using this ransomware kind of technology to attack you for whatever it is that their purpose is that they're trying to get.
And blockchain analysis, by the way, is what my brain was
You got
blanking
it.
out.
It came.
In any event, I'm going to put in a plug for a second for people like us, and I'm going to ask people like you, when you get where you're going ultimately to pursue your career based on what you're studying here, to work with us, to trust us, because one of the other major challenges we have in ransomware cases or in intellectual property theft cases where someone has intruded into the server of a major corporation, how many people do you think that major corporation wants to know about that, right? They have shareholders. They have a board of directors, right? They could stand to lose a lot of money, a lot of customers, right? Because you build a customer base based on trust, security, privacy. So we face real challenges when we know of a corporate entity that has been hit by ransomware or that has been penetrated and some of their intellectual property exfiltrated from their server. So just so you know, we are seriously here to help. We're not here to put it in the newspaper. We're not here to publicize it. Anything that we file on the docket in pursuit of prosecuting that case, we anonymize the business address, and we actually use our forensic examiners to come in and look at the business's servers and work with their in-house cybersecurity folks to say, to basically share information that the in-house folks wouldn't know. Like, I actually recognize this right here, and this is actually Russian, and this is advanced persistent threat 29 or something, to which we might have a solution, right? You might see malware in your system, but you wouldn't necessarily recognize it because you're not the FBI and you haven't seen it 50 other times in 50 other servers, right? And you wouldn't necessarily know how to patch it because this is the first time you've encountered that, what we call advanced persistent threat. So I encourage you, when you end up being cybersecurity for some important corporation, and God forbid they somehow slip one by you, but we are there to protect the reputation of the victim company. We're there to keep it as private as we can, help you patch up the problem so it doesn't happen again, and then hopefully prosecute the folks who actually committed the offense. Identity theft is an obvious one. We don't need to tell you what that is. But cyber issues do come up in a lot of different types of cases. National security, of course, is one of them. Our office had an espionage case. It happened in 2017. It was a defendant whose name is difficult to forget. Her name, for whatever reason, is Reality Winner. She was a former Air Force airman. She left active duty and took a contract job with NSA. She decided, for her own misguided reasons, that she was going to take a top secret report that contained a lot of information valuable to our adversaries. In particular, it contained what we call sources and methods. So it was more than just the information we obtained unique to that report. It also exposed how we were continuously obtaining information about our adversaries. So Winner decided that she was going to transmit this top secret document to an online media outlet, knowing, because she had been doing her job for quite some time, that it would be extremely harmful to United States national security and valuable to our adversaries. But for whatever reason, she decided to do it anyway. There were some low-tech ways that we identified her as the source of the leak. For instance, the media outlet she sent it to contacted the NSA to determine the authenticity of the report. And so the NSA said, well, we can't tell you whether anything's authentic until we see it. And so the media outlet took photographs of it and sent that to the NSA. And of course, everybody looked at it and you could tell these were physical pages that had been folded and manipulated. This wasn't something that was sent, in an email or something. So we thought, well, someone clearly walked out the door with it. So then, of course, their in-house folks got into the system to see, well, how many employees printed out this document. Then they looked on their unclassed side to determine whether any employees on the unclassed level had been in touch with that particular online media outlet. And there were 2 people that fit that description. One was Reality Winner. Later on in the investigation, I had a great forensic examiner with the FBI who went into her computer and, of course, found the artifacts of her installing Tor. We learned through going through her journals that she had burner phone numbers. We found evidence that she had burner email accounts. So that she was switching SIM cards and stuff on phones. What that enabled us to do was present at her detention hearing, when the judge decides whether to put her out on bond, the fact that she had put together what the FBI calls a COVCOM package, a covert communications package, where again, she had relatively untraceable phones, email accounts, and that sort of stuff. What I was most impressed with, though, this is so valuable to us. We don't know what we don't know as prosecutors. So we were trying to figure out how to associate our defendant with the .onion, the Tor website of this online media outlet. So we looked and looked and looked through the forensic image of her computers and her phones, and we weren't finding it. And so all of a sudden, the FBI agent who had been doing this for close to 20 years said, you know what I like to do when I just know something's there, but I'm not seeing it, is I like to boot the image up in my virtual machine. And I said, well, what does that do? He said, well, that way you're seeing it not as the forensic image, but you're seeing it in the way the user would see her own computer. So you can see what's on their desktop and how their icons are laid out and all that. I said, okay, sure. So he booted it up in his virtual machine, and guess what? The .onion email address of that media outlet she leaked to was on one of those digital little yellow sticky notes sitting on her desktop. Not the most sophisticated offender we've ever prosecuted, but it was just through sort of brainstorming and being creative that the forensic examiner I had said, hey, let's try this other thing, because I feel like it's there, but we haven't seen it yet. So that was incredibly useful. An intellectual property case I prosecuted recently was a gentleman who worked in Savannah for a major aircraft manufacturer. This was pretty low tech too, but it's interesting how the cases we prosecute tend to change things in cyber forensics as sort of lessons learned. This particular gentleman had a side project he was working on, and in order to shortcut certain boxes he had to check, he decided he was going to steal from his employer about $300 million worth of intellectual property in the form of test plans, test reports, aircraft schematics, all that type of stuff. So it was essentially all the candy in the candy store that he took, which could have, had he become a successful competitor in the way he meant to, would have severely damaged not only the reputation of the employer, but also their ability to compete in the market. They would have lost hundreds of millions of dollars in sales had this defendant been successful. Again, low tech, but I think it's interesting because it's changed the way this company does business. He was a contractor, so he would send himself something called time card to his own personal email account every week. And he changed from actually sending himself his time card to sending himself a PDF that he would name time card. He would change it from G650 anti-ICE test plan to time card and send it to himself. And what nobody noticed and what they hadn't programmed their sort of big brother software to see is that these files were massive. Way, way, way too big to be a time card. Instead, big enough to be a several thousand-page PDF. So now, of course, they've tweaked things so that their system can recognize that, send up a red flag. Same thing with Reality Winner's former employer also. Some lessons learned from that. You can imagine that both at the aircraft manufacturer and at certain intelligence agencies now, you can't stick a thumb drive in those computers anymore because they realize too much information has gone out the door that way. So again, you guys and what you do contributes a lot to lessons learned and actually changes cybersecurity in-house for some of these government agencies and companies. Had a smuggling trial recently. Nihad al-Jabari is an Iraqi citizen. He is here as a refugee. And what he was doing is sending 45-foot containers of chopped up car parts to Iraq, and hidden therein were handguns and sniper rifles. He would take apart huge, heavy sniper rifles down to the little parts and pieces, wrap them in tons of cellophane, and conceal them in boxes to go to Iraq. His claim was that he did not do that, and also that he had nobody on the other end he was dealing with. It doesn't know where these guns are going. He's not talking to anybody about this. Again, relatively low tech, but what the examiners found on his cell phone were, for whatever reason, he was taking, probably to remember how to put them back together, taking pictures of himself, disassembling these weapons, thought he had deleted them, but of course they're recoverable. Also sort of buried in a WhatsApp chat, I noticed a string of numbers and I thought, well, that's gotta be a phone number. It's definitely not a US phone number. So when we looked into it, we saw it was the country code for Iraq. So he was instructing people on what firearms to buy for him so they wouldn't be in his name. He was sending them pictures of the firearms he wanted them to buy. Of course, thought all of that was protected because he was doing it via WhatsApp. So WhatsApp couldn't have given us that information. But fortunately, the agents were able to seize and analyze his cell phone. So we came by all that information. Caitlin and I worked a murder case. Why don't we talk about Stephon Davis?
We did. Well, I would just like to say, I think DFEs, doing digital forensics, is probably one of the most important things in our line of work. I don't think, have you ever had a case? I don't think I've ever had a case where I didn't need some sort of electronic to be reviewed and analyzed by somebody who's smarter than me with electronics. So I think this kind of shows that we use them in everything, but our murder case, we had a murder case on Fort Stewart where somebody shot somebody else in the back of the head twice, and we used, I think, every type of process to try to get information because at the time we did not know who he was. We didn't know, all we knew was that we had a dead female. We didn't know who the murderer was and we didn't know anything about who he was. So we eventually figured it out. We used Google warrants. Google can give you, I'm sure you guys know, a massive amount of information. If you have the right legal process to get that information, it is a lot of information to look through. So we use Google warrants to figure out exactly location once we identified our defendant, where he had gone, what he had done, and where his cell phone was at the time that the murder had happened, and then how he kind of traveled back to his location, as well as our victim's cell phone that he had taken. And you could kind of see the two. It's very interesting when we had our forensic guys put it on a map. You could see the two cell phones traveling a pretty long distance, about 45 minutes from where the murder occurred back to where he was. So you can use that information, but I think one of the most interesting things that we did in this case was that Jenna and I together, along with CSIPs in DC, we got for the first time ever what's called an ad ID warrant. So when you go onto Facebook, and I'm gonna mess this up because I don't do forensics, but when you go into Facebook and those pop-ups, those kind of like solicited ads come up, let's say like, oh, we know that you were looking on Amazon for that bikini yesterday, and so we think that you're gonna like this bikini too. When those ads kind of pop up in your Facebook, your phone is sending your IP address. What we did essentially, the dumb version, is that we took that information because we were looking for a vehicle in a very specific place that was very remote and said, hey, Facebook, who got ad IDs at this time at this very strange location? Because you might not be on your phone, but your phone Facebook is backing up to your phone and you're still getting those ad IDs. And we were able to determine like who was in a specific location based on that ad ID. It had never been done at the time that we did it. I don't know if they've done it since then, but it was a massive amount of data, and it got us a lot of information, I think, that's going to be used in the future in other types of cases. I'm probably missing other ones we did in that case.
No, and it's important to note, too, that providers are always trying to stay one step ahead of law enforcement because what they monetize are their claims of privacy. Of course, nothing's private from them. Right. It's only private from the ones who actually have to get a warrant from a federal judge to look at your stuff. But of course, Facebook, Google, they monetize all of that. So have any of you ever noticed that like maybe you walk into Home Depot and then you open up your phone to text your spouse or something and all of a sudden like an ad or a coupon for Home Depot pops up on your phone? It's because they know where you are. They're tracking your location because they want to know where you shop, where you spend money, so that they can send you those targeted advertisements. So they try more and more to anonymize that, where they're just kind of, there's 3 or 4 steps anymore between that ad ID and your actual device, but we're still trying to penetrate those layers. But privacy is all the rage, and so that's what these companies like to claim, and so they try to lock us out over and over again. We also did something called a Google geofence warrant. So we knew exactly where our murder scene was, and we knew about, within a few hours, the time that the murder had taken place. So we asked Google, tell us everybody who registered any sort of Google-related data point, a location point, within this circumference from this hour to this hour. And what was great is I think we had 6 individual users pop up. The 5 that popped up. One lady was walking her dog. She remembered being there. Another guy was going to PT and had walked by the house. Yeah, so all these people remembered exactly when and why they had been in that location. The sixth one was our murderer, Stephon Davis, who registered, God, it must have been like 50 data points. We could tell he was like walking outside the house, freaking out, and walking back in, and then walking out, trying to figure out whether to steal her car, and then realizing like I left something in the apartment. So it was actually pretty interesting. And that's becoming more and more frequent when we have, Google doesn't like to do it, but we have bank robberies or other serious crimes where we know exactly when and where they happened. We can use a Google geofence warrant. It's not perfect. It misses a lot of things. It tends to miss iPhones a lot. But if you're running anything Google-based, it's actually very useful. But now Google gets about 1 jillion of those search warrants a day now that law enforcement's figured out how to do that.
I don't think they were very happy with the January 6th attacks. I think there was a lot of Google warrants that went out to try to verify like who was in that location at that time, and there was a lot of pushback because it's a lot of information that they're. Imagine if you're at the university and you're getting a Google warrant because a crime happened here, how many of you are here, and how much information Google has to sift through to just tell me, well, all of you were here in this building at this time.
Want to give you just a little bit of a preview about, this is a cyber stalking case, and we're not going to do the whole thing because I want to save a couple minutes for questions if you have any, but just an example of, again, how much we need you because we cannot solve these cases without you, and I'll just give you a taste of how badly victimized a handful of people were by a defendant named Ryan Lynn. This was a case from the District of Massachusetts just a few years ago. Ryan Lynn was looking on Craigslist for people who needed a roommate. The victim in this case and her couple of other roommates had posted an ad looking for somebody to fill a spare bedroom. Ryan Lynn applied. Ryan Lynn had a background probably similar to yours. He had studied cybersecurity and had studied computer information systems, whatever. So he moved into the apartment. The women living there were not sophisticated in the area of cybersecurity. So the victim in this case had no lock on her bedroom door, and she had a MacBook that not only was not password protected at all, but also on which she stored a Word document containing all of her usernames and passwords for all of her accounts. So when she wasn't at home, Ryan Lynn gained access to her MacBook by just going in her room and rifling through her stuff because he's crazy in his head, and started a campaign of cyber stalking against this victim who'd never done him any wrong. It's not even like they'd been in love and broken up or she ran over his dog. These two had no quarrel with each other, but this was just something Ryan Lynn liked to do. So he first started harassing this victim. She was called Jennifer Smith at trial, and so that's what we'll call her. But he learned by going through her diary, by the way, which she kept on Google Drive. Also, he had the username and password. She had her diary on Google Drive where she had written about her experience in having to terminate a pregnancy. She had had an abortion, and she had very conflicted feelings about it. So Ryan Lynn started text messaging her about her abortion. I understand abortions can be painful, and the one you had in March probably had its lingering effects too. And so she's texting him back, why the hell are you texting me this? What part of don't text me unless it's an emergency did you not understand? So she knows right from the jump Ryan Lynn is odd. But then he really starts his campaign in which he's now anonymizing himself and denying he has anything to do with this. Our victim, who's up there on the left-hand corner, the campaign begins with not only the victim receiving threatening text messages and emails and social media messages, but also her friends, her former teachers, her parents, her 13-year-old sister, and anybody else Ryan Lynn can identify as associated with her begin to get explicit photos of the victim that he has obtained from her Google Drive. Don't store naked pictures of yourself.
Sex
just
video.
Don't. So, but anyway, she's entitled to do this, and so this young lady has, some nude photos, some lingerie photos, so he takes those, and also takes the most personal and private entries into her diary, takes those excerpts, and blasts them out to, again, her parents,
everyone.
her 13-year-old sister, her college professors.
He sent it to all of her dad. Her dad was a surgeon, to his entire workforce.
Yes.
And blasted it out to them, all these naked pictures of the daughter.
Of course, using spoofed email accounts, and it's made to look like she herself, our victim, is sending all of this information about herself to all of these people, because again, he is spoofed an
To
email
her
account.
teachers, to her classmates.
Now, if you can read any of this, a lot of this has to do with her mental health and her depression. We have up here, I was freshly 21 and was ready to kill myself. And she's writing about the suicidal ideations she had.
My period's 2 weeks late. I'm afraid I might be pregnant.
The first time I had sex was at my friend Asib's party. So you can see these are very personal and private things that have now been blasted out to everyone and anyone. And again, made to look as though the victim is crazy and she's sending these things out to herself. Meanwhile, the victim is receiving anonymous text messages from providers such as TextNow, where he's just made up a nameless text messaging account, harassing her once again about the termination of her pregnancy. Murders like you are a disgrace from society. It grew inside of you for so long, it was about to become a human until you killed it. And we have, why don't you kill yourself? So he starts harassing her and trying to get her to commit suicide. Also, and we see this a lot, and it's incredibly, it's horrific and it's dangerous. He went on Craigslist, Backpage, websites like FetLife.com, and posted ads using this photograph of the victim and her name and her address, and said, you know what my fantasy is? My fantasy is that a bunch of dudes will come to my house without me knowing and break in and tie me up and rape me. So here's my address. Don't give me a heads up, just surprise me. And this victim actually had 3 different men show up at her house with the intent of doing just that, breaking in, tying her up, and raping her. And she had no idea until investigators found this, that this was why these people kept showing up at her house. He branched out and started targeting directly her friends and her family. This is the victim's nephew, where he wrote horrific things like, how would you like it if I raped him while holding a gun to your head? I mean, really, really horrific things. And part of the purpose of this was not just for his own entertainment, but what started happening is that as other people in the victim's circle were targeted and harassed, they began to step back. And so she was completely alienated from any support system she had, because everybody knew that if they got too close to her, they would be next. They would have their accounts hacked. They would receive spoofed emails. Emails would be sent out in their names. So it became even more horrible for her as people began to back away. Ryan Lynn first became a suspect while our victim was still living with him. She had been missing her medication, and a plumber came one day because one of their toilets was stopped up, and what he found when he went to fix the plumbing was one of her prescription medication bottles had been flushed down the toilet. The defendant, Ryan Lynn, when he was asked, denied it, but our victim started feeling really weird about him, moved out immediately. When she came back about a week later to get the rest of her stuff, she found her diary printed out and strewn all over what had been her bedroom. But again, Ryan Lynn denied having anything to do with that. Ryan Lynn also doxed the victim, which you're probably familiar with. He placed all of her personal information, name, date of birth, social security number, financial information online, and encouraged people to take it, use it, and harass her with it. This was really weird, but it actually led to the identification of Ryan Lynn as the perpetrator. Lynn actually, so the victim worked for rover.com, where she would pet sit for people and walk people's dogs and things like that. So Ryan Lynn created, because the victim had changed her phone number and her other contact information, he was trying to obtain her contact information, so he sort of social engineered some of it.
Tricked her.
Created a listing on rover.com saying, hey, I need a pet sitter, and basically fashioned it so that he knew she would respond, and that was how he obtained from her her new phone number. About a month later, one of the people for whom the victim was pet sitting, she was watching their 2 cats, the defendant had hacked into her rover.com account and started sending messages to these people basically saying, I've murdered your pet. So, hey, I'm so sorry to tell you this. Yeah, but Wink is dead. I had a panic attack suddenly and smothered Wink to death. I'll pack her remains into a Ziploc bag and you can come pick her up. Sorry. And so the lady's like, what? Call me. What happened? And he writes, I'm so sorry. My brain shut down and I just couldn't handle it. So he's telling people now, hey, I'm victim and I just killed your pets. So these people freaked out. They called the local PD, and the PD did some work And they contacted rover.com, and this is when Ryan Lynn is exposed as the perpetrator, because rover.com came back and said that account from which you think the defendant solicited victim's phone number is associated with Ryan Lynn's Gmail account. So that was really helpful. They also found out that VPN services had been used to create both that sort of solicitation account and also had been used to get into the victim's account. When they contacted the VPN provider was able to say, yes, the IP address at issue was used from both Ryan Lynn's residence at the time and his workplace at the time. So agents went to Ryan Lynn's workplace. Oh, that's other stuff he did. He also pretended to be the victim's friend, and he would put online bomb threats. I think there were probably upwards of 30 bomb threats for private, public, and nursery schools. Yeah. Hey, and he'd be like, oh, I hope they catch this jackass.
This is his actual Twitter.
Yeah, that's calling in bomb threats. He's like, I sure hope Waltham police can figure out who this is. And then he would pretend this is, me and my housemates are going to shoot up Waltham Public Schools tomorrow afternoon. There'll be blood and corpses everywhere. Private message me if you want to join ASAP because I'm deleting this post tonight. Blood everywhere. And that's one of the victim's friends. So he had gotten to this guy's Facebook account as pretending he's going to go be a school shooter. So it's a variation, essentially, of swatting people, if you're familiar with that, of getting police to run to your house thinking that you're about to commit a violent crime. So yeah, his tradecraft included the Onion router, VPN services, bouncing through proxies, spoofed text messages or text message phone numbers, email addresses, and things like that. As I told you, through Rover, they were able to link his IP creation date for a Gmail account and that Rover account to Ryan Lynn himself. And then when they went to his workplace, they found a lot on his work computer, which he probably didn't anticipate because he knew when he left his former employer that they reinstalled Windows on his computer. And so I think he thought that all remnants of what he had been doing with it were gone. But you guys are the experts, so they gave the computer to folks like you. And those folks found on there, again, evidence of the pure VPN provider the defendant had been using to harass the victim, rover.com visits, his TextNow username, repeated access to his real Gmail account, connections to FetLife.com, his Proton Mail account, and all kinds of things that established this was our guy. Some of his own diary entries, sent some more mass emails from victims' diaries, suicide note, therapy notes, continued to send victim harassing emails about her abortion.
It's great when the defendant keeps a diary.
Yeah, we always appreciate that.
We like that.
Deleted all copies of Veracrypt and incriminating programs off my MacBook in case it's seized due to a search warrant.
Right, just in case.
So when we wonder where that went, we know. Whatever I did probably did have a profound impact on her, and I'm curious just what the outcome and consequences will be. We'll see in the coming months. What the consequences were, and this is more stuff they found of his, he meticulously kept lists of things that he needed to do. And one of his to-do things was find more victims. Another one was find site to place anonymous phone calls, find a voice changer app for Mac OS, find new ways to phish for people online, start a hacking forum, find more pornography, so that was helpful too. And information is simply a type of federal charging document, and so Ryan Lynn was charged by federal information with, I think, a total of 25 federal violations. He entered into a plea agreement. What he relied upon in his defense is he claimed to be on the autism spectrum. I don't know how that could possibly make you do
Judge did
these
not buy that.
horrible things. Yeah. But the government entered into a plea agreement with him wherein he was able to argue for a sentence anywhere between 7 and 17.5 years based on testimony from a number of victims about how this had completely and utterly ruined their lives. He received 17 and a half years. He received the maximum under that plea agreement. We're not going to get into the sextortion cases. We've already described those. You know, somebody tricks kids into sending dirty pictures and then says, now I'm going to tell your parents unless you send me even more explicit pictures. Or military members who are tricked into soliciting pictures. The bad guy then sends them child pornography and says, I'm going to tell your commander you have child porn on your computer unless you send me a $5,000 green dot card or something.
They pay it.
Yeah. What questions do you have about any of these cases or what we do? Yes, sir. Cameron.
I don't know the last time you were for the Ryan Lynn. When he was printing, obviously we know now that he was the one who printed the diary entries all across your used room. Was there any communication found between the printer used and any one of his devices, or was that?
Not that I know of, and so I'm going to assume he might have printed it
Yeah.
either at work before they knew where to look, or went to a public library. And
It went on
paid.
for a long time from the time that happened. It was like over a year and a half, I think, before the federal FBI agents were involved. It went through a lot of local detectives because for a long time they didn't know who was doing it.
Right, and so in order to look for information like that, absent consent, which Ryan Lynn wasn't going to give because he kept saying, it's not me, look somewhere else, we would have had to get probable cause to get a search warrant to look that deeply into his devices. And at the time, there just wasn't probable cause because everything was so effectively anonymized that they just didn't know where to look. They knew Ryan Lynn was a weirdo, but that was really all they knew at the time. But you're right, that's a great place to look. And that's why we come to you all, because you have these ideas like, well, we should see a communication then with the Associated Printer at about this date and time. We can maybe see how many pages were printed, see if it corresponds with the portion of the diary that was printed. That's why we need people like you, Cameron. Other questions or thoughts? Yes, sir.
Quick question. When it comes to ransomware and they basically send you CSAM or pornography, how do you go about that to basically prevent yourself from getting caught up in a criminal
Call law enforcement as soon as it happens. Right, we get that question a lot. Call law enforcement. If that happens, if you're working for a company and all of a sudden you're getting something, even if it looks like regular pornography, right? The most recent hack was actually of Pornhub, which is adult pornography, but they most recently hacked Pornhub and tried to put some CSAM out that we're now dealing with. So if that happens to you for any company that you work for, you just call mostly federal agencies, but you can call your local PD and just tell them. They understand, they know that these things are happening. It's not like they're gonna come in and arrest you.
The other thing is, too, on the back end, a lot of companies contemplate whether they should actually pay. There have been a few instances in which companies pay and then their data is released, but that is in the minority of occasions. A lot of times, since these people don't care, they're overseas, they know we're not able to identify them, so they get their Bitcoin or whatever, and then they just wipe all your data anyway. So we're back to kind of a we don't negotiate with terrorists sort of thing, because it's not going to benefit these companies to pay millions for data they're not going to get back. It just encourages them to hit corporation after corporation because they know they're going to get paid. So we encourage businesses to the extent they can to not pay these ransoms, because then we just see it ramp up. Other questions or thoughts? Yes, sir.
In the beginning, you had mentioned that essentially most of the time that it's like a slip up on the criminal's part that leads to discovering everything. And to go back to Ryan Lynn thing, if he had used, just say like a burner email to make that Rover account, would he still get more essentially?
Quite possibly. Yeah, then that's always how we catch these people who are very good at otherwise remaining anonymous is typically, they'll be using a VPN, but they'll access one of their true name accounts. That's a mistake that often helps us identify these folks. Or even in using Tor, they'll have a Tor browser open so that they can engage in swatting, which if you're not familiar with that, it's causing local police to believe that there is a violent emergency at someone's residence and causes them to send the SWAT team to basically like kick in your door with their semi-automatic machine guns and all that kind of stuff when there's really no emergency at all. But we get a lot of that, and so people will be doing their nefarious thing using a Tor browser, but then simultaneously, they'll open up Chrome and post a Facebook status update or pay a bill on Bank of America. And so there are ways that we can associate people when they're doing true name stuff and bad stuff at the same time. That tends to be when we're able to identify them. But yes, I mean, Tor is incredibly effective. It was made to be. So yes, that's why it takes us so long to identify these folks. We're waiting for them to mess up. Mm-hmm. Sir?
You mentioned the FBI getting involved in like ransomware and stuff like that. Is there some cutoff that says the FBI gets involved versus the GBI or local law enforcement or something?
The federal nexus is really what makes, it's the statutes for which we can charge certain crimes, but that is not, if you have a concern, you can call any of them. They'll figure out whether it's going to come to the feds or if it's going to stay at the state level, but really it just depends on what the crime actually is. Like for instance, with child pornography, we charge child pornography. The state can charge it, but generally we charge it because we get better sentences, and because of the federal nexus, because most times they're using a computer, a cell phone, the internet, and they're not printing out like hard copies of photographs. That would be, I think, the only instance where I probably couldn't charge possession of child pornography, it will come to us. And it just depends. There are, here in Georgia specifically, there are certain statutes that are better, I think, charged at the state level than charged at the federal level, and vice versa. So it just depends on what the crime is. Does that answer your question?
And regular ransomware, I mean, if they've hit a hospital, for instance, I think the feds would work with GBI, and then ultimately it would be decided at which level it would be prosecuted. But if it's something like a hospital, if it's something like a corporation that's extorted for millions of dollars, my suspicion is that would be handled federally by prosecution if we're able to make an identification. And then the next step is actually getting our hands on the person, right? I mean, we get a lot of intrusions from overseas and a lot from hostile countries with whom we don't have an extradition treaty. So sometimes you guys have seen indictments announced by Main Justice. We call it name and shame. So for instance, we've had Chinese military operatives who've committed hacks. So we've had various hacks that the president or the attorney general will stand in front of the microphone and attribute it and say this was North Korea or this was Russia and here were the operatives that are responsible, even though we know they're never going to leave that hostile country, so we're never going to be able to extradite them. But that's another complication in a lot of those intrusion cases that we deal with. Yes?
So recently there's been a lot of move on trying to hold companies accountable that get breached and then don't report it to law enforcement. There's recently been some work making it into a civil case.
Yep.
Do you see that it's going to get better by adding more penalties against companies that don't report, or how do you think is the best way to kind of facilitate companies to
Yeah, I think it's a two-pronged approach. I mean, some people, unfortunately, do have to have maybe the potential of draconian penalties hanging over. It's all monetized, right? It's all about money. So if the corporation is doing the math and they realize we're going to lose a lot more money by telling law enforcement than we are by just trying to clean this up in-house and keep it quiet, the odds are they're just going to try to handle it themselves. And we won't be able to help them. We won't be able to make attribution of the threat or help them patch it. But I guess if you look at the financial penalty that you might incur if you don't tell law enforcement, well, now maybe that outweighs any benefit you thought you could maintain by keeping it all in-house. So that's a motivation. That's a negative motivation, but it's a motivation. What we try to do, though, and I get that, I have seen a lot of civil suits lately that have been allowed to go forward by the courts to impute some liability to the company for not having better cybersecurity and for not making the appropriate reports. What we try to do as sort of positive reinforcement and encouragement is go out and meet the cybersecurity folks like yourselves at these companies and explain what we bring to the table. Again, that we're not going to publicize it. We're going to anonymize you in any indictment that is filed. We're going to send an expert to help you patch your system. We're going to send an expert to explain to you how this bad actor got into your system in the first place. We're here to help you remediate this and here to make sure that people get held accountable. But it's hard for corporations to believe that, since we're strangers and they really don't want anyone to know. But we're working on that positive angle as well. But I think the threat of financial penalties is a motivator, and it may be necessary. Other questions, or y'all want lunch? What? Yes, sir.
Yes, within the investigation of Ryan, was chain of custody involved with the FBI investigation?
So chain of custody issues, I think we've found mostly come into play when we have what we call fungible items, right? That you could mistake one for another, like a blood sample is a fungible item. You've got to have a perfect chain of custody for that, right? Because your blood looks the same as my blood. Drugs, right. Cocaine looks like cocaine. Okay. So where we found a chain of custody isn't so much an issue is in sort of the cyber world, because we have things like hash values and stuff. So like when we image a computer, you can tell hash value matches hash value. It's a bit for bit reproduction of the original computer. So we can do whatever we want with the original computer, with the image, whatever, as long as we have, that digital thumbprint. It's harder with phones.
Yeah, I would say maybe the only time chain of custody really would come up is when you're actually seizing the device, right? When law enforcement's going in to take the computer, then chain of custody could potentially become an issue, maybe there. But for the most part, when we're dealing with stuff that's on the internet, we're not very concerned with chain of custody. That's not an issue that comes up very often.
Other questions? Yes, sir.
Have you guys seen a number of ransomware bad actors from Georgia?
No, I have
No,
not.
I haven't.
No.
Not from Georgia. They're normally overseas.
They're primarily overseas, yeah. I don't know that we've prosecuted any domestic ransomware, at least in
I haven't seen any in our
Georgia.
district. Yeah.
No, it's a big money maker overseas. That and all the scammy phone calls you get. Just another variation
and it's just
of
a lot
that.
harder for us to track it overseas. I think a lot of people probably know that. If you're domestic, it's going to be a lot easier for us to find you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having us here, and thank you for what you guys do. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so it has been one long, wonderful morning so far. It is that favorite time of day of mine, lunch. So I'm going to again suggest everyone to go to the cafe at the Knights. It's a very simple, easy walk. We could all use it, I'm told, at least from my family's perspective. To me, that 10,000 steps a day is not adequate for me. So if you come out and down the long hall, the back way, you can elegantly walk to follow the red brick road the whole way past the next building, and the student center is all the way down on the left, and the lunch cafe is there. There is a student docent's going to walk a couple people if anyone wants to follow them down. Would you raise your hand? And you know, he will Pied Piper you down there if you want. Obviously, our live stream would have a longer walk, so you'll have to make your own grilled cheese sandwiches or what you prefer. I apologize. But anyone interested in lunching, please try to be back here about 5 to 1 because we want to start right away at 1. We will be having another drawing then as well for certificates. So far today, amazing. I can't appreciate and thank, again, all of our awesome speakers. I think they all need a round of applause. And again, this day is brought to you by the faculty here, our leadership, and again, it hasn't cost anybody a penny, which we are trying to maintain. So I thank our sponsors, the Alumni Association, the Foundation, and a few others, and of course our deans. They are amazing people. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you guys soon. The next round is going to bring it up another notch as well as speakers, so please come back and be excited. I do have a side note of doctoral students that are here in the audience. Before you guys run to lunch, if you could come over to the side and just talk with me for 1 second so I can identify everybody and say hello real quick for 2 seconds. Okay, everyone, enjoy lunch.
Do I need to announce them to come with me? Or do they just know the speeches? Or you
People are going.
Yeah, do I need to take them up?
Yeah, take them up.
Do they know to come with me?
No, that's why I was saying grab that table.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope everybody had a great lunch. I know that I got to eat a little bit, and I will not tell a lie, I did have the chocolate pudding as well. So I will need to do some extra steps today. Thank you all for coming back, and again, thank you for all of our live streaming students and friends and the tech schools and peers out there that are watching today. We do have fresh coffee coming in for those here, so we will be able to recaffeinate and be alive and ready to go. Our next speaker coming up is yet again another awesome speaker. We are ruling today with just incredible speakers that just keep going forward, forward, and forward on our mission here at Middle Georgia State University to engage and educate the community in the region. Our next speaker is Alex Koski. He is another in the series that we just started. We saw one side of prosecuting individuals for cybercrime and offenses. Now we're going to see the other side where they try to work in the legal side to help protect organizations and firms. Interestingly noted, when I was reading his bio, one of the loves that I have is compliance. And I worked in that side in the area where I did my prior life and job of working to make sure we had governments and compliance regulations all in line. And those terms of service agreements that everybody scrolls through and sees and clicks and go, yep, okay. But they never read them and know we just gave away our firstborn child, our dog, and our car. You know, some of us don't want cars now because of gas prices, but that's not my problem. So today, he's going to talk a little bit about how his firm works with the financial service and data protection and privacy area, especially the cybersecurity team side, which he's an expert in as well. He's also a data response team member, which is a little bit different from what we've heard today, which fits perfectly inside of our schematic, where every speaker builds a little bit on the other speaker and kind of adds and contributes. He works specifically with global data protection. We heard a little bit about this because of the law that we saw from prosecution, but now the protection side starts adding a new element to it today. Some of the compliance and incident responses is one of the areas that I love. You know, pre-planning and being proactive. Every student that I've ever had here at Middle Georgia State University, I believe, has that ingrained in their mind. Being proactive, looking for the incident before it happens so you don't have to respond quickly or late. So today's speaker that's starting us off in the afternoon session is an expert in applying this information, protecting clients' data, and I'm looking forward to his speech. Alex, the stage is yours, my friend.
All right, thank you very much for that introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I know I'm coming in right after lunch, so hopefully that coffee will get here pretty soon to keep everyone awake for the next 45 minutes or so for me. So again, my name is Alex Koski, and I know you heard a little bit about my background in the introduction, but I'm with the law firm of Baker Donaldson in Atlanta. And in addition to a lot of the compliance issues that I tackle with respect to data privacy and cybersecurity, I'm also part of our incident response team. And so today, I actually am going to talk a little bit about, I know this morning you heard from some software companies, some U.S. attorneys talking about maybe some of the criminal side of things in cybersecurity. And you had some folks from law enforcement here. And so I'm going to talk about what I do and the things that I see in helping organizations respond to cyber attacks, both in the moment and then some of the best practices that we like to talk about with a lot of our clients and why this is so important. So one of the things that I start off with a lot when I talk to my clients is right now there's no greater risk to organizations than what I call cyber insecurity. As we've seen over the last several years, and in particular during the COVID-19 pandemic, is the fact that there are so many cyber attacks. Cyber attacks are increasing exponentially year over year. And it really, cybersecurity was a thing that organizations just sort of thought about a little bit, but never really invested in. And it's gotten to the point now where we get studies all the time from various companies and organizations about what their biggest concerns are. And over the last several years, cybersecurity and privacy have been in the top 3 every single year, every single study that we see. And the thing that we preach to a lot of our clients is it is a top-down investment into cybersecurity. This is a fundamental risk that everybody must assess from all the way up from the board level, all the way down to every single employee. Because as we've seen, and as we're going to talk about in just a minute, all it takes is one click on a simple link, and you have a massive attack on your hands. So I did want to start off by just highlighting a couple of the major headlines that we've seen over the last year. A lot of these you're going to be familiar with, but I think it's important to set the stage as to what's going on, and then we're going to talk about some of the current types of threats that I see, and then how we respond to those types of things. So the first one that a lot of you, I'm sure, are very familiar with was about a year ago, in April of 2021, was the Colonial Pipeline attack. This was an attack, a ransomware attack, that resulted in the entire encryption of Colonial Pipeline's network. And I'm sure a lot of us in this room, and maybe a lot of you watching virtually, had some trouble getting gas for a few days because they supplied pretty much all the gas up and down the eastern seaboard. And the result of this one was, the cause of this was due to a single compromised account. And that was no longer in use, to make matters worse. I mean, really adding insult to injury. And the end result of the Colonial Pipeline attack was they ended up paying a ransom of $4.4 million. And this was actually one of the unusual ones where the law enforcement was actually able to recover about half of that amount, which we used to never see. This was really kind of the first precedent that we saw with respect to this, and we're seeing a little bit more and more, which brings into a lot of blockchain and other issues that we're not going to dive into today. But this was really the impetus, the real wake-up call to a lot of organizations of, oh my goodness, I really need to really think about cybersecurity issues. Next one was in August of 2021, which was the T-Mobile breach that made a lot of headlines, really for the sheer number. There were 54 million people that were impacted by this. And the critical thing that I want to point out here is that of those 54 million, 40 million of those individuals were no longer customers of T-Mobile. And this really highlights on the compliance side, the concept of data minimization and data retention. And the thing that I preach to my clients all the time is, if you don't need it, if you don't need to collect it and you're no longer using it, then you don't need to have it on your system. And this is a great example of why that is so important, because I'm sure of the 40 million people who were no longer customers, T-Mobile probably didn't have a reason to keep a lot of that data, and they really could have minimized some of the exposure here. But that wasn't the case, and as a result, they are currently mired in a number of different class action lawsuits. Next one we're going to talk about is at the end of 2021 in December, which was the Log4j software vulnerability. I'm sure a lot of you here are very familiar with Log4j. It's a logging software that's used by companies across the globe. And there was a vulnerability that was exploited by the attackers that allowed unauthorized access into systems. And really, the volume of attempts here is what's just mind-blowing. There's a statistic that estimated that there were over 100 attempts every minute to try to exploit this vulnerability, and that nearly half of all global companies had experienced an attempt to exploit it. I mean, just think about that. The sheer magnitude of it is unbelievable. And the last one is one that maybe people here aren't as familiar with. It's called the Expeditors attack, which is about 2 months old now. This was a significant attack on a global logistics company. And the two things I want to point out about this one is that they actually acknowledged in written statements that they had, one, a limited ability to conduct operations, and two, it had a material adverse impact on their business line. And for a company to actually come out and say that and put those things in writing, there's no telling how bad. I mean, if they're saying that on its face, it's 10 times worse underneath the surface. They still are not fully operational over 2 months after the attack, and they actually just came out with numbers recently that estimated that their expenditures for this year alone are going to be 3 times the previous year, simply because of all the investments in technology that they are making as a result of this attack. So I want to lead into just some current trends that we see on our end on the private side representing organizations. And I'm sure some of these statistics are not going to be a surprise to some of you in this room, but when we look at certain things, so basically 1/5 of cyber attacks are caused by compromised credentials. We gripe when we see the password reset notice come up on our screen, forcing us to think of another 14 character with all these symbols and everything like that. But I mean, this really proves why it's so important, because a significant amount of these attacks are caused simply by compromising those credentials. The most common ways companies are attacked right now, these three things have been pretty steady over the last several years. Phishing attacks, which you would think that we would understand by now, but they're still the most popular way to get into networks. Software vulnerabilities like the Log4j vulnerability that I just spoke about. And the reason why obviously people are doing that is because there's more bang for your buck. Companies use a certain type of software for a lot of different functions, and boom, access through one vulnerability gives them access to a number of different organizations. And then lastly is remote desktop protocol. I know a lot of us are coming back to campus or going back to the office, so hopefully we're going to see this dwindle down, but I know a lot of organizations have adjusted to life with employers working remotely, so this continues to be an issue. The other stat there is 43% of cyber attacks are against small businesses, and that means 1,000 or fewer employees. And I just think that we see the headlines that I just talked about of these global companies, but when it comes down to it, it really is small businesses who are the primary target of these types of attacks. So I have represented solo law firms, I've represented small mom and pop shops, all the way up to Fortune 100 companies. Everybody is a target, but it's really the small businesses who are the most vulnerable here. And then, it's no surprise that the attacks that we are seeing now are more sophisticated. They are causing companies to experience higher costs. They're more damaging, they're more expensive, and it's just becoming, it's really a big business to cyber attackers. There we go. So one of the questions that I get asked a lot by organizations is, well, how much is this going to cost me? Well, there's a lot of data to prove it. And in a recent study, the IBM comes out with a study each and every year about the cost of cyber attacks and cyber breaches. And in their most recent study, the survey showed that the average breach costs a company in the United States $9.05 million. That's up from $8.64 million from the previous year. And I believe it's gone up for 9 or 10 consecutive years, which really isn't a surprise. The thing that's really important on this slide here is the average time to discover and contain a breach. It's 287 days. So to put that in perspective, if an attacker compromised somebody's network today, on average, it would be until February 2nd of next year by the time that they actually identified it and were able to contain it. I mean, just that's longer than an NFL season. And why is investing in incident response so important? Well, it results in a significant cost savings. The average, the cost gap between those who prepare and those who don't is 54%. It's a significant amount of money. So let's dive into specifically about some of the attacks that we see and how they've evolved over the last couple of years. Phishing and business email compromises, this continues to be number one on the list and really is the biggest thing that we see day in and day out in what we do on the private side. Again, I would say that phishing attacks have continued to morph between government impersonations. The big popular thing now is Ukraine Relief Fund. It was COVID-19, something that's a current event to try to get somebody to click on it. But the thing that we're seeing a lot more and more with respect to these types of attacks is the subsequent actions of fraudulent wire transfers. Year over year, fraudulent wire transfers increased 70% from 2020 to 2021, and the average loss was over $300,000. So I represent a lot of financial clients in the financial services industry, and so constantly we are seeing certain instances where somebody might compromise credentials, then somebody spoofs an email address with a fake invoice, and boom, the wire goes out for $300,000 or $1 million or $7 million or whatever it might be. And we have seen an exponential rise in those types of incidents over the last year or so. So, again, these have evolved. We're all familiar with the Nigerian prince emails from years and years ago that we could spot on its face, but they're getting more sophisticated, okay? The attackers are mimicking companies that we know and that we trust, like FedEx, like AT&T, like Amazon. Social media, you get stuff with an Instagram logo or Facebook or whatever it might be. There's an inherent trust in the companies that these attackers are now mimicking, and so we're more likely to click on it. They're harder and harder to spot. We're seeing more spoofed emails where there might be just one character missing from the email address and we just can't spot it. And boom, we've clicked on it and we trust it and your network is compromised. The other thing that we're seeing is a lot of third-party vendor attacks. This dives into a lot of the software vulnerabilities that we've seen, and a lot of companies use managed service providers for their IT services, things like that. And I mentioned this before, but it's more bang for your buck. You compromise one MSP, you might have access to 1,000 customers and their networks. But I would say that of all the different types of attacks that we see, this is the one that companies pay the least attention to, is what their vendors are doing and what their service providers are doing. But in reality, the studies show that 1 out of every 2 companies have had a vendor that has experienced an incident in the last 12 months. So this is a significant issue. I've had one client in the financial services industry that they use a certain vendor for certain services, and they've experienced 2 security incidents in the last 2 years. You'd think that maybe they learned their lesson the first time and would have audited that vendor, or maybe their security controls were a little bit tighter, but no, it happened again. And as a result, they've had to notify hundreds of thousands of people over the last several years. And it's resulted in a significant loss and a significant amount of money. But third-party vendor incidents are on the rise. They're going to continue to be there. And organizations are treating this they recognize it as a threat, but they're not treating it as a priority. And so that's one of the things that we try to work a lot with our institutional clients and our larger clients, of making sure that their contracts have the right provisions in there with respect to breach response, with respect to the security protocols that they should have in place and things like that, because it is a significant risk. So we'll dive into the big one here. It's ransomware. I know that we're all very familiar with this based upon the news that we've seen in the headlines, but really what the figures around ransomware are unbelievable. There was an estimate that in 2021, the ransomware attacks cost companies $20 billion, and that's going to continue to go up for this year. And what we've seen is really an evolution in ransomware attacks over the last 3 or 4 years. It used to be just simple encryption, and you might pay your ransom, and then you move along. But now we're seeing double extortion attacks where your systems are encrypted and they're stealing data, or your systems are encrypted, they're stealing data, and then they're calling your customers trying to get you to pay the ransom too and leverage them. And I'll tell some stories about that in just a second. The other thing we're seeing is a real fractioning of the groups that are attacking organizations. We used to have a lot of institutional knowledge about the 5 or 6 or 10 most popular groups that were launching these attacks. But what's developed is what's called ransomware as a service, where these larger groups are licensing their software, their ransomware out to certain companies to launch attacks. And so, when we're brought in as legal counsel on a ransomware attack, one of the things that we usually do is engage a ransomware negotiator. And they help come in and go into the Tor site that the threat actor has left in their ransomware note to try to communicate with them. And they usually have a laundry list of data about these various groups. And we're finding that over the last year, that's just simply not the case. There's a lot more unpredictability in this market when these types of attacks hit. You really don't know what these people are going to do anymore. I know it might be a little hard to see these on the screen, but these are just some examples of ransomware notes that are from actual cases that we've handled. Just to give an example of how these threat actors really do operate. This first one here, it's, I mentioned it's just a business. Well, they actually said this in this actual notes. It's just a business, and we absolutely do not care about you. And that's the truth. They're just there to get their money and move on. This next example, whoops, there we go. This next example was a global organization. They were hit with a $6 million demand. There wasn't any encryption, but there was encryption, but there was no encryption, but there was just exfiltration of data. Okay, so they're continuing to be able to maintain business operations, but they have a significant threat of data being lifted off of their system. And as it was noted in the note there, you're not the first and you're not the last. And isn't that the truth? Because each organization is just a notch on the belt. And if you don't pay it, then they might release your data into the dark web and they're going to move on to their next threat to try to get paid. I'll say one of the things that we're seeing a lot more of these types of attacks in the last year or so, and I like to refer to them more as cyber extortion more than ransomware, where the attackers are infiltrating the network. They're not encrypting the systems, they're only stealing data. And then the end result is they'll send an email to the top 10 or 15 executives of the company that they see, telling them, we've taken your data, you need to contact us within 48 hours or we're going to release it. And it's been a little bit of a different twist because companies are really wrestling with the idea of, do we need to pay the ransom or not, because it's not really impacting our business operations. And also from a business standpoint, cyber insurance has really come into play in these types of attacks too, because we've seen a lot of insurers take a harder approach to paying ransoms in these types of situations, because in their mind, it's not impacting your business operations, so where's the real loss? You know, if the data has already been exfiltrated, companies are probably going to have to notify individuals anyway, so there's really no sense in paying the ransom. You know, a lot of my clients have taken a different approach on that. They see things a lot differently, but I think we're going to see a lot more disputes with insurance companies over coverage in ransomware events moving forward because of these types of attacks. So, you know, this is sort of the past and present. You know, ransomware used to be targeted individually towards consumers, you know, very small attacks, high volume, small attacks on individuals. But we've seen that evolve where everybody is a potential target. All organizations are potential victims of these types of attacks. Again, I've represented solo practitioner law firms who have gotten hit with ransomware attacks. I've also represented Fortune 100 companies who have been in the same exact spot. It does not matter. There is absolutely no discretion used by these attackers in trying to pick their targets. It's wherever the most vulnerabilities are. You know, and I mentioned earlier, encryption and data exfiltration are really now standard. But I've had several cases within the last, I'd say 6 months or so. In particular, there was one healthcare entity that was experiencing a ransomware attack. And the threat actors actually had information of certain patients, and they were reaching out to patients telling them that if their hospital didn't, or their healthcare entity didn't pay the ransom, they were going to release their information on the dark web. And so, you know, not just from a legal perspective, but that creates a communications nightmare for clients, where they have patients all of a sudden calling them saying, I had no idea about this ransomware attack, yet I just got this call or I just got this email. It's scary. I mean, think about if you just get a call on your cell phone right now saying your data is going to be released if XYZ company doesn't pay the ransom, it would freak you out a little bit. And you know, obviously, it's worked to some extent, and it's just another layer of concern and risk that organizations have to think about in both planning for these attacks and then thinking about how they're going to respond in the moment. So I'm going to try to wrap up here so I can take some questions from the audience. But these are just some incident response considerations that we like to talk through with a lot of our clients. And, you know, pre-cyber attack, what are we going to do how are we going to think about our response? What does this look like? And some of you here may have actually put together or been part of an incident response plan before. And that's one of the things that I work with a lot with my clients. Of all shapes and sizes, is having a written document identifying, you know, one, who are your team members, okay? And the thing that I like to stress a lot is that incident response and cybersecurity is not just an IT function, okay? It is a function at all levels of an organization, whether that's HR, whether that's the executive team, whether that's communications, marketing, legal, whatever it might be. You're going to need input from all different departments in trying to respond to a particular incident. And so it's selecting who are your team members who are going to be your leaders in that type of response. You know, what are your biggest threats? You know, are you doing a risk assessment to figure out what type of data do we hold and what are our biggest vulnerabilities and how are we going to address those things and how do we need to respond? What are your potential obligations? There are a lot of new legal obligations that are coming down both on the privacy side at the state level. A number of states have passed privacy laws within the last year or so. California, Virginia, Colorado, Utah just became the fourth one. Do we have any obligations there? The SEC has just proposed certain regulations for publicly traded companies where they are going to have to have certain cybersecurity disclosures about how they vet their service providers, who on their board has cybersecurity experience, things like that. It is, so when we sit down and try to plan these things, we try to think through, okay, or who are you regulated by and what are your obligations going to be if you have an attack? What third parties are going to help you? Hopefully any organization that experiences attack, their first call is to a law firm like me. Hopefully you pick up the phone and call me. But there might be forensic providers, there might be crisis communication firms that are going to help with that. Just thinking through what type of vendors you might want to leverage in response to a cyber attack. How are you handling communications? Again, this is really one of the most important things that I stress to a lot of my clients. I had and thinking through, who do you need to talk to in the event of an incident? Is it, it might be your employees, might be students, might be your customers, might be your board members, might be your investors, whoever it might be. Think through who those groups are. I had a incident that I was handling for a client about a year ago or so, and they had a ransomware attack, and they were completely shut down and completely encrypted. And payroll in 3 days, and it was right before Thanksgiving. So you can imagine what a nightmare that was going to be. And the client comes to us, and they say, we don't know how we're going to make payroll. It's all based in the cloud, and we can't access it. Okay, well, what are we going to do to fix it? And ultimately, they had a relationship with their bank. They ended up talking to the manager, and they were just stroking paper checks to make sure that they could pay their employees on time. But a lot of companies don't think about that. You know, I ask that question a lot when I do mock tabletop exercises for companies, and I present that scenario, and I just get wide-eyed looks because nobody's thinking through what's our contingency plan if we can't do this. And for any organization trying to manage their, not just their legal risk, but their reputational risk, the worst thing you can do is not pay your employees, okay? So that's when they get the most angry. So it's thinking through communications, you know, not just with your employees, how we're going to pay you. You know, they end up issuing a statement, this is how you can pick up your check, that kind of thing. But you might have a certain customer. You know, in financial services, I may have a certain company that is completely locked down, and their customers can't get any money out of the bank or get any money out of wherever it might be. What's the contingency plan? How are you going to communicate with your customers? You know, this is really one of the most important pieces of incident response, and it's managing that reputational risk for organizations. I'll just go through a couple of these last ones. Are you notifying law enforcement? I know you had a couple of folks here this morning about that. We work with law enforcement all the time, a lot of times on ransomware attacks, but one of the primary decisions that we have to make with our clients is, are we going to notify or not? And that is a big decision because of a lot of different things. Because once you bring them in the door, you know, it's the adage of you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. And while there are a lot of pros and cons to doing that organizations have to weigh. Now, the last one I put on there, do you have a process for paying a ransom? All right. This is really the biggest stumbling block for a lot of clients. In a recent one that I had, there was I think it was a $5 million demand. And the company had enough money to pay it if they wanted to, but they had no idea what they needed to do to get it approved. Who needed to approve it? There was no plan, no policy, nothing in place to try to figure that out. And so they were scrambling, and it created a lot of delay and a lot of stress and a lot of strife from everybody on all sides. And so one of the things that we talk about our clients with that is a real big eye-opener is trying to think through the process of how are we going to get this approved if we want to pay for it. And a lot of companies will take the position of, we're never going to pay a ransom. And, you know, Mike Tyson once said everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth, all right? And that's so true when it comes to these types of attacks, because I can't tell you the number of clients who I've worked with proactively who have said, we're never going to pay a ransom, who have had a ransomware attack, and then all of a sudden they change their tune because they're locked down and they've got customers who are asking a lot of questions, or investors, or whoever it might be. Their tune changes real quick. So yeah, these are a lot of the considerations that we work with on the planning side. And then, you know, just from a best practices perspective, these are 8 points that we like to talk through with our clients, both from This is both privacy compliance and then cybersecurity planning and things like that. The first thing is data mapping, all right? You can't protect your data unless you know what you have in place, okay? So this is one of the most cumbersome exercises that companies just absolutely don't want to do. I don't blame them. But it's figuring out what type of data do you collect and where are you storing it, okay? You need that framework in order to build a good compliance program. Data security protocols, all right? These are becoming more and more present with respect to your vendors and your customers are asking questions. What do you have in place? Do you have MFA? What type of endpoint protection do you have in place? Are you encrypted? Things like that, you know, and you think through what are your protocols going to be with respect to data security. The third one there, a lot of just talked about that. Incident response planning. Do you have a plan in place? Have you identified the folks who are going to help you? And do you know what you're going to do in responding to it? And that leads into the fourth one, testing your plan. I preach to my clients that they should test their plan once a year, at least once a year, through a tabletop exercise. We do these across the country for our clients, where we come in for 2 to 4 hours, sometimes it's an entire day, and we'll put their whole team through an exercise simulating various situations in an incident. And fortunately, I've never had a client who has finished an exercise that says, you know what, we're perfect. We've got everything in line. We've totally streamlined our response. We don't really need to do anything. It's always a really good exercise because they may identify somebody that they didn't have in the room that they need. Maybe they identified a third party that they wanted to get in touch with that they didn't really think about, so they adjust their plan accordingly. And then these last couple here, cyber insurance. I don't know how many people in here understand or know what's going on in the cyber insurance market for the last year or so, but the premiums are shooting through the roof, and the underwriting standards are going up as well, and the cost of it is just unbelievable. So thinking through what type of cyber insurance do you have sufficient coverage for the types of attacks that you may face? And so we try to think through those types of things. The attorney-client privilege is one that often gets lost in the shuffle. And as legal counsel, what we're oftentimes referred to as breach coaches. I don't necessarily love that term, but we really are, think of it as like the hub and spoke system, where everything really needs to run through your outside legal counsel in order to preserve privilege. There have been a lot of court holdings in the last 2 years or so that have eroded the attorney-client privilege with respect to things like forensic investigations and forensic reports. And one of the key things that we always stress is that it's really important when you have a cyber attack that any external parties that you're engaging are engaged through your legal counsel. And so that's where we come in to try to preserve privilege. But it's thinking through those, because you get a call from a client in the middle of an emergency and they're just not thinking straight, and they might have already called 6 other people and they're trying to engage them, and we're like, whoa, we need to just kind of take a step back and make sure that this is done properly in the event of any litigation or anything else down the road. And then the last two that are up there, I skipped over one, sorry, vendor management. I talked a lot about this earlier, where it's just important to really vet your vendors to make sure that they have the protocols and procedures in place, both contractually and then that you're auditing those things. So we work with our clients a lot on those because of the inherent risk that if one of your vendors gets compromised, it could create a significant problem for you. And then the last one up there is just general privacy things. So evaluating your privacy policy that might be on your website or that you're distributing to customers, thinking through your terms of use on your website, which has actually been a really hot area of litigation in the last couple of months with some of the technologies that companies are using to track movements by website visitors, session replay technology, things like that, and things like cookies. And so I often stress, if you're going to go through the cybersecurity compliance stress test, then you need to think about the privacy side too and make sure you've got all those policies in order. So I know I've got a couple of minutes left, but I'm happy to open it up to some questions. Yes? 5 minutes? Okay. Yeah.
I just have a couple of questions. Sorry. So I saw there the paying the ransom. So I came from the world where we don't negotiate with terrorists. And so my questions to you are, one, have you ever recommended paying the ransom? And then it would seem to me a bad idea, because if you paid me, I'm going to come visit you tomorrow, and then you're going to pay me, and I'm going to come see you next week, and it's just never going to end. So,
Yeah,
I mean, where do you draw the line and say, I know it's easy just to pay them, get rid of them, but it seems like a poor choice.
It's a really tough conversation to have, and you know, it depends upon the situation. If we have clients who are completely locked down, and maybe their backups are encrypted, or they have no way of recovering the data, then companies I find that my clients are more inclined to try to pay the ransom, and it makes more sense. But to your point, that's one of the things that we talk through, is the fact that if they pay it once, then the potential of them coming back again is probably exponentially more. I will say that is probably more in theory than reality. I have had very few instances of clients where they have paid the ransom where the attackers have actually come back and gotten them again. I'd say most times the clients who have paid it have largely either been left alone, or they've been so scared by it that they make all these investments in technology and endpoint protection and things like that to make sure that it doesn't happen again. But it is a balancing test, and I would say that when we talk about on the preparation side, when we think through ransomware attacks, it's, well, what kind of backups do you have in place? Are they air-gapped from your environment? And a lot of companies are doing that, but one of the things that they overlook is, how long will it take you to restore from your backups? And do you have the power to do that with your employees, with your existing workforce? And a lot of companies will be attacked, and they'll realize it's going to take us 3 weeks to restore from backups, when we could just pay the ransom and decrypt our systems within, I don't know, a week. And so they balance that too as well, and that's a big factor into whether or not they pay the ransom. But your point is right in that it does present a potential exposure to being attacked again. Yeah.
As just a consumer, I'm looking at that last number 8 point where it says policy website terms and cookies. So I surf the internet, and every website I go to pops up, says we need to agree to the terms of service, agree to the cookies, and all this stuff. So am I at risk when I go shopping on at Christmas time if I agree to these cookie policies? And I mean, that's kind of frightening when you say, I don't have $4 million.
Yeah. Well, I would say that the cookies is more about information that the company will be collecting, technical data that they're collecting about your browsing tendencies and things like that. I would say, you know, there is a potential, I mean, whatever data that you're giving to that organization, whether it's your name or whether it's your technical data, I mean, they're likely storing it, and that is at risk if that company gets attacked through a cyber attack. But, you know, otherwise, I mean, I do it too. I click away, and I usually give organizations whatever they want to do, unless they give me the option to opt out, and then I click that. Yeah, a lot of times, exactly. It's give and take. Yeah, and they've got all the leverage because they've got the product that you want to see. Yeah, it's tough. I understand the dilemma. Yeah.
So the Security and Exchange Commission recently announced some proposed rule changes, reporting requirements for security expertise on the board. Do you think those will pass? Do you have any thoughts on what the public comments may be in May?
I do. I think they will end up passing. I'd say the SEC has been very proactive in trying to put cybersecurity at the forefront. They've always made it, for the last several years, it's been one of their examination priorities where they've really looked into it. As far as the board reporting, so the requirement is not necessarily that your board members have cybersecurity experience, but that if anybody does, then it needs to be disclosed. And which, I mean, is a great thing. And really, I'm actually surprised that there isn't more of a requirement that somebody on the board have cybersecurity experience. But I do think that those rules are going to be passed in some form, and it's really going to be a game changer because there are some very, very onerous disclosures that are going to need to be done there.
We got one more over here. So just a quick question. Since you've had experience with people getting ransom, like, hey, we have your data, what is really the process that they go to prove their legitimacy? Because, you know, I can make a Gmail, I have your data at gmail.com, and just say, give me your money. But do they release like a certain amount of information? What are the processes really that they
to prove the legitimacy of the fact that they have your data?
Correct.
Yeah. So usually what will happen is when we're brought in and when we have a ransom negotiation firm in, we will reach out and ask for what we typically call just proof of life. And that would be a sample set of files that the threat actor may have taken from the network. And they will almost always provide that if they have it. And so we provide those to the client and we run through those and it's legitimate data and this looks to be pretty sensitive. This is where they might have gotten it, things like that. And so that's really the first step in trying to verify that they have launched an attack, aside from the internal forensic investigation that you would be doing at the same time. And then, if they decide to move forward and pay the ransom, then the forensic company will test the decryption key in a sandbox and make sure that it works. And usually it does, because as crazy as it is, we always say, well, you are working with criminals, but at the same time, they have a reputation to protect too, because if they take your money and then the decryption key doesn't work or they release your data, that is going to become known in the public, and that makes it less likely that they're going to get paid on the next one. So that's just a high-level view of how that process works. All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
Now I'm scared even more. Thank you. I appreciate that, Alex. So we're going to roll right into our next speaker. We'll have a break come up in a little bit. Our next speaker I have known for quite some time now. And the reason I've known him is he is another graduate of Middle Georgia State University and a success story. Whoop, whoop, I agree, yes. The role that he plays now seems to continuously grow, and I think that's because of his talent. He shadowed the same thing when he was a student here. He parlayed that into a double degree when he first was here in cybersecurity and software engineering, which to do one degree here is a task. To do two at the same time, we may have to have talks about how he completed that sometime later. It was a rather amazing feat. But it also takes a student that's dedicated and really is proactive, and you know is going to be a success, and you're going to want to know the rest of your life. Our next speaker is Adam Hudnall, and he is someone that I am quite sure all the faculty will know and be partnered with and have great relationships with the rest of our lives. Currently, he is a software, correct term I believe is administrator, if I'm right. Systems administrator, excuse me, for Silvervine Software. It's one of the big firms here, and they're located down in Warner Robins, one of the branches, and he is one of the key instrumental people there. I was graced, allowed to come on campus and watch Adam work, and I sat in the background and just said, yeah, there's not enough caffeine in the world for me to be able to handle what he's doing as one human being and watching and monitoring for clients. It was rather an amazing feat to stand there and watch for 20 minutes, and I said, I'm done, thank you. He also has a company that he formed on his own, and it's a small business, and he works on many of different small applications, web-based applications, mobile applications, and it's called Recursive Dynamics. So if you're in need out there, here's the guy to help you out in your company and organization. He loves doing 3D printing and working on different small applications and building his own little toys, we'll call it. He said he was going to bring some in today too as well. I kind of got scared because I'm like, are they going to steal data? You're going to put it in my office. I can't change the grades any higher than A's, so I guess we'll just have to let him be what he is. Everyone, please welcome Adam to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. So I can skip my introduction now because that was better than mine. But as he said, I do work for two companies. I founded one. It's a very small company. We do 3D printing, electronics manufacturing, and things like that. And then at Silvervine, I'm the IT system administrator. So what that basically entails is I manage a team of 60 developer machines, and I help with another team of people to manage 200 to 300 virtual servers that run cold fusion, not real cold fusion. And those run in virtual environments on physical hypervisors in a large data center, which is very cool. We have them backed up all over the place, but mainly Atlanta. So the first three things, well, the only three things that I'm going to cover today are remote monitoring and management. Everybody's favorite is probably going to be attack vectors, but mine's the first one. And project development, or secure project development rather, and some tips to go along with that. So up first is the easy part, the good practices, right? Good practices include naming conventions, addressing conventions, and let's see, credential randomization. So these are all very easy things to keep in mind, but they're also easy to forget. So let's say that you have a network of 50 machines, or 5 machines, or 500 machines. If you look at your firewall, you're going to want to see what device is doing what. And so you need to tell that information at a glance. So you might name your computer A Hudnall-LT, which would be beneficial. If you want to name it something that is cryptic so that you can't tell as an outsider what it is, but it still has some form of convention to it, that's also highly recommendable. If, let's say that for addressing, you have a development network and you have a live network, it's most likely that your live network is hopefully more secure than your dev network, because you want your devs and your QA to be able to poke stuff that you wouldn't normally be able to poke in a live environment. So if you don't have that set up, set that up now. But there shouldn't be any network traversal there, because if your dev network gets hacked, which is quite likely, then you don't want them to be able to reach across into your live network and put a nasty picture on one of your home pages or something. So credential randomization, I've seen it done. Credential randomization is really simple. Basically, just reset the defaults. If it's admin, go home and change it, please. So if you can, automate this process, because it's boring, but also because it makes it easier to deploy a large network of things. It's very scalable. And if at any point you make changes, or a lot of your machines are already out in the wild, it's still fairly easy to implement this. A lot of times you will have to reach out to your users and get some kind of data from them, like you have to get them to do something for you, connect to a VPN or something. But the automation can help you do that. If you say just connect to this VPN and they do, you can set up an automated script to trigger and execute a lot of those things. And so you can even output that to a log, which helps a lot when you're just trying to make sure you've checked every box. Now, no matter how hard you try to check every box, eventually you're going to get a message that looks like this. I know because I got this message, and it is scary to get. This essentially here, desktop-PMRN79G, which is very specific, reached out to a live server while connected to the VPN. And we logged the ISP assigned IP address, and we logged the machine name, but it doesn't mean anything to us. And it issued the command select star. That's not a good command. If any of you in here know SQL, you know that 42 means the answer to life, the universe, and everything, so just give me the whole database. So step one in solving this problem is not reaching out to your entire user base and asking them, was this you? Because then it makes it look like you don't know what you're doing. It also could have been Russia, and everybody gets scared that the company's going to go under because it just got hacked. So step one is, well, okay, we have to ascertain these things. Is this our machine? Probably not, because the name is wrong. And then even if it is, or if it's not, where is the machine? Did Timmy's son Jimmy get on it? And he's learning SQL in school. So he said, I'm going to connect to Daddy's VPN and connect to a live server and submit some requests. It's unlikely, but it's possible. And who has it? Is it Jimmy or is it Timmy? And which one do we need to have it? So step one is actually check the logs. And as you can see by these logs, the historical logs are on the bottom. The live logs are on the top. So if you're connected to the database, if you're connected to the VPN now, you show up in the top list. And we've got your ISP IP, and we've got the username that you're using to connect. That doesn't necessarily mean you're connecting from your machine. It just means we have the username. So we know who's compromised potentially. On the bottom, we have historical records, which give us fascinatingly, the LAN assigned IP address by the VPN server and the username that was assigned that IP address. We don't have machine names, and since this user who issued this command was not connected anymore, we couldn't do a reverse DNS request to resolve the machine name. So we had to wait, basically. And so at that point, it became big brain time. And what we had to do, well, what I did, is I wrote this little script. The code doesn't really matter, but essentially the way it worked is I knew that whoever this was, they were probably in the company. It was probably Mike. And also, if they connected once and successfully issued this command to a database, chances are that it would happen again. So because you want to exploit to the fullest of your extent any exploits that you come across before they get discovered and closed. And we discovered this, I mean, soon, less than 287 days, but not immediately. So it's also worth noting at this point that I was legitimately a little concerned because I checked the RMM portal and I couldn't find this machine anywhere. So it wasn't one that I just forgot to rename. It didn't have AV, it didn't have, well, potentially didn't have AV, it didn't have RMM. And also, important to note, our SQL servers did not at the time have single sign-on. They weren't linked to a radius or any kind of domain controller, so there was no way to figure out who actually issued this command based on their username. We have fixed that, and now anytime a command gets issued, the username gets logged, but So with a little bit of luck and a lot of perseverance, we figured out that it was this guy, it was Mike, and so we could really only tell because it wouldn't resolve. So that means I don't have domain permissions on that machine, whatever the machine is. So what I did was I just reached out to Mike and said, I think this was you. And I said, run the hostname command in your CMD console. And sure enough, that was it. So log watching, right? This is, if you can, definitely automate this. Professor Spangler has watched me watch logs before. And to watch another human watch logs is only half as bad as watching them grow yourself. So keep in mind that you should automate this. SOC 1 and 2, SOC, I forget what it exactly stands for. It's in my notes. If anybody asks, I'll answer them. But we're bound by that at Silvervine because we process a certain amount of financial data. So so we don't trust humans to watch the logs because something might scroll past your bare eyes and you just won't notice. So it's important to automate all that stuff. You can automate alerting on that, and that's always a good practice. Let's see. So at Silvervine, we use, those are reversed. So at Silvervine, we use a couple of different tools that I'll get to in a minute. I know that Professor Spangler can't wait for me to talk about Fusion Reactor. But at Recursive Dynamics, we use Cody2, IIS Log Tool, and Uptime Robot. So I wrote the top two. The only reason that I wrote them is because it was cheaper than finding a third-party service, and it's typically easier to add features as you want. So I would encourage, if any of you ever manage anything, if you have the ability to write the code, because you don't have to contact a sales department and ask them how much it would cost for the development department to then create something for you and then add that to their thing, which then you would probably pay an additional subscription fee for. So that's great. And then Uptime Robot, I did not create that. That just watches the websites to make sure they're up and running. Now, Nagios. Nagios is a pretty cool tool. It has some definitely cool features, and it's got a lot of high-level functionality. It's got lower level too, but we don't use it for that because we don't want to overlap. But some of the main reasons it's cool is its configurability. So I don't know how many of you remember when that guy bungled his configuration of the level 3 internet connection company and brought down the entire eastern side of the United States, including Verizon. So that whole day that your phones didn't work, that was that guy. I forgot his name. Too bad. But we've all done it. I plugged a network cable into one wall once and then took the same network cable not knowing and plugged it into the other wall once, and it created a feedback loop, brought down the whole building once. So, and when they assumed it was me, I got offended. So it was actually me though. So another thing, we have multiple instances of Nagios, which we call Nagios, running around the United States. so that it can nag us whenever a server looks to be down. So if one Nagios instance running in Cedar Rapids or Las Vegas or Atlanta or whatever, if it says that the server's down but not all the other ones alert, then we can investigate that, but it's typically not our fault, so it's not like a huge deal. And then another cool thing is Nagios allows configuration of what exactly you're looking for. So I'm not looking for a 200 OK, and I'm not looking for a 500, because both of those are web responses. That means the response finished, but the server technically failed at the 500. But if you know it's going to 500, it's okay. It just means you're not finished writing your code, right? So what we tell it to do is we tell it to look for an element on the page, typically in the footer, so that we know that the web request completed and then that element loaded, especially if you've got JSP pages or PHP or C# code behind, ASPX, any of that. If you want to make sure that that whole page loaded correctly, then what you want to do is you want to check for an element that loads dynamically. And the final cool thing I want to go over about Nagios is that it allows successive POCs, points of contact. So let's say that you had a guy, it's Saturday morning, it's 3 a.m., your server goes down, but he had a fantastic Friday, and he's not going to be up again for another 7 hours at least. Then it will try to contact him, and when it can't, it'll fall to the next line of succession point of contact, and it'll eventually reach down to the bottom, and then it'll reach out to everybody until somebody acknowledges the alert, which is very cool. It's very annoying, but very cool. And you can program downtime in, so you don't have to worry about, if you know it's going to be down, it won't alert during that period. The other tool that we use for monitoring at Silvervine, which is very cool, is Fusion Reactor. And so just a couple of nerdy things. Up in the orange here on the top right, I've got to zoom in on this. There we go. Up at the top right, you can see RAM utilization. And actually, every little cliff that you see is a garbage collection. Those should look rhythmic to you. So if it looks jagged and random, that's because something in your application, in that instance of Cold Fusion on that server is actually, it's got a memory leak. So it's got too much RAM utilization, or you don't have enough assigned. So it's having to manually do garbage collections every couple of seconds. Sometimes those curves will look flat if you don't have any load. So like if nobody's using your site and nobody cares, then it's going to look flat. The other areas are, the yellow, the CPU. So what I mean by instance of Cold Fusion there, by the way, is a server can run multiple copies of Cold Fusion, and each one could be its own website, but it's all running in the same environment. So it technically all shares the CPU. So when we look at an instance, like here in the yellow, you can see the light yellow is the rest of the system, and the dark yellow is that instance of Cold Fusion's utilization of the CPU. And the beauty of this is, okay, the server spun out of control and broke, but it could have been a Windows update. Is it Patch Tuesday? That's a good question. And then, so it'll tell you if it was something else on the system. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's another Cold Fusion instance. You just got to hit Shift-Escape and dig into that. And then the other metric that I love is the green. If you ever see light green above dark green, you got a problem, because more web connections are being opened than are being completed. That doesn't necessarily mean you're being attacked, but nowadays, I know they're old tools, I know, but slow LoRa's, PyLoRa's, SYNAC attacks, or SYN attacks, SYN flooding, sorry, whatever you want to call it. That's a good indicator of that. So like a DDoS attack, great. That's a great indicator of that. The average time that it takes to complete a request, that's important, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything considering we run databases. So if you request 8,000 records, it might take us 8 seconds to give you that much data. And if that's the case, then there you go. It looks like that. So now that we've gone over live monitoring, let's look at a couple of attack surfaces. I know it's going to take a minute, but we're going to go over each one of these. I'm just kidding. I got y'all. But do remember that you are always a target. So let's pretend that you are a brand new company. You have, you're not too popular yet, and you have a fairly low net worth. Well, that's okay. We've all been there. And let's say that you set up an SFTP server, the key letter there being S for secure, obviously meaning you need credentials to log in and access your data. So pretty soon, no matter what your security looks like or how big your company is, your logs are going to look like this. This is hilarious to me. So if you look on the left here, at the top, you can see where I started this log, and then at the bottom where I stopped the log, because that's how quick it took us to get that many attacks. And now, I also want to point out that so I filtered these logs by unique IP addresses. You won't find an IP address on there twice. And that means that, so each one of these entries represents hundreds, if not thousands, of attacks coming in. And this was after 1 day at Recursive Dynamics with an SFTP server set up so that I could share a movie. Now, this is where tools like fail to ban come into play. And so, again, I think that one costs money. So Cody 2 handles that. It's actually named after that guy over there. He's my best friend. But so fail to ban, essentially the way it works is if you get a failed number of requests within a certain period of time, ban the IP. Because it's either a dude who doesn't know his password within, like, you know, an outrageous number of tries, or it's a dude trying to brute force your network. Or lady, it could be a lady, I guess. So Cody 2 takes 15 seconds to scan and then another 5 seconds to ban. So within about 20 seconds of trying to hit our SFTP server, if we haven't whitelisted you, or the L2TP port, anything like that. If you're running a scanner, you're probably going to end up in this list. And this is just on the firewall. So we got some pretty simple stuff. So now, this is I would say this is most important for everyone in this room because y'all develop a lot of services and you work for companies that develop services, but it's my least favorite topic, so we'll make it quick. Most importantly, remember that actually you're probably not going to be responsible for well, not directly, for most of your security vulnerabilities. So when you tie into a DLL or a dynamic library or an API, so, you know, online, let's say, for example, that you have a database that accepts commands via an ASPX API from IBM. That's a lot of letters, isn't it? You might not sanitize that data because you expect IBM to be trustworthy, and they are, but when and not if IBM gets attacked, if you're accepting commands without sanitization, without parameterization, without any kindization, then it's going to execute that command, and then you're in trouble because, you know, you just got hacked and it looks like it was IBM. So, and then the next principle is PULP. I like PULP, but it's also one of the most ignored that I've ever seen across the board. Because typically what happens, right, when you're a developer is you try to develop a service and something's not working. So what do? You run it as an administrator, and then it works. Sudo, yeah, it will make it work, but the problem is then you forget to turn that off, and then from then on, your whole system is potentially compromised. So for example, if you have let's say you have a C# code behind, you know, ASPX application running on a server, those require user accounts to run, and those user accounts are just created within Windows like any other user. They have permissions to folders and files and stuff like that. If, let's say this service is an API and its specific job is just to create user images that have been uploaded through the API and they created in a d/domain/whatever your website is /PFPs. Well, if you at one point in time ever gave that user account access to your entire C drive, then anybody who has access to that API potentially has access to your entire system. So always remember to limit access even within your own systems. Because it would be great, like, I mean, I hate to say it, but if you had an API that got attacked and it got compromised, the permissions that API actually has on your system can be another layer of security. They could try to execute whatever commands they want. If it doesn't literally have permission to do it, then it can't do it. And then I just wanted to end on a note that says, you know, don't compromise on security. Get creative. Go ahead and layer yourself back and remember your principles. Oh, and before I end, and everybody claps, because I know everybody's going to clap. I do want to say thank you to the School of Computing and to Dr. Spangler. I know he asked me not to thank him specifically, but I have to. And also my family for coming and everybody here who was really nice to me. I was really nervous about this, but it went really well. So thank you. We'll just pause the live feed and then cut back to now, so then it looks like I never left.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm the little guy at home on my computer, and then someone sends me a message says that you were blind in one eye and can't see out the other, and I just left my eye doctor last week. How should I believe or not believe? What should be my action if my system doesn't have those safe protection that you just spoke of? How serious do I take that?
So are you talking about like if somebody's spoofing from your eye doctor? Yes. Well, I would close one eye and then close the other eye and check. But then also, you know, so like check the information, check it for spelling mistakes, things like that. But also like, so you have to be a little bit savvy and, you know, like just a little bit. So in Gmail or Outlook or whatever, if you click the three dots at the top right and then go to the sender's information, typically you can see if that URL is actually them. And then, I know this is a bit heavy, but you could check the originating IP and make sure that it resolves to the address that it's supposed to resolve to, because you can spoof an address, you know, like you can spoof a domain. And then, but if the IP address is different, then you should know that it's spam. So it's a little difficult sometimes. Call your doctor and then check with that. Yeah, I mean, well, if it's your doctor, I mean, you know, everybody call your doctor, but and your mom. But what I mean is, you know, like if it's your bank or whatever, call your bank and say, was this you? And they'll say, oh yeah, you owe me a lot of money. So,
thank you.
Sure.
What, you want a second round of applause?
Well, yeah, yeah. You know, why not? Why not?
I take back everything I just said 40 minutes ago. Please reverse that live stream as he was saying and delete. Your mom? So, we're going to have a little break coming up, but before we do have another set of winners. Of course, everyone's a winner here today, just showing up. But I will announce the next from our great sponsors from CompTIA and EC Council. I believe that, I'm going to say this incorrectly, but I'm going to try. Chantel Daniels. Is Chantel Daniels here? No? Maybe on the live stream. If you can, you'll want to contact Professor Alan Steins. Or chat us up in the live stream so we can get that information to you. Maybe we should not give away this one. The next winner owes me 20% already. He's a former graduate of our program, I see. Cody Lee, and I believe he's in the audience today. Congratulations, Cody. You'll need to see Professor Alan Steins. Lourdes Cole. Is that correct? Am I saying that correct? Anyone? Maybe on the live stream today, hopefully. You'll again will want to talk to Professor Steins. And then Rashard Waller is the next winner. Do we have Rashard here by chance? And then our final is a Trenton Smith. Trenton Smith. Hi, Trenton. How are you? You'll want to see Professor Steins behind you. He's the one in the purple shirt waving at you right now and smiling. And he also collects 20% as well. We need to make a profit. Congratulations to our winners so far. So we have a short little coffee break. It is fresh, and again, it's from our sponsors. It is Starbucks. It is good, and I am on my 13th cup today, as you guys know. So we'll get back with everybody in about 10 minutes. Get up, stretch. Our next speakers are here. We're going to be miking them up and ready to go. You'll love them. They're always entertaining, as always. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's that time again. I know everyone's networking, drinking coffee. The energy level's high. The excitement's even higher. I'm going to bring everybody's running in the room now. Oh, no, we're late for class. That's okay. We'll give everybody a half a second. Welcome back our live stream again, all of our friends out there. So our next set of speakers have graced the stage. I believe this is fourth time? Third? Fourth? Okay. We'll go with third. I think it's the fourth. We'll give them more credit. But they're one of the speakers that is repeatedly asked to come back. These are the guys that are in the field. They're working constantly with the nuts and bolts and digging that data out. As we keep progressing now, you see the theme. We had the prosecutor, we had the guy trying to protect the company. Now we have the guys grabbing the bad guys. The ones that are after the data, they're tracking them, they're in the mud, they're being called out at 3 in the morning, they're going through the door, they're grabbing the computers. As I learned the hard way, your car has a hard drive in it, and so now I have to pull my hard drive out of my car every time I want to commit a crime. I mean, drive somewhere with ice cream that I'm not allowed to eat, as my doctor tells me, because he's tracking me too, I believe. Ryan Bennett is also one of our alumni here from Middle Georgia State University. He graduated a few years ago with the cyber and forensics degree track that we have. He was one of our excellent students again. He excelled immediately. Went into an internship, right? Was that where it was? No, I thought it was in.
I did an internship here with Professor Yerby.
Yeah, you did an internship here on campus, and he went straight into the GBI. The next set of speakers are from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. We are absolutely thrilled to have them here on campus. Everybody knows GBI. These are the guys that are out there. They're the real CSI Miami, but in Georgia. They're the ones that are actually doing it without the tricky camera and the fun lights. They're out there digging for data, mining through everything that happened. Stephen McNamara is here today, one of Ryan's peers that's working in the field as well. They're both forensic investigators with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. They both work and deal with child exploration, computer crimes in that unit for them. Interestingly, they also work with executing search warrants, and all the end with investigators are in the field first. They're looking and preparing official reports. They also testify in court. We heard the other side with the U.S. District Attorney. This is one of the people that they call to testify, that tracks that data they were talking about today. They're the ones who pull it from all the information. They're the ones who grab the mobile devices, pull all the things that you thought you deleted. Yeah, I deleted mine. No, I didn't. Sorry. Yeah, they said before you can't get rid of it. Now we'll find whether that's true or not. Maybe they'll tell us the truth. I don't know. They might not tell us. I don't think so. Well, at least don't tell the criminals in the room. So, without further ado, I welcome them. Thank you. Gentlemen.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Bennett, and I'm a digital forensic investigator with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. This is my colleague, Stephen McNamara, and we're going to talk to you today about the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, our unit, the Child Exploitation and Computer Crimes Unit, and a bit about what we do there. Before we get into that, though, I'd like to tell you a bit about my own background, as well as he's going to tell you about his. Like I said, my name is Ryan Bennett. I'm a DFI with the GBI. I work in the Child Exploitation and Computer Crimes Unit, and I've been there for about 3.5 years now. As a DFI in the GBI, I work all kinds of cases. I've worked dozens of cases over the years with a variety of crimes, mainly child exploitation, such as child pornography, child molestation, improper sexual contact with children, all kinds of things like that, murder, theft, robbery, fraud, human trafficking, all kinds of things. Before I was with the GBI, I worked 1.5 years at the House and County Board of Education, and before that, I was graduating here with a bachelor's degree in information technology. with a concentration in information assurance and cybersecurity. Stephen?
Sure. So, wow, sorry about that. Of course, we're the ones who are going to have technical issues, right?
It's embarrassing.
I do work with Ryan, as he mentioned. My background was basically, I started out as a programmer. I had a bachelor's degree in computer science, and then I moved into mostly technical support work, which I did for a little over 20 years up in New York. And I finally decided I needed to do something different with my tech skills, and I went back to school and got my master's degree in digital forensics and cybersecurity at the John Jay College of Criminal Justice, which is an arm of the City University of New York, but it's focused more on criminal justice careers. Because I knew what I wanted to do when I got out of school was I wanted to actually work in the criminal justice system. And fortunately, GBI is one of the few agencies that I've come across so far that actually hires civilians. Most of the other law enforcement agencies, they will pick someone who seems to be good with technology and say, you're it. You're going to be the forensic person. We'll send you for training. And they take it from there. So we were both lucky in that sense that GBI will hire non-sworn people to do their forensics. So now I'd like to talk a little bit about the GBI SEAC unit. Thank you. In general, we have basically three main missions. We detect, investigate, and prosecute child exploitation cases. And we have a federal grant that enables us to do that. We also manage and operate the Georgia Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, or ICAC. So you'll see throughout our presentation, we use that acronym a lot, ICAC. It stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. We work domestic sex trafficking cases, and we forensically process digital evidence for any law enforcement agency in the state of Georgia.
That's us.
Yeah. We also will do internet safety presentations, and we will also investigate basically any crime committed against the state of Georgia using technology. And as Ryan mentioned, we work a variety of different crimes, so sometimes we will get, I would say maybe 85–90% of our cases are child exploitation.
Sounds about right.
But we then will get murder, same thing, sorry. We'll get murder, theft, fraud, other things of that nature.
If it can be done with a computer or a phone, we'll work the case, just about.
Exactly. Oops, I went the wrong way. Okay. Sorry. All right, so a little bit more about the SEAC unit. We have 33 people in general. It's actually one of the larger specialized units in the agency. We have some special agents that just oversee everything. We have 16 special agents that all they do basically is try to track down and try to solve child exploitation cases. And we're going to talk a little bit later about how those cases come to us. And it's actually in the last year or two, it's been a constant flood of cases coming in. There are 8 of us digital forensic investigators, soon to be 9. We will be fully staffed as of May 1st. We have some people that will process cyber tips, and we'll talk about what a cyber tip is, and all support people as well. So,
turn it off.
Oh, darn. There we go. How do we get our cases? So the GBI is a request agency, basically. You can't just call up the GBI and report, a theft or any other type of crime like that. Most of those crimes we have to be requested by another law enforcement agency. There are, however, some crimes in which we have original jurisdiction, such as corruption, drugs, gambling, and internet crimes against children, or ICAC. And also, I should have said this before, if anyone has any question, please feel free to interrupt at any moment. And I'm going in the wrong direction. I'm very sorry.
Give me that.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, there, okay.
All right, so now it's my turn to talk to you about the Georgia Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. It's confusing.
As easy as it looks.
It's not. All right, to start with, we are just a branch of the National ICAC program. It's a network of 61 coordinated task forces all over the country, and it represents over 3,000 federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies and prosecutorial agencies. The ICAC program was developed in response to the ever-increasing proliferation of internet crimes against children, children and teens using the internet and exposing themselves to predators, as well as self-exploitation. And they decided something needed to be done about that. In 2003, the GBI was awarded the ICAC federal grant, which equates to about $500,000 or so dollars every year, as well as our own state budget to work these cases. We have over 220 federal and local law enforcement agencies and prosecutors' offices all over the state that work with us as members of the task force. We're the grant holders, which means we are obligated to provide them with training, tools, equipment, mentors for those who have never worked any kinds of cases like that. We help train them to do so. And we also work with them, we collaborate with them on their own investigations. We also hold quarterly meetings for training, network, and administrative purposes. In those quarterly meetings, we try to go to cool places. You know, we just came back from Savannah about a month ago where we talked, we learned, but we also got to explore the city and do some fun activities. We'll be right in Atlanta in another month or so, and then we often will go to Jekyll in September, and then in December we'll go up to Brasstown in North Georgia. So
we also, sorry to interrupt you, we also do a lot of, there's a lot of mental health support because of the nature of what we have to look at on a regular basis. So at a lot of these quarterly meetings also is time where we're mandated, we have to speak to a counselor, I think it's twice a year, just to do a check-in to make sure that we're okay. And there's a huge peer support group within the GBI itself that's at our disposal. So a lot of times at the quarterly meetings, we'll get together and just sort of debrief and talk about some of the cases we've worked and how people have dealt with it. We have a great group of people, and everybody, we're all in the same boat. We all are very passionate about what we do, but we're also passionate about making sure everybody is mentally okay.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that because that's really important. Mental health nowadays is more important than ever, and there's a big focus on it. And you don't always think you need that. I myself, I admit, I'm like, I don't need this, I'm fine. I actually ended up speaking to the guy. I overran my time the last time I had to speak to the counselor because it all just starts flowing out of you. But that's a big part of the task force and what we do. As part of being the task force, our affiliate agencies have to sign forms and agree to things that, as part of the task force, they will work these cyber tips, which I'm going to tell you a bit about in a minute. They also conduct internet safety presentations in their jurisdiction, usually at schools for kids, so they learn, how to behave online and things to avoid and how to stay safe. The types of ICAC investigations we do are commercial sexual exploitation, which is CSEC, or human trafficking, child pornography, which is also known as child sexual abuse material. That's a term we're trying to move over to because there's some stigma and issues with the term child pornography, but it's actually in the law as that term, so it's not quite there yet. We also do proactive investigations, such as peer-to-peer, which is torrenting, undercover operations where we chat and we go out. We don't just wait for it to come to us. We try to proactively get a hold of these guys, and sometimes women. We do back page ads, hotel operations, house operations, where we have chatters, pretending to be an underage child, and then somebody thinks they're going to come meet this child for sex or whatever, and it's us. And then there was one time I actually pretended to be a 14-year-old boy, and we managed to catch somebody. We spoke on the phone, and I don't think I sound like a 14-year-old, but he fell for it, so whatever. Now about those cyber tips I keep mentioning. So NCMEC is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It was established in 1984, and it's a nonprofit organization in the United States that works with law enforcement and families and professionals related to missing and sexually exploited children. So they receive federal funding and private funding, and as part of their mission or their authorization, they have a partnership to establish a missing children hotline, and they serve as the clearinghouse for cyber tips that come in. So NCMEC Cyber Tip Line is the nation's centralized reporting system for the online exploitation of children. The public and electronic service providers can make reports of this whole list right here, which is suspected online enticement of children for sexual acts, child sexual molestation, sexual abuse material, tourism, trafficking, unsolicited obscene materials sent to a child, misleading domain names, misleading words, and digital images on the internet. those last few we don't deal with too often. It's usually those first ones, but they're part of it as well. ESPs or ISPs, they're internet service providers, are required by federal law to report instances of child exploitation that happen on their platforms. And that is the law associated with it. This whole list right here is probably the biggest ones we see, and you recognize most of these, probably Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Dropbox, Snapchat, Google, Kik is a big one, WhatsApp, Discord. These all are required by law to report if they have, or if they find out that anybody using their platform is, sending images of child pornography, they're trading, they're chatting about this kind of thing, they're trying to meet children, anything like that, they report to NCMEC, and the NCMEC works through them and they send that information to us, which is processed by our cyber tip managers, and then those go to the agents who do search warrants, and then all the evidence collected from those search warrants comes to us, which is then processed for the real hard stuff. Oops, one too many.
Not just me.
No. All right, a little more information about cyber tips. From 2008 to 2021, the Georgia ICAC Task Force experienced an over 1,400% increase in cyber tips. That is in large part because of the proliferation of mobile devices. Everyone's got a cell phone nowadays. Everyone has some kind of electronic device, and they're connecting to the internet. I don't know anybody who doesn't use the internet at some point in their life. And as a result of that, criminals are part of that too. And that's just another avenue that they can use to entice or exploit children. In addition to that, the ISPs, they're getting better technology that's used to scan and report and find that these things are occurring. Years ago, it was probably pretty easy for them to get away with this stuff. More and more, we're catching up, and we're catching them in the act. In addition to that, you'll see on here, it went way up in these past couple years, and that's because of COVID. Everybody's home. Everyone's on the internet. Everyone's, home with those children, and as a result of that, we're getting more and more cyber tips. It was almost 15,000 last year, and we only have 30 people in our unit, and we're supposed to cover the entire state of Georgia, 15,000 cyber tips. So we stay busy. Here's a few more numbers for y'all. Everyone likes numbers. Last year, through December 11th, 2021, we did over 1,200 search warrants in our unit. We're doing...
Task force.
Or the task force did 1,200, not just us. But we do ourselves several search warrants a month. A week doesn't go by where we're not doing 1 or 2 search warrants. We're going out to somebody's house, in Valdosta, in North Georgia, in Augusta, anywhere in Georgia. We drive to it and we'll hit the house if it's worth going to. They served over 7,000 subpoenas to these electronic service providers, or like AT&T, Verizon, Google. Getting more information about the suspects so that we can track them down and find out where they are. Almost 4,000 devices processed in the state of Georgia related to this. 58 hands-on victims were rescued last year. 102 CSEC victims, that's the human trafficking, child sexual exploitation victims recovered, and 27 traffickers were arrested. And we're very proud of those numbers. Let Stephen take back over.
All right, thank you. So I get it right this time? Okay, so how do we fit into this as digital forensic investigators? So we're going to assist in investigating this criminal activity by performing digital forensic examinations. We document and report our findings. As was mentioned before, we were introduced to that, then goes to the prosecutor for a potential eventual trial if they don't plead. We have to maintain knowledge of what's around, and that's probably the hardest part, but also the most exciting part about the job is things are constantly changing. So we have to try to keep up with what's out there, and that's always a challenge.
I've done over 400 hours of training since I've started the GBI, and I know Stephen's done way more than that. But he's got a year and a half longer than me.
Yeah. So yes, we're constantly attending webinars. There's just so much to stay on top of, but it makes it exciting and makes it interesting. We are called upon, if the case does go to trial, to provide testimony. And we also will try to help out. Sometimes we'll get a phone call from an affiliate agency. They're at a house, they're at a search warrant, and they don't know how to get into a phone, or they have a question about a particular computer. And we'll try to talk them through that and give them technical support as well. So now let's talk a little bit about digital forensics. And there is a forensics program here, so for so many students, this might be a little bit redundant. But to take a quote from NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, it's the application of science to the identification, collection, examination, and analysis of data while preserving the integrity of the information and maintaining a strict chain of custody for the data. We have another definition there, but I think that pretty much, encapsulates it. So for the purpose of this talk, we just want to try to break it down. There are basically 3 phases of digital forensics when we're going from the moment when we first get the evidence until we're basically done with it. So the first part is acquisition, and what we usually do is we create what's called a forensic image. Now, what that is basically a bit-for-bit copy of the original device. We do not do any type of examination on the original device itself. We want to make sure that we don't leave there's never any thought that we might have modified or changed anything. So the very first thing we do is create a forensic image. That's not quite possible with cell phones because the technology just isn't there to prevent us from not making any changes, but that's been well documented. And again, we just want to minimize any allegations that there have been any modifications made to the evidence. And when it comes to what can be acquired, basically anything that might hold data. We have a list of devices up there and it's constantly changing. I mean, we've all heard of the Internet of Things, right? So I've never done it. I don't know if you can do a forensic exam on a light bulb, but who knows, someday I might have to. Your refrigerator, smart TVs, it runs the gamut, drones, anything you could possibly, anything that has an SD card or any type of storage in it could potentially have something of evidentiary value. Then we move on to the analysis phase. And when we're going to do a forensic exam, a lot of it's going to depend on the nature of the case. So for child exploitation cases, it really revolves, no surprise, is going to revolve around pictures and videos. So that's going to be what we're going to hone in on. If it's fraud, we might look for any kind of spreadsheets or any kind of banking applications that might be on the device. Things like murder, we're probably more interested in timelines, internet search terms, things of that nature. So the nature of the crime is really going to dictate the type of analysis that we do. And there's many different types of cases. Obviously, we just have a few examples here. And we are supposed to be, or we are, impartial finders of fact. So if there's exculpatory evidence, we need to report that as well. I mean, there are reasons for, in fact, there's a lot of cyber tips now being generated by Dropbox, and through testing we found out that a lot of people are clicking on a link that they get in a message, and it's automatically downloading content to their Dropbox that they're not even aware of. But then if that has CSAM material in it, a cyber tip's being generated, and the police are showing up at their house. So we know that. And obviously, we don't want to arrest someone who's really not into this stuff. So we have to keep our minds open to maybe this person isn't necessarily guilty.
Our job isn't to prove they did the act. It's to find the facts and what's on there. Usually it proves they did it, but sometimes it doesn't, and that's part of it.
Yeah. And then we're going to move on to some sort of reporting where we're going to include some original evidence, pictures of the evidence, what we found, the type of artifacts that were on the devices, pictures, videos, internet search history. Search terms is a big one too. Someone who's interested in child pornography searches for specific terms that we typically find.
We're not going to tell you what those terms are. Some of you.
Yeah, exactly. We're also going to talk about the location of the evidence. Depending on where it's found, there can be different prosecutorial challenges. For instance, stuff that's in unallocated space, we can't tell you any date or time information on that. We can't give you any user attribution, like who created it. And different prosecutors in different jurisdictions will be looking for different types of things. So every case is always a little bit different. And of course, we have to report on the type of what we did as part of our examination, because some people will hire a defense forensic expert, and they will come and look at, and they'll do their own examination and try to see if they find the same things or not. So we have to be very upfront about how we arrived at our conclusions. And now I think we're going to move back to you.
All right. I'm going to talk to you a bit about digital forensics in the field. We go on these search warrants with the agents, and it's probably the funnest part of the job. We get to get out of the office, drive over to somebody's nasty house and go through all their stuff and find the evidence. And it is nasty, like 80% of the time. I don't know if that's like because most people's houses are nasty or if it's just the people that we look at. But I've got some pictures I'll show you in a minute, and you'll love it. So on search warrants, it's a little different. We don't have time in the field to make bit-for-bit copies of all the evidence. That could take hours. So we'll do our best. Here it says, isolate, preview, report, and seize. So if we have a phone, we airplane mode, turn off Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. We're trying to isolate it from outside signals so that the phone can't be remote wiped or changed in any way. It's how we found it is how it was, and we don't make changes if we can help it at all. Preview it. We have certain tools and software that we can hook up these phones, that we can run on the laptops and desktops that will scan the device for images and known keywords, internet history, things like that. It's surface level, it's quick, so it's possible we miss stuff, but we're hoping to find enough to get an arrest and to say, we're going to take this with us for further examination later. If we do find evidence, we found 30 pictures on this guy's phone. I'll tag a certain amount, like a dozen good images, which are really bad images, and I'll give that to the agent, and they'll use that to get an arrest warrant. And then we'll seize it. We'll take all the evidence with us that we think might have child exploitation or whatever evidence on it so that we can look at it in the lab later. We try not to take everything because we have to look at it all later, and we have a huge backlog because every house we hit has dozens of devices, and we're trying to narrow that down. But we're trying not to take grandma's cell phone if we don't have to. Sometimes we have to. Here's some of those pictures. These ones aren't bad, but this is just what we might see working. So you'll see in that top corner, that's a few of our DFIs working at someone's house. That one looks pretty clean, actually.
In those,
it was, yeah.
That was a nice house. Yeah.
In those cases, we'll try to, we might work on their dining room table so we can spread out and handle all this stuff. If the house is nasty, we'll usually work in our cars. That's, you'll see how we have it set up. It gets really cramped, and it's not ideal. There's a picture there of how many devices we might run into, just cell phones. I don't know if y'all do it, but a lot of people apparently just keep every phone they ever have and throw them in a drawer somewhere.
Yeah,
Please don't do that. Get rid of them, sell them, whatever. But we have to go through all that, and that takes hours.
Yeah. And they're all dead too. The batteries are dead.
We have to charge them up.
We have to charge them all up. So we'll have like a bunch of cell phones on the hood of a car, just like charging them all, just so we can at least take a cursory look to see if it's something that we need to seize.
Mm-hmm. It's a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
There's Steven actually. In a cluttered house that's really not too nasty.
You can't see it.
It's hard to see.
Of course, the computer was all the way against the back wall.
So sometimes we have to climb over stuff to get to the devices and like tunnel our way through, which is great. Here's a couple pictures. Oh, forgot to press the button. There we go. So this might look familiar to some of y'all. This is the desktop. There's cigarette butts everywhere, Coke cans, just trash. This is one of the ones where we have to climb over stuff. It's nasty, and we wear gloves as much as we can. Sometimes the devices, touchscreens don't always work with gloves, so then we have to take them off. So we have hand sanitizer in our cars as well.
Yeah. Big bomb.
Here's a couple more pictures. I've got hundreds of pictures on my phone. I wish I could show you them all, but this is just a little taste. Just trash and garbage and just junk everywhere, and it stinks. And everything's sticky. I don't know why it's sticky. I don't know.
We don't ask.
But it's sticky.
Yeah. But imagine though, we're looking for any digital devices, right? So imagine looking for an SD card in that or a thumb drive. Yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah. I remember we went on one. I had the thumb drive and I was like holding it while I was looking for more evidence, and I dropped it, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And I'm like, shoot! And I'm tearing this place apart. And then I was like, there's a pile of tissues right there I haven't gone through yet. It was in the pile of tissues, and they were used tissues by his bed. I hope he had a cold. I don't know, but that's what we deal with.
Yes.
And it's nasty, but it's sometimes it's fun.
We have a lot of great stories.
Yeah. Plenty of stories. Back to the boring stuff. So I just threw this in here real quick to talk about previewing vehicles. Dr. Spangler mentioned it earlier. We actually don't preview vehicles at the GBI SEAC unit. We have our sister unit do that in Augusta, the Georgia Cybercrime Center. They're trained to do all the forensics there. It's pretty new and pretty uncommon. You don't usually deal with vehicles in child exploitation cases. No one's really storing child porn on their, Honda that we've seen yet. But if you do happen to run into a case, that requires vehicle forensics, call up people who are actually trained in it. If you call us, we'll refer you to the Georgia Cybercrime Center, and they will come down and help you with it. They've got the tools and the training necessary to either do it on scene or take whatever they need back to their own lab and process it there. You can get all kinds of data, a surprising amount really, text messages, calls, GPS, Bluetooth, doors opening, speed, all kinds of things that might not seem relevant on the surface, but can help you paint a picture of the suspect or the victim's movements in your case. Here's just a couple pictures of what that might look like. A former colleague, Justin Almanza, he actually spoke with me here a couple years ago. He's working there with the electronic control unit, the brains where all the data is. And that is a picture of a burnt out car that he did forensics on, which they actually recovered the data from successfully, which I think is amazing. So I just had to throw that in there. Now here we just have a little information about the hardware and software that we use on a daily basis and some free alternatives that you can use if you don't have the funds to purchase or acquire the tools we have. One of the big ones we have is Magnet Axiom. That's probably our go-to software. It handles just about everything, but we can't do everything with it. We have Encase, which we use on scene to look at pictures and videos. It's really easy. Griffi Analyze DI Pro, we use to deal with pictures and videos. It helps us sort through them really quick in the lab. Blacklight, Macquisition, it's good for MacBooks, though I think they're called Celebrite Digital Collector and some other thing now. ADF Digital Evidence Investigator, Celebrite, that's a big one. We use that for dumping phones in the field and in the lab. Ramsey boxes or Faraday bags, we use those to block the signals so we can isolate them. And Burla, which is used for those vehicles that we don't really touch. Open source or free, FTK Imager, anyone can get that. You just have to send them, sign up, and they'll send you a copy of it for free. We use that in the lab all the time. That's a great tool. Autopsy is a free version of, it's similar to Axiom and Encase. It does a lot of the same things. It's not quite as friendly, in my opinion, but it's great and it's free, so you can get your hands on it. Hasher for getting hashes of images, which are just like fingerprints of the image. They help us identify unique images. Oracle VirtualBox, which I used the other day in a case. DB Browser for SQLite, and HXD, which is for hex. How about you talk again?
Sure. All right, so what are the challenges that we face on a daily basis? Well, one of them is encryption, right? Everyone's heard about, especially, Apple devices are difficult to get into, but even more recent versions of Android are encrypted out of the box. So encryption without a password, well, we're out of luck, okay? So encryption can be a real stumbling block. And as I sort of alluded to before, technology's changing all the time. So sometimes we'll get a phone that's 3 years old, but sometimes we'll get one that just came out last month. So it's trying to remember, and also different flavors of Android work differently. They'll have different menu options. It's a lot to sort of deal with. As Ryan mentioned, the proliferation of devices, especially people who've kept their last 10 cell phones, or people who just leave thumb drives. Think about how many thumb drives you come across that may be scattered across people's desks and stuff like that. So just the sheer number of devices we may have to look at can be an issue. There's always legal issues, jurisdictional and case law. We actually had a little bit of a win recently, though. Oh, yeah. So up until just recently in the state of Georgia, no matter how many images of child exploitation material were found, they were only allowed to charge one. Okay, so even if a suspect had 1,000 pictures, they were only allowed to charge on one of them. I think it's today, or the governor is signing the new law
morning, yeah.
This morning, where you got 1,000 images, you're going to get 1,000 charges, okay? Because where there's smoke, there's fire, right? I mean, we do come across those cases where someone has 2 or 3, but then we do come across cases where they are organized, they're in folders that are named, I mean, and there's thousands of them. So, so those are things we have to work with the prosecutors on, but that was actually a win for us. We were very happy that that law was signed this morning. And also, you know, intelligent and tech-savvy adversaries. I mean, everybody, you know, kids especially these days grow up with computers and cell phones. And, you know, there's a lot of people out there who really know what they're doing, and they're very good at trying to cover their tracks. Fortunately, they're not always good. People make mistakes, and then we are able to find them. But it makes it, it's kind of like a moving, they keep it as a moving target. So what else do we do? Well, as we've talked about, we participate in search warrants and undercover operations. Undercover operations are super fun. They're very long hours, but they're really, really interesting. We do have to testify in court.
That is honestly pretty rare for us, though, testifying in court. I've just hit 3.5 years or so, and I've testified once in court, just like a few weeks back, actually. My first time in court was in federal court. And he was found guilty because of what I found, which is, you know, that's a great feeling. But most of the time, our people, they plea out because, you know they're guilty, and they know, oh, shoot, it was on my desktop. There's no way they didn't find that. And we did. And so they know they can't really fight that too well.
A lot of stuff was because of COVID, a lot of, because I've started getting more subpoenas recently, because I haven't been called to court in a few years. And in the last couple of weeks, I've gotten 3 subpoenas, so things may be picking up again now that, you know, courts are back in session. But Ryan's correct. I mean, a lot of people, it's really kind of hard to justify based on what we find to say, like, oh, I didn't know I had those files. Well, you know, they were on your desktop. You know, it's really hard to say that. We need to spend time validating our forensic tools, because Ryan showed you a list of the tools we use. Sometimes I found that one tool doesn't really tell me what I need, and I need to use a different one, or one tool might actually have a bug in it. So we do spend time, and we also confer with each other and talk to our colleagues about, hey, have you used this version of this, and have you found that? So we try to do that. And obviously, we also give presentations like we're doing today. We're sort of evangelists, especially for any students in the room, for people who are considering a career. Digital forensics is phenomenal. I'm extremely happy that I made the change. It's especially working in the area we do. It's extremely rewarding. There's a lot of job satisfaction, but it's also like really, really fun work, especially if you like technology. And you can do it in many different areas. You can do it in government, law enforcement, education, private industry. E-discovery is huge. You know, I'm going to advocate for government work or, you know, law enforcement, but, you know, that's not where the money is. Yeah. But so you can make more money in private industry, but consider the whole package.
Yeah. I'd say our jobs are a lot more interesting than, you know, e-discovery kind of stuff, but we won't get as paid as much. So pros and cons.
Anyone who's interested, if you wanted to take a picture of, here's a link to look for careers at the GBI. We do have, there's other types of careers as well, but especially if anyone is interested in looking at a career with the GBI, it's a wonderful organization. And this is basically the qualifications for a digital forensic investigator. And I think that's it. Anybody have any questions?
Yes. Point at you.
Little microphone or?
Take this thing off. Let's go. Chop, chop.
Thank you. Okay. I actually had 2 questions. What was the word you were using or wanting to replace child pornography again?
CSAM.
CSAM, or child sexual abuse material.
Okay, that was way too fast the first time. So
Sorry
CSAM.
about that.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Second question was, if somebody was writing a fictional story where a team like yours was a plot point, how would I go about getting to interview someone like yourselves to not only have the writing be factual but tactful as well?
Facts about us, or how would you reach out to one of us or something like that? I mean, any local law enforcement agency should be able to hopefully connect you with one, you know, someone who works in that field, who they could refer you to us, who could give our information.
Or
I don't have.
I'll give you my business card.
I don't have one on me right now.
All right.
But
Yeah.
he's got you.
Yeah. Yes.
Purple shirt.
If, since you work a lot with the law and everything, if there was something that you could change to make your job easier as a forensic investigator, what do you think that would be?
Shoot, that's a deep question.
That is.
Never
Well,
thought about that.
You said we work with the law. Just to, we don't really know the law necessarily. We're non-sworn. We're not trained in that. I mean, we do sort of have to know how to read search warrants because we want to make sure we're not exceeding our legal authority. But
I mean, the easy answer is to say, Facebook and WhatsApp and all these messaging apps have more and more they're using end-to-end encryption, and that makes our job a lot harder to get these messages, and they're sharing this stuff. I support privacy, and so I don't really think we necessarily need to get rid of that encryption or have a backdoor, but that's a prickly field, and I know a lot of my colleagues want to prevent further apps from getting the encryption, and they want a backdoor. That would make our job a lot easier, but you have to balance privacy and the law and saving children.
I think greater funding. I mean,
it's always a plus.
That's always a plus. I mean, we could always use faster computers. We can always use more equipment. So that kind of stuff.
There is currently, I don't know, I think Liz, one of our agents, is working on it. I don't know where it is now. There are certain images that count as erotica, is what we call it, where it's not illegal, but you don't really have any good reason to have it. And it's usually people who do have it are trying to skirt the law, and they're usually bad actors. And so if there were some kind of, there's no penalty right now for it. I can have 1,000 images of this erotica, and I'm good, I'm in the clear. So some kind of law or punishment or something right there would help us with that, because sometimes we can't get them because they're just under the line.
They take it right to the edge,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not chargeable.
Yeah.
So
Sometimes people slip through
and
like
there's
that.
really I can't understand why anyone has a reason to have these types of pictures, and why you should even be discussing something child erotica.
Yeah.
It's those two words shouldn't be used in the same sentence, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Other?
First of all, thank you guys for being here, because y'all are very busy. So thank you guys for taking time out of your schedule.
Thank you.
I'm very interested in your career path. You said you went from Houston County Board of Education to being a DFI for the GBI.
Yes.
Can you go into that?
How did that happen?
Yes.
All right. So, like I said, and like Dr. Spangler said, I am an alumnus of this school. I was where you are now 5 years ago. I graduated in July 2017. I pretty much immediately, I think I actually hadn't graduated yet when I started working at the Houston County Board of Education. That one I think I was just looking for jobs, and I found it, and I applied, and I interviewed, and I got lucky there. It was really kind of a tech support job. I fixed printers and smart boards. Anything that ran on electricity, I had to fix it. So my experience with a bachelor's degree and working with computers all throughout my childhood, like most of you probably, qualified me for it. It wasn't actually until a former professor, Professor Yerby over there, reached out to me and told me that the GBI was hiring for a DFI, and I'm like, I'm not qualified for that. I don't know. Like, I took a couple classes in college with Yerby and a couple other teachers for forensics, and it was super interesting, but for whatever reason, it never occurred to me as a viable career path. I was like, that sounds cool, but I don't know anything about that. I actually planned to be a system administrator, and that didn't happen. So it was pretty much as simple as that. He reached out to me and told me I should apply, and I did. And they reached out to me. I had to go take a test. It was a knowledge test, if I knew what I was talking about, and it was really just basic. Do you know computers? How comfortable are you with that kind of stuff? And then polygraph, background check, all kinds of stuff, interview. And it took about a year, honestly, before I finally got there. I started December 3rd of 2018. I think I applied in the summer of 2017. It's a long process. But networking is huge. It's how you're going to get most of your jobs, staying in touch with people. And this kind of thing is a great opportunity. I don't have any cards with me today, which was a mistake, but You know, you can get our information, you can get your professors, all the people around you, and the other professionals that have been talking to y'all today. Get their contact information, introduce yourself, reach out, and say, if you're hiring or you know a job, think of me. I'm very grateful to my professors, not just Professor Yerby, but all of my former professors, because I wouldn't be where I'm at now without them. So, does that answer your question?
Doesn't G3C have an opening?
So I have a quick question for you as a taxpayer. I was disappointed to see that you only had, well, it looked like you only had $480,000 budget.
That's
And
that's the ICAC.
Okay.
That's the government grant.
Okay. And then the second part is, I'm disappointed that we only give you 2 mandatory counseling sessions a year. You are older, but you are way too young to be this. You're going to be so jaded when you're my age, you know? I mean, everybody in here is a potential suspect. That would be the way that I would feel. So I worry, do they have an employee assistance program? Or?
I also mentioned the peer support program. So the peer support is agents and other staff in the GBI. They're available 24/7. We have their phone numbers. We have their email addresses. We can reach out to them at any time. So we have constant access to mental health if we need it. The thing is, like most people, oh, I don't need that, you know.
Yes.
So, but they make us sit down twice a year and talk about it. And sometimes it is just, you know, rehashing stories like, oh, do you remember that house?
Mm-hmm.
You know, but then, you know, sometimes stuff works its way into the conversation and someone really needed to talk about something. So I thank you for your concern, first of all. I think that's amazing. Thank you for that. But we're good. They really,
they do put an emphasis on it more and more every year. It seems like we're doing things. I think we need to wrap up. They're giving us the wave. We're going to be here for a little bit longer, so if you have more questions, come and find us. We'll give you our card. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Get the phone.
Well, the takeaway from this one was yucky houses, criminals. So clean your houses right now. Excellent. Thank you very much, gentlemen. As usual, every year they always give us great pointers on things we should do in life. Throw away our old iPhones, I guess, you know, or at least don't keep them around readily available for the investigators if you're doing something wrong to grab and go through. Note to self to everyone. We got a couple minutes for a break if everybody wants to get up and stretch. I know we're getting long in the day, so I like to add a little breaks. We got about 5-10 minutes before our next speaker jumps up. So if you want to go ahead and get up and stretch a minute, grab another cup of coffee, water, we'll be right back with you guys. Okay, everyone, welcome back. And the good news is we have 3 more giveaways yet today for certifications. Yes, oh really? I heard an oh really. Someone's very excited. So we're going to go to the next name in line of the winners, which is Jason Clark. Is Jason here right now? Or maybe on the live stream, if you're online, Jason, give us a signal on the chat if you can. You'll want to talk to Professor Steins, Alan Steins. He'll be able to work it out and get you that. Our next speaker, I'm going to go ahead and move in. I know everybody's getting a little tired. That's why I like those stretch breaks at this point, and everybody's going, yeah, I felt good, you know. Is another dear friend of mine and someone who's going to be an excellent researcher in this field. He's currently working on an IRB-approved research piece that he'll hopefully be publishing, hint, this October at the IASIS conference, I believe is where he's submitting. So he'll have his first published piece as well. He's also a graduate student right now in the MSIT program here at Middle Georgia State. And if everything goes perfect, he will be an alumnus of Middle Georgia State University as well, I believe on May 12th is the day for the big walk, as we call it, in Hope. I don't remember his name. No, I'm just joking. Alex Young. He was a former employee of Silvervine Software. We saw Adam Pryor that was here today, and they're dear friends too and worked on many projects. And he's since left that company, and he's now with Clear Capital Incorporated up in Atlanta, where he's one of the lead senior software engineers. The interesting thing about Alex is he's very compassionate. And I know he works with junior developers and junior people coming up behind him, and he has for years in his long career. He's been doing this for over 17 years now in the field. He is very dedicated to his family. He has 4 children. I believe they're all going to be software engineers as well, and future Middle Georgia State University graduates, we're hoping so. Hint, anyway. Very active in his church and local groups. He's Microsoft certified in Azure Fundamentals, SQL Server, and Adobe's my favorite, although I was called a nerd for loving it by one of our other speakers today, Cold Fusion. I bring to the stage Alex Young. Alex?
Thank you all, and I appreciate you being here today and attending my discussion on web application security. As Dr. Spangler mentioned, my name is Alex Young, and I am a web developer. I'm going to go into who I am. So there's a photo of my family. Dr. Spangler mentioned my children. There's my wife, Melissa, and my 4 kids, 3 to 13. They keep me busy, and in order for me to keep them fed and clothed, I have to do something for a living. So I'm a web application developer, and I have worked with Silvervine, that company, as Adam alluded to earlier when he was here discussing. We worked with Adobe Cold Fusion at that company, and we developed insurance software for the insurance industry. As a matter of fact, Justin that spoke first this morning was with Southern Trust Insurance, and that actually was one of our clients. And so I have worked with Microsoft SQL Server as well. I currently am employed with Clear Capital. That is a company. They are based out west, and I work full-time remote for them. I started that job in October of last year, and it's an appraisal management company. So if you've refinanced or had any mortgage and had to have an appraisal done, pretty much some piece of the software that we develop has been involved in that process, and more than likely the entire appraisal process is run through our software suite. So web application security, why is it important? Why is it a big deal? Well, I mean, the truth of the matter is we've all moved our lives onto the web. It's everything from banking. I mean, I've stepped into a physical branch once in the last 5 years. I don't deal with people when it comes to my finances. It's all done automatically, and I manage everything by logging in on my bank's application or through the website in a browser. And education, as Dr. Spangler mentioned, I'm enrolled here in the graduate program, soon to graduate. That's the hope, and that has been entirely online. That process has been entirely online. So yesterday was the first day that I stepped foot on campus here, and I enrolled in January 2020. So again, we've moved our world to operate on the internet, and in that process, we pass personally identifiable information that bad actors can get a hold of, as we've heard in several talks today, and do things with that information that cause us damage, both reputationally and financially. So let's talk about the OWASP Top 10 Web App Vulnerabilities. OWASP is the Open Web Application Security Project, and they really aim to just help the developers and companies involved in this industry ensure that they're developing secure software. And they do surveys every year to find out from professionals what is it that your top concerns are. And so number one is broken access control. So when you have a web application and you create a new user in that application and they can see things that they're not supposed to see, that's broken access control. And so by default, you want to use the principle deny by default, and that will mean when you create a new user that they're not able to access anything that they're not supposed to see. And so cryptographic failures is number two. And so are you using outdated cryptography, outdated security protocols, and are you transmitting anything in clear text? Did have this happen years ago when I first started. We actually had some production customers that were still transmitting data over HTTP, and anybody could grab that without having to do any decryption and see all sorts of information and use that improperly. Injection. So injection is one that definitely is common. If you talk to any web developer, they're gonna mention injection because it's easy for people to do and it's easy to overlook. So when someone goes into your form, they're filling out information. Let's say they go put in their first name, and instead of putting their first name in, they put in HTML tags or script tags, and they submit it. If you don't sanitize that and remove the special characters and get rid of those tags, then what's going to happen is any time that they load that, the first name loads in your application, it's going to potentially run malicious software, malicious, ill-intended software. So the SQL injection is a real big one, and we're going to go through some breaches in a minute around SQL injection. But SQL injection involves passing valid SQL statements, again, through, let's say, the URL or through a form field, and what happens is database queries are executed that you do not intend to have happen. And all sorts of bad things, as listed here, can occur, including deleting data and altering data. One of the breaches we'll talk about in a minute involve that. So again, I mentioned I work with Cold Fusion. It's a tag-based language. It's migrated more to script. It's more common to write script today, but you can see here it's similar to HTML tags. And this is just an example of how SQL injection can occur if you don't program your application properly. What's going on here is there's a simple query statement that's selecting all your customers from the customers table, and it's expecting an integer, an ID, and in this particular case, 4123 is the ID. So that would be what you would anticipate your application runs. However, we're dropping that URL variable right into the SQL statement. We're not doing any parameterization of that, which all of your applications out there offer some form of parameterization of your SQL. And so what ends up happening in this example is I've appended to the end of this URL an or 1 equals 1 statement. And so instead of selecting just the customer ID with 4123, what's going to end up happening is this query is going to execute and it's going to pull back every record from that table, which is not the intent. It's very simple to fix, as I mentioned a moment ago. All your application languages out there have some ability to parameterize your queries. In Cold Fusion, you simply add a tag called cfQueryParam, and you tell it the data type that you're expecting, and then you pass the value into it. As long as you follow that process, somebody passes anything in that's not an integer, so any kind of string trying to execute SQL query, it's just going to throw an error. It's going to stop them dead in their tracks, and you've saved yourself a lot of potential harm. So moving on to number 4, that is insecure design. So going back to the parameterization of SQL, what happens is we're not necessarily prioritizing security in the design and development process. And so if you don't, when you're designing your application, if you don't specify up front any of the queries that are being included in this portion of the application need to be parameterized, well, that by default, you're already leaving yourself open to problems. So you want to make sure that you specify any security protocols up front in the design process. Security misconfiguration, error handling. I've seen this happen. I've had personal experience with this years ago when I was at Silvervine Software, where when an error occurred, we were trying to figure out what was going on, so we were dumping information out to the screen, which is not a great practice. You really should just be logging it somewhere and looking it up later. You don't want to present information to the user that may tell them about your system. But we did have that going on for a little while, and even worse, in a particular case, we had session variables that contained the user information. So it contained the password, their username, and we actually ended up dumping out the user's password. Anytime there was an error, whoever's logged in, their information was coming to, onto the screen. So anybody else that was with that user or using their machine after they had already logged in, we're going to, potentially see their password and compromise their account. Vulnerable and outdated components. We've heard some discussions on that today as well. You've got to make sure that whatever you're using in your system, whatever dependencies you have in your system, that they're current. If there's any vulnerabilities, we heard about Log4j earlier. Cold Fusion is built on top of Java. It compiles down to Java, and Log4j is typically used and needs to be handled and dealt with. You want to make sure that as soon as vulnerabilities are announced that you've got someone designated to research that, find out if you're compromised, and go ahead and patch that software. Identification and authentication failures. This is pretty simple. You want to make sure that your users that are using your application can't create weak passwords, can't use compromised passwords. So there's usually dictionary lookups, databases out there where any identities that have been stolen and passwords that have been stolen and compromised, you can compare what a user is inputting into the password field against that list and make sure that you're not allowing them to submit something that is going to leave your app open to problems. In addition, we did here as well multi-factor authentication. What I really want to emphasize that this really needs to be used a lot more often, really all the time, because passwords are going to be compromised. I mean, somewhere, somebody using your system is going to write down their password somewhere on a sticky note. They're going to do something and that exposes that password to someone else. And if you're using multi-factor authentication, which most of you in here have probably seen this multiple times, especially if you're enrolled here at Middle Georgia State, to get onto Brightspace and D2L, you have to go through this process. But you're going to provide a cell phone number, for instance, when you register for the application, and as long as you are in possession of that cell phone, then when you try to log in, it's going to send you a one-time passcode that you have to put in and verify that it's you. So again, if you follow good practice here and enforce multi-factor authentication, even if a password's compromised, it's going to be difficult, not impossible, but difficult for someone to get into the system and cause damage. Number 8, make sure that, yep. Number 8, software and data integrity failures. So You know, are you relying on any JavaScript libraries or CDNs that are from untrusted sources? You want to make sure that anything that you've got in your software stack, again, is not compromised. Security logging and monitoring failures. That's, you know, failed login attempts. Are you saving that information somewhere to be audited later in case you have unusual activity, or you need to go back and verify why somebody had multiple, failed login attempts. Real-time event notification. This is one that I think as developers we tend to gloss over. You know, some of the topics today have been more about the IT security angle and not necessarily in the development of software itself. And we have a tendency as developers to say, well, security is the network guy's problem. They need to monitor activity, make sure that if you're hitting a page too many, you know, if a page is getting unusual activity or too much activity, that they'll have an alert, they'll verify it. Adam had mentioned Nagios software that does some of this monitoring. Well, one of the problems with relying solely on another department to handle an issue is that what if their protocols are not what you think they are and they don't actually catch unusual activity or suspicious activity? What if you decide that we're going to move off of our in-house hardware and we're going to move it to the cloud? Well, if you've built a real-time event notification into your application, it doesn't matter where your application's running, it's going to notify you if there's suspicious activity. So, you know, if a page is normally getting 1,000 hits in a day, and then all of a sudden you've had 5,000 in the last hour, you need to have processes in place and built into your application to be able to notify yourself of that relatively quickly. It may, you know, maybe there's a reason why it's getting hit 5,000 times, and it's actually some new marketing material went out for whatever this application is used for, and a lot of people are all of a sudden hitting it. That's fine. You will be able to investigate that and know that, hey, this was expected and this is not a problem. However, if you're not getting a real-time notification, then nobody's going to see that until it's too late. Nobody's going to investigate it, and if it's a real problem, then you're going to potentially have a security issue. Server-side validation. I'm going to talk real briefly on this. As developers, again, one of the tendencies I've seen, my own bad habits at times, is to rely on the front end. So when you go into a website and it tells you, you know, you need to put these kind of characters into the field or this kind of thing, it usually is using JavaScript or some HTML attributes to enforce a certain set of characters or certain type of input. Well, that can be defeated, and you just never want to trust a user's input. You've got to make sure when information hits your server on your web application that you are sanitizing that information, that you're validating that information. I've got an example here. So Cold Fusion uses a function called getSafeHTML, and that reads a XML file with rules to clean out certain tags and certain attributes in text that you don't want there that may be malicious, special characters in some cases. And so most of your applications out there have multiple ways of dealing with this, but you've got to, it's easy to get, I guess, lazy or complacent and be like, well, I'm checking everything on the front end when users are inputting information. See, I go here and I can't put numbers into this field, only characters or what have you. Well, it's defeatable. I mean, it's just there. First of all, it's real easy. I've got an example here where on Treasury Direct, they require you to use your mouse to input your password. So they've got this keyboard, this widget that they've built into their page. And I guess the general idea probably behind this is that they don't want someone pasting a password into the page, making it potentially easy for some hacker or criminal to try and hit the page with the passwords over and over and drop them into the field and quickly try and crack an account. Well, I opened the developer toolbar on my browser. Everybody has access to that. And I went right in. So this has a read-only attribute. As you can see here, it's a type of password. And it's got a size of 20 and a max length of 16. So I went, and you can edit this. Excuse me, you can edit that information. using the developer toolbar. So what I did was I changed the size to 99 characters. You can see how long that input is. I deleted the read-only attribute so I could type straight into the field, or I could paste into the field whatever I wanted. And then I also got rid of the max length. So I didn't actually end up submitting anything here. I just did this for an example, but I would be curious to know if I put 1,000 characters into the field, does it blow the application up? How does it react? Or do they not even let me move on because they've got further validation taking place before it gets submitted to the server? I mean, I tell you from personal experience, I've had stuff like this happen, wonky things we weren't expecting to get into a field, come to the server, we didn't handle it right, and it, in some cases can take the server down or cause other issues. So let's just talk about some real life examples here. 2018, British Airways was using a third-party library modernizer, and a hacker was able to infiltrate that and ultimately put some code at the end of that file that hijacked payment information, and they had 500,000 customers compromised. And the crazy thing is, this was so easily preventable. This was, they were using a 6-year-old library, so it was from 2012. They hadn't updated this particular JavaScript library in their application for 6 years, and simple protocol in the company, simple procedures would have dictated that they stay current, and they would have avoided this whole thing. You can see this is where they added it at the end of the modernizer. So this is the very end of the modernizer JavaScript file. The hacker was able to just attach this code to the very end, and here's that same code blown up a little easier to read. It's basically saying, give me everything from the payment form when this user clicks on the submit button, and send it across to a suspiciously, not suspicious, named website, BAways. They made it, they got that domain to make it seem like it's not suspicious. It's similar to British Airways. And so this is one example of how third-party reliance, if you're not staying current, can cause you security issues. Another example is Ticketmaster. In 2018 as well, they had 60,000 accounts compromised because they attached a third-party chatbot to the payments page. Hacker was able to break in through that third-party software, and ultimately they were notified by banks and credit card processors, but they still took 9 weeks to actually start investigating. So for 9 weeks after they were warned, accounts continue to be compromised. And again, some proper procedures and protocols in place for your application development and handling of vulnerabilities would have stopped that much sooner. So SQL injection, just real quick, a few SQL injection attacks. 2007, there was 7-Eleven. Hackers were able to go through their web page, their public-facing web page, and access their servers through using SQL injection, and actually infiltrate 2,000 ATMs in their various stores. And for 2 weeks, anybody that put their debit card and their PIN number into those ATMs was compromised. 2013, hackers were able to use SQL injection to infiltrate a Turkish government portal, and they were actually able to wipe out debt records for some individuals that they owed the government. It was just, the data was lost. It's just, I don't have the number, but I mean, you can imagine that could be very costly. 2014, security researchers were able to use Tesla's website to gain administrative privileges. Fortunately, they were just digging into things. They weren't actually bad actors. But, and then in 2019, Fortnite, not a gamer, but any of you that are gamers have probably, or not a gamer, you've probably heard of Fortnite. It's so big. There are 350 million users on that platform. And in 2019, SQL injection vulnerability was discovered. And so I bring that up just to say, it's still current, I mean, right? And it's still a problem, and it's going to be a problem, and you need to make sure that you handle it in your web application. All right, and so why is it that web application security is still a problem? Why is it continually an issue? Well, one of the things is that companies don't tend to prioritize it. As developers, we want to get in and develop an application to solve a problem. Business comes to us and says, hey, we need this solution. My tendency is to just jump right in, code something that fixes the problem, and then maybe later I'll think about the security. Well, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. You don't want to do that, even though that probably is the tendency of most developers. And you've got to make sure that you're paying attention to that. There's an industry terminology called shifting left, and what it's talking about is basically moving the security from the end of the process. So what typically happens, companies build software, they may test it at the very end for security issues if you're lucky, and in a lot of cases it goes live and then the vulnerability is found because they haven't done adequate or any testing at all. Well, what you want to do is shift left and move your security mindset and process to the beginning of the development process so you can hit it throughout the life cycle and make sure that you've covered all your holes and made sure that you don't have any security breaches. And lastly, what you can do is adopt a framework that will help give you guidance. There are a number of frameworks out there. NIST has secure software development framework. Frameworks give you a way to kind of guideposts. They'll give you best practices, things that you can look to start your security structure when you're developing software. And they also give you a way to communicate with other businesses, because if you're both using the same framework, then you speak the similar language, you can talk to each other and understand what your security requirements are and what your protocols are. BSA is another organization. They have what's called the BSA Framework for Secure Software. They're not a government organization. NIST is a government organization, but BSA is another framework that you can use. And there's also SafeCode. SafeCode, again, as you can see here, they help you with managing third-party components, security issue management, and then how do you respond to vulnerabilities that are discovered? What do you do with that when it happens, and how do you disclose that to the people affected? And they give you, again, good practices and some foundation with which to operate on. And all of these frameworks will tell you in the documentation. This is not an end-all be-all, but this is just somewhere where you can start. It is not a comprehensive list of everything, but it is a good way to get a foundation in place for secure software development. And so what else can companies do? They can establish what's called a security champion. So what a security champion is for development teams is basically appointing a team lead that will be responsible for code reviews and looking into the latest vulnerabilities and determining if you have any third-party software that's vulnerable, and make sure that you're not adding any third-party software along the way that's vulnerable. It's just a way to create responsibility and accountability within the organization. And if you assign a security champion on the development teams, then that person is in contact with the other developers and understands the developers and speaks their language. So you don't have this person in ops or in IT that doesn't necessarily understand what takes place in development. You actually have somebody that does the job of the rest of the developers and gets it and can communicate. And that person, if you're structured right, you can make sure that that person is in contact with the IT security team and acts as kind of a go-between for the rest of the developers. And even across teams, they can share information about security issues that they've solved or concerns that they have, and make sure that maybe somebody else in the company on another team has already solved the problem, and you can improve security in the development process by assigning a security champion. So in conclusion, web applications are subject to vulnerabilities. Companies do not prioritize, but they need to prioritize security in the software development process. And you need to establish a security framework. Again, it's not a full comprehensive list of practices, but you've got to establish and start somewhere, and that is a great place to begin. And then you need to designate a security champion on each of your development teams to ensure somebody has security as a top priority within the actual development teams themselves. And here's a list of references. So that's it. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah.
One quick question when it comes to prioritizing security in the early stages of building a web app. How do you make sure that you remain consistent? What do you find yourself doing typically? Do you typically reach out to a second individual or a second group to make sure they catch anything you may overlook, or how do you go about that?
Yeah, I think the best short answer to that is to make sure that there's a review process of the actual design, right? So you don't want one person creating a design and then basically moving forward from there. What you want is a group of people with different, we all come about things from a different way. We all have a different mindset. And so, I may be the person in charge of the design. I outline the design, and I don't even think about this issue over here. However, if you have multiple people reviewing that, then you're more likely to catch it.
Or a favorite linter or IDE that you use?
I use Visual Studio Code. To be honest with you, I don't actively use anything to lint out security issues day to day. That's something I probably need to look into and something that we'll probably discuss as development team. But I don't currently have any plugins in Visual Studio that I think directly look for security issues. Thank you for the question. Anything else? Yeah.
Hello. Yes, I was wondering if you could go in a little more depth about what type of practices you've used in actual jobs and companies. Something like, have y'all tried using DevSecOps methodologies to try to more closely integrate these sort of security tests into your application development lifecycle?
Well, mainly what I've seen is putting, our practices down in writing and establishing a review process to make sure that that your practices are still current with what you need. And in addition to that, kind of like the security champion role, also making sure that you create roles and responsibilities around security so that you have different people throughout the process that know what their responsibility is around security. Is that all? Yeah.
Thank you. Can you talk about the business case on how these decisions can cause problems in an overall project being accepted or terminated that you might be doing now? And this could be from the security aspect or just the overall aspect of managing one of these, instituting some of the things you talked about today.
Yeah, one that comes to mind is I'm working on a communication module with another developer, try to facilitate better tracking of communication through our system, make sure that we can kind of see a history of communication between different parties. And one of the things that we've explored in that is WebSockets, and I still have more research to do on any of the security vulnerabilities, but that's one example of an active project where there is technology being used that could potentially cause problems. So for instance, WebSockets ultimately create an open line of communication from a client's browser to the server or from the client to another client and allows immediate broadcast of information. So your web browser acts more like a native application. And that ultimately, opening that line of communication and not requiring new requests means that if somebody can hijack that information, hijack that connection, all of a sudden they have direct, constant access to your server. And so, yeah, that's, I think, the most recent project I can think of. And I'm in the middle of that one. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. We appreciate your time as always, and everybody that's coming here today, all the speakers, again, are dedicating their time, treasure, and talent to actually sharing with us, everyone on live stream, everybody here. For the first time ever, we are actually on schedule, which is usually why we build in this little extra buffer time right now. But because of the live stream, and I know we are having a bunch of people jumping on the schedule, I'm going to go ahead and have us keep on schedule with a little slightly longer break, although we did build those in because we're almost never on schedule because we always have runovers with questions. So if you guys don't mind, take another little stretch break. And right before we come back, I'm going to come back just a little bit early, and I'm going to announce the next winner of one of the certifications as well. So we'll see you again soon, shortly. one more? One, sir? Okay, everyone, welcome back. We have one last final giveaway from our sponsors today. And again, I can't thank everyone for coming here today, all of our friends on the live stream. Today's last two, we actually have two more giveaways to give away. And the first person, the next in line, is Felicia Everidge. I'm not sure if she's here today. Just left. Oh, no. Well, I think we have a faculty member that might know her. Is that, I see a faculty member there? So we can get in contact with her to get her the information, correct? And maybe you can see Dr. Steins about that if he would, please. And our last but not least, 10 in a row down, is Tyler Lockhart. Is Tyler here now or on the live stream? I'm not seeing Tyler, so we will hope he will hit us on the chat and let us know that he is out there and he is part of this. And he will be our final for today. If anyone does not receive them and take, we will again shuffle the board and get notified to you guys on the email that you submitted on registration, so you guys know to look out for them in case. So right now I think they're all claimed except for the last one, and our missing person that snuck out a little early, we'll forgive, but I guess we'll register that with a faculty member. And again, Dr. Steins and I get 20% of everything, of all winnings, towards our future salaries, as he said. Thank you. So our next speaker is also an alumna. I know that because I worked for a former great boss who used to say, "What is that?" And I said, "It's alumna." "What is two female graduates?" "It's alumnae." He says, "What is a boy and a girl?" I said, "Alumni." He says, "What's a signal?" "Alumnus." He said, "What if it's a whole group?" I said, "Alumni." He used to test me all the time. So I know that I'm correct on this. Little bit of information from me and education right there today in grammar. Some of my doctoral students are going, "I hate him. He is a comma catcher." Watch you guys. Today's last speaker is Sarah Talmadge. She's not only a graduate, she was one of the graduates in our first cohort for the graduate program as well. Her, along with two other incredible females, were the first to graduate from that program. We have another one here, Mr. Curran in the back, if you want to wave. And she was recently one of our speakers on the Women in IT Symposium. And we appreciate her showing up here today and continued. She is also in the same field that she went into, which Sarah right now works for the 402 Software Engineering Group, the 581st, if I'm correct, Swiss Engineering Squad, Software Engineering Squad on the Robbins Air Force Base. So she's one of the lead people protecting our nation with the data right now. She's a systems architect for them. She was a lead developer moving into this new role. She's worked with application development there for the 402. She works on vital information pieces across the United States Air Force. This on the base here, their team works for everyone across the country. And helping other people outside, which I really recently learned in the government agencies that need help. They're also out there working with them as well. Sarah's on a track for success and great leadership. Today she's going to talk a little bit about what she's allowed to talk about. I would presume a lot of this is top secret that she does here in the field. and I welcome her to the stage to wrap up our great day with another incredible speaker. Sarah, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much for having me here today. As he just said, my name is Sarah Talmadge. I am an alumni. Forgive me, I don't know the correct terms. Twice over, so I did get my bachelor's from here in IT, and I also got my master's from here in IT. Fun fact, the BS I got was in video game design and development and software development. Sadly, I did not end up in game design, but the software aspect has come in great use to me. So as he said, I am employed at Robins Air Force Base. I started there in 2016. I was not a lead at the time, and I remember in the first interview, I was asked, do you think you'll be a lead in 5 years? And I said, no. No way. Am I ever going to be ready for that? Maybe or maybe not when I was ready. I did become a lead within 2 years. While I have been there, I have worked on 4 different web applications, and I've been lead on 3. Very recently, I have transitioned from being a lead developer into more of a system architect position, and I'm going to share some of the lessons I've learned and some of the research that I have done to help me be prepared for this with all of you today. So again, thank you all for having me. So I do work for the government. I'm not in the military. I am a civilian. In the government, there are a lot of great benefits for working out there. You get quite a lot of sick leave and annual leave. If you work in the private sector, you may not always get sick leave. I started out as a contractor, you didn't have sick leave, but as a civilian you do, and your annual leave accrues just like sick leave. There's a lot of flexible hours, and you have very affordable health insurance. So lots of great benefits, and that is one of the major reasons why I wanted to go and work for the government in the area. But another reason is because there's a very good work-life balance. So in software, as people have alluded to, sometimes you are called to come in at 3 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes that is unavoidable. Sometimes you have to do that. And there are jobs when you have to do that, but not all of them do. And fortunately for my job, most of the time I don't have to do that. So to me, that work-life balance is very important. Another important thing about working in the government is the fact that the work you do is very important. It has a huge impact across your local community, your national community, and across the world. We do all kinds of work in application development, from mobile to web to embedded systems inside aircraft, to testing those systems and writing financial systems. Anything you can think of, the government does it. The Robins Air Force Base has a whole slew of different applications that we build. Most of this is done inside the 402nd Software Engineering group. We call that 402nd SWAG. And specifically, I'm in the 581st Software Engineering Squadron. We like a lot of numbers, and we like a lot of alphabet soup in the government. I will try my best to explain what any of those terms are. So that's the basics about working in the government. You have heard a lot about security today. I am going to expound upon more of the software side of things. Alex has done a fantastic job of explaining the security issues that we face in web development, and we face all of the stuff he listed in his previous talk. Those OWASP top 10 are so important. No matter where you work in web development, you have to address all of those. What I'm going to talk today is more about from the average developer starting out as a software developer and how that works in the web sphere. So you start off with websites, and then you go to web applications whenever you start having to worry about those OWASP top 10s. And I'm not going to be using the financial systems I work on as the example for reasons you might be able to expect. Instead, I'm going to talk about how it could relate to a small business. It's a real small business called Catachino Crafts. It's handmade crochet stuffed animals because it's fun. And sometimes we just need a little more fun in our day-to-day life. In addition to making it a little more fun to talk about, this will really drive home the fact that all the lessons you learn, even in the government, developing these applications, they apply to the local businesses too. One of the previous speakers alluded to the fact that it wasn't the larger corporations that were being targeted or hurt quite as much in security vulnerabilities, it was the local businesses. We know all these big names, but the little guy is important too. So I wanted to kind of take some time and kind of pay homage to that here and make it a little more fun. So today's topic will be going through the proposed growth of a small website for a small business to a very large online presence with our small business as the example. So we'll just go ahead and jump right in. The first step is I'm sure you've all heard about a website. We all live in the world of the internet now, but you may not understand the difference between a website and a web application. So they are different. A website is static. Nothing really changes. Even if you're a different person going to the site, you're going to see the same thing as the next guy. It's simple text and simple pictures. For our craft site, the example might be a catalog of items to show what items you can potentially purchase from this shop, but you can't really do much else other than look at them. It would just be to display information. So websites are great because they're easy to set up and they're very cheap. Oftentimes there are tools out there for you to make your own website. You don't have to know anything about web development at all to make your own website. So for an example, our first foray into a website for our craft site might just be pictures and costs. You can't do anything when you click on them. Maybe it'll take you to a different website, but the order processing does not happen on this site because it is just static. The pros to the website are a lot of what I've already mentioned. They're very easy to set up. You upload everything, you just kind of forget about it. It's not really something you have to worry about. You don't have to really know what you're doing. You just let someone else deal with it out in the world. And there are pre-made websites, solutions that let you do that. The cons are that they are static, so that's a double-edged sword. The static information can start to get stale, and you can't really do any order processing. We'll just imagine that the PayPal solutions don't exist. Maybe you want to have your own custom order processing, and you can't really do that with the out-of-the-box solutions. So if you want to take that next step, you would level up and go into the web application world. Now at this point, you do have to start thinking about all the OWASP security vulnerabilities that were discussed earlier today, and all of the security concerns that face the internet. But what comes with that is that web applications do a lot more than working with static information. They can actually process the data. It comes at the cost, however. Of course, you have to put work into it. You have to start having developers. They have to know what they're doing, hopefully. And then you start getting more real use out of your site. So for our craft site, it might be into order processing. So as I was just mentioning, you have to start building your web application. It'll make you as busy as a bee, so to speak, with this cute picture here. But usually you'll build this on a web framework. It could be .NET for C#, it could be Spring for Java. Of course, there are many other frameworks. There's front-end and back-end frameworks. You can pick your flavor. They change every year. You'll have code management, usually with Git, GitHub, GitLab. Git is the major player in source code management most of the time. And then usually you'll have cloud hosting. You can have on-premises hosting, but today I'll be discussing a little bit from the perspective of cloud hosting, because a lot of the security issues that we face have cloud solutions to them. And very commonly, the cloud hosting solutions are AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, or Azure, which is by Microsoft. So for our craft site, they have decided to upgrade. They have a web development team now. May or may not be a cat. We'll assume the cat knows what they're doing. So the website is now converted to an application. They have done all their due diligence, and they can now receive online orders. At this point, you can expect your website is probably small. You might have 1 or 2 developers. You'll have 1 project, maybe 1 or 2 languages. You'll have 1 repository in Git, and it makes it very easy to add changes. You'll notice I'm saying the word 1 a lot. That is the key. If you have 1, it's easy. And it's very easy to update, add changes to it, very easy to manage. And that is very helpful. It makes it easier from a code management perspective, and also makes it easier from the deployment perspective. So we have chosen for our craft site example to go to Azure, where we deploy our website and host it inside the Azure cloud. At this point, because we only have 1 solution, we have 1 development team, it makes it really easy to deploy it to the cloud. Usually with Microsoft, they have really great tutorials. For something as simple as this, you could probably deploy it in a 5-minute tutorial. Like, that's how easy and simple this approach to having this web application is at this level. And even though you are using a cloud hosting service, usually it can still be pretty cheap. And Microsoft has calculators out there, if any of you are interested in looking and doing research into how much it costs to be hosted on the cloud. So, hearkening back to the fact I was saying 1 a lot, Cappuccino Crafts is an example of what is called a monolithic application. No, it is not the kind where monkeys are going to be worshiping it. But what it means is that it is 1 big project developed all at once, and it is deployed all at once. That's what makes it easy. You deploy it in 1 giant group, 1 giant file. So for example, for Java, you might deploy it as a jar or a war, maybe if you're an older application. And when you're coding, you don't really have to worry about which code repository I put it in, who's going to work on it. You just have 1 team, you have one repository. And for many applications, this is good enough. You will never have to go beyond this model. It is easy to manage, easy to work with, easy to deploy. You don't really have to think very much about it. And there's also, if there's no great need to expand, then if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? This is the approach most businesses have taken for how they deploy their web applications up until probably about 10 years ago. And some of them still do this. That nothing is wrong with monolithic applications. Until, oh, I forgot to mention here, an example of, we mentioned earlier today, multiple instances. I believe it was one of the other speakers. We'll take this as an example for our craft site. What happens if a picture goes viral? We're a little site, we only have a couple developers. Suddenly you have an influx of users. What do you do if you're not maybe on the cloud? This could crash your site. That would take it down, no one would be able to get to it because you have received so many entries into your site, or maybe you were the victim of a DDoS attack. So that is one problem with a monolith only having 1 instance. A solution to this in the cloud is that you have multiple instances. And all that means is that you still have your monolith in your code, you deploy it once, your team is small, but what that means is that you have copies of the same application running. So for our viral code or viral picture example, if we had multiple instances of the site running and we had a lot of people coming in, it wouldn't be a problem because maybe half of them would go to 1 instance and the other half would go to another one. And oftentimes in the cloud, this is handled for you through a type of technology called load balancing, which is aptly named because it will take the load and balance it between each instance. So this ability to have multiple instances of your monolith is the reason why many businesses have been able to get away with, so to speak, having just a monolithic approach. So for instance, Netflix had this approach probably up until mid-2000s, maybe 2010, around then, but they had hundreds and hundreds of instances of their services at one time because they had so many users. But over time, they started seeing that it's getting harder to update my one application. What used to be easy because I only had one place to put it is starting to become a burden because we have so many people trying to put all their code in one version of the site. They break each other's code. It's harder to update, and it's harder to manage. It's harder to manage from the development perspective, and it's harder to manage from the deployment perspective, and it's harder to manage from the security perspective because over time, you have this app, maybe it's become a little more fragile. It's been in use for 20 years. It's on an old tech stack, but it would take too long to upgrade it. So you just kind of keep going with it. But you will have a lot of security issues if you take this approach. And of course, like I was saying, it would be fragile. Anyone might be familiar with the term of spaghetti code. Oftentimes, over time, your app will start to develop looking like spaghetti. So it's really messy, it's really hard to understand, and sometimes that's inevitable, sometimes it's not. So these difficulties have led to a lot of businesses to approach the topic of microservices. So this would be, imagine a microservice it's small. So it's one application, it does one thing, almost like a monolith, except it's very small. It doesn't do any more than that one thing. They are easy to develop, as you might be able to imagine. Say you want to log something to a server somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna make a logging service. You do it in like one day, I'm done. And if your logging needs to be updated, you just go update that. No big deal. So you can imagine why this would be very beneficial and helpful to these large corporations like Netflix, and even for us in the government, anywhere. This applies to anyone. They are easier to maintain in isolation, and they are a piece of a bigger picture. So I do specify in isolation here on purpose because a microservice does one thing really well, but it is only one piece of a bigger picture. So a monolith is the whole picture. That's why it does everything you need it to do, and that's why it makes it hard, because it's the entire picture. But a microservice is just one piece of that bigger picture. So you have to think about how does it fit in to the bigger picture. So we'll go back to our craft site, for example. So we say we want to add a free section to the site that greatly increases the traffic, because of course, who doesn't like free stuff? I want all the free stuff, and so does everyone else in the world. So that means lots of extra downloads and more stress on the server. In a monolith, one piece, if one thing in the site caused it to crash, even if it was just on the free part of the site, the whole app would crash. Now, that would be mitigated by the fact we'd have multiple instances. So one version going down doesn't take the whole site down, but you still don't want the whole app to crash if only one small piece of it is having problems. That is one way a microservice architecture would help, because imagine if I have a free section of my site and it has a problem, and it has a bug and it crashes, well, the rest of my site should not be affected. The ordering will still be able to proceed, just maybe the free stuff will have some problems for a little while. But even that could be mitigated because you can have multiple instances of your microservice. So there's so many different ways you can apply these redundancies in the cloud to help make your system more fault tolerant. And microservices help do that because they compartmentalize the pieces of your application so that if something were to go wrong, it only affects that piece. On top of that, it makes it easier for people to develop. So now as a developer, as a day-to-day developer, I don't have to remember everything about how does this whole site work. It's not my problem. Maybe I only care about the free section. Maybe our site has expanded so much that we have two development teams. We have a development team that works on just the free part, and we have a development team that works just on the ordering. And that's fine. That's actually how a lot of large businesses do their work. Because when it gets so big, it's hard for people to know all of it. And that leads to problems. It leads to errors. Humans make errors. So we do as much as we can in the way we manage our workflow to mitigate those errors. And sometimes the answer to that is make the work smaller. Make it in microservices. Additionally, to making them easier to develop, that makes it quicker to patch security problems because you don't have something that's been around for 20 years, you're scared to touch it, scared to look at it wrong or to break. You have something that maybe I updated 2 weeks ago, I wrote it in 2 weeks ago. It has a new security patch, it's Patch Tuesday. So you just deploy that and no big deal, you don't have to worry about it. And one thing that makes this really helpful or good, exciting for developers, as a developer myself, is that it allows you to experiment with new technologies without having the worry of breaking something that's been around for so long. So, and a lot of businesses that have been around for a long time, you are stuck, so to speak, in using a very old language. You can't really move on because it's working, you have funds, you have to keep piling all the stuff in that old language. But if you go to a microservice architecture, you can make the new piece in the new language. Of course, your team should have to agree on it because you don't want one thing to be written in Angular over here and one thing to be written in React over here, and now everyone has to learn both. You don't want that. But that does allow you some flexibility as a developer to experiment, just like this strawberry over here. So microservices, they sound fantastic, right? They sound like they would solve all of our problems. Why don't we all go to microservices? They do solve a lot of problems, but like anything else in the world, they have their own set of challenges because they are what is called a distributed system. So one of the other speakers, the Cisco talk, mentioned a distributed system. That means you have lots of pieces all over the place, but they all form one big system. They form one big picture. But if they're all separate, how do they form that one big picture? They have to talk to each other. And I'm not going to go into details about how they talk to each other in microservices because there have been whole books on this subject. But just take me at my word when I say there's a lot that comes with microservices. You have to think about the bigger picture and how it all relates to each other. And at this point, because it's so complicated, your development team might need to expand. You probably need someone to think about it from this high level. Maybe you're used to looking at the forest at the trees, but you need someone to look at it from the forest level. So you might need someone to help handle the design at this point. And because you are expanding your microservices, you have to expand how you deploy your apps to the cloud. It's no longer as simple as a 5-minute tutorial on Microservices website. Microsoft's website. So you probably would need to have some type of cloud expert, someone who has a certificate or a certification in Azure or AWS, or someone who's just done a whole lot of homework. You know, there's research to be done in every field. So just like the age-old discussion of is a dog or a cat better, is a monolith or microservice better, the answer is neither is better all the time. One is better for a certain circumstance than the other, and they each come with their own set of challenges. So there is no silver bullet, nothing that's going to solve all your problems. So whenever you approach working on something new, you have to think to yourself, do I need to make it a monolith or do I need to make it a microservice architecture? And oftentimes, you will start with a monolith because it's easier, it's faster, and then you'll grow into a microservice architecture over time. So a monolith, like I mentioned, has a lot of great things about it. It's quite easy compared to microservices. It's applicable to most applications. It's easy to develop, easy to manage. Maybe you can even sit back and relax and enjoy some more every now and then while you're just, doing your day-to-day job. And it doesn't really require a one person to look at the big picture. It's not that complicated. However, it does come with the issues I discussed earlier. You have those growing pains. So microservices help alleviate some of the growing pains that monoliths have. But they come with their own set of challenges. So if you have a very large web application that needs to be very complex and very flexible, maybe a microservice architecture would be helpful for you. So for a real life example, I'm working on a system right now at work that is going to manage the finances across the entire Air Force. This is a very, very large system. And it would be a very, very bad idea to have it all inside one monolith application for reasons such as we have anywhere between 12 and 15 developers at any time. We have to deploy to the cloud on a regular basis. And we don't want everything to crash when one piece of the application has problems. So that is the reason why I'm going to direct us into microservices. But I'm not going in blind. I'm going in with a plan to help alleviate the problems that come with microservices, how to get them to communicate, how to get them to fit into that bigger picture. So my role would be helping the tech developer management, so to speak, the bigger picture. I mentioned that you'd also need a cloud admin. We have one of those at work, but if you didn't, then that might be a reason why maybe you shouldn't go to microservices. Everything is a balancing game. So to recap, I know that was a lot of stuff, and today has been very long, so I want to thank you for hanging in there. Websites are static images and text. They don't really do anything other than that. Web applications serve dynamic content. They do things with the input you give it, and oftentimes they are a monolith, because monoliths are easy. Many applications, probably most applications out in the world, most applications you work on are monoliths, because that's great. They fit your use case. Microservices are also really, really helpful when they are appropriate. So Netflix, it's really great for them because they have so many users. And it makes it easier for them to update constantly. So microservices and monoliths are both ways you can structure your code. You can manage your code, you can manage your team, you can manage all your deployment workflow. But it's not a competition. Oftentimes people might say, oh, microservices are so much better. Monolith is terrible, it's old. But that's not true. You really have to pick the workflow and the organization that works for your team, for your business case, each time. So they each have their own role to play. So that was all I had here. I know I didn't talk as much about what I do at work, but everything I said applies to what I do at work too. I just didn't want to bore you with financial data. And like he said, I can't always talk about all of it either. So at this point, I want to open up to any questions anyone has. All right.
So I was curious, in the security testing, would monolith or microservices kind of be the tougher one? It seems like with so many moving pieces and microservices, that would be tough, but then, testing a large application isn't easy either. So.
That is a very good question. All of the OWASP security issues that were brought up before apply in both monolith and microservice web architectures. But from a microservice perspective, because you have so many moving pieces, you do have to consider how they work together. So usually with microservices, they're supposed to be, they do one thing and they don't care about anything else. They only know about themselves. I mean, like if the other pieces were up, that's great. But if they're not, then they don't go down either. So if the free section of our site, for example, is up and the ordering is down, it doesn't negatively affect the ordering. So from a testing perspective, you would, if you want to test to make sure one piece of the site talks to another one, that would be an end-to-end test, usually. And those would require both apps to be running and that they talk to each other. So those would be more complicated to set up compared to a monolith, because a monolith, you just have one piece that runs. End-to-end testing, by the way, is whenever you test from the very beginning of a user clicking your site all the way to the database and back. So you go from one end to the other. So from monolith, you have just one start, one end. And a microservice, you might have all these little jumps in between. So it is true from that perspective. End-to-end tests would be harder for monolith, for a microservice. But the lower level of tests, the unit tests and the integration tests, wouldn't be any different. most likely.
Hello. Yes, I was just curious if you could go into a little bit about what kind of thought process you might go for deciding how you want to break up the functionality for a program and for doing microservices. Also, can you think of any instances where y'all might have opted for more of a hybrid approach where you have kind of a medium-sized application that offsets some of its stuff to a few microservices?
Yes, actually, the first question, what was it again? You asked me one at a time, sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It was, the first part was just a little bit of the thought process for how you might want to break down an application into separate parts for a microservice.
So that topic actually is very deep. It matters quite a lot how you split your microservices because you want to make smarter decisions with less work on you than more work down the line. And the way you split the app is usually you'll follow something called domain-driven design, where you choose like, this is the domain, this is a major piece of the site that can stand by itself. It doesn't necessarily have to be split up being like, this is the database layer, this is the front-end layer, this is the back-end layer. You don't always have to have that separation there when you approach microservices. You look at it from a functional perspective. So the free section of the site would be a good example because it's completely separate from ordering. I don't need to care about ordering there. Your other question about having a midway between microservices and a monolith, some people might call that a distributed monolith, where you have multiple small pieces that go to one database. That is rather common. Well, it is not uncommon, but unfortunately that model does bring both of the set of problems for monolith and microservices without any of the benefits of either. So you can do that as long as you understand the risks of it. Usually microservices have one database per, so they're completely separate from each other to alleviate those problems. All right.
Smaller building blocks are better.
Smaller building blocks are better, right? Put the micro in microservices. Any other questions? As small as possible?
So this is just a silly math question, but you being a member of the 402nd Software Engineering Group, does that mean there are at least or greater than 401 other software engineering groups?
That is a good question. I don't know the answer to it.
That's cool. I'm going to Google that later.
Yeah, do that. It's probably true. You know, I would think that there was a method to the math, but I just know mine. Like, I'm in the 581st Software Engineering Squadron. I don't know if there are other 580 more. There are a few other ones on base, but that's the part I'm a part of. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, it's come to that time in the program where we have to bid everyone adieu. I would like to take one more minute of your time and thank all of our sponsors again. Lori Brewer over at Simple Nexus, CompTIA, AC Council, of course, Middle Georgia State University's Foundation and Alumni Association, our awesome leadership that has fostered this, made sure that we are here and able to support the community, all of our students, and of course, all of you that showed up here today on the live stream and in the room. We appreciate everyone, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. Same time, same place, right? Well, maybe not the same time, unless someone builds an app and brings us back in time, which would be pretty cool, and I'd like to invest in that 20%. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We'll see you next year.